So I feel like, every time you want to panic about, the fatigue on the consumer side, something comes along to make you realize that there's an offset. I saw a note today, I think it was Krinsky, right, talking about Staples. I think people are trying to get off the Staples boat, thinking that they're now too expensive. Definitely. Yes. Too expensive with obviously not enough growth. And if we're not going to have a big traditional defense trade, I mean, people love utilities for all these reasons. Momentum now, as well as some kind of a power generation AI story. But Staples don't have that push. In fact, Constellation Brands up today. Yeah. And the whole line on Constellation is, wow, look at that growth rate for a good-sized consumer staples company.
Yeah, I should also mention just really quickly, since we were talking about it, Morgan Stanley defending Amazon today, right in the midst of this losing streak. They'd be buyers on weakness.
Yeah, it's just buyers on weakness, but they think the consensus needs to moderate.
Yeah, they do see tactical risk.
Just reading through Gamma. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm your host, Cazaveni, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 9:13 a.m., Thursday, the third trading day of October. I'm just going to read through Gamma.
Flood of iPhone weakness notes. Stock goes down, and then lo and behold, the defenders come out, stock rebounds. So you still have those bids to a degree under all of those names.
There's no doubt. There's a psychological bid, and I think that there still is just if you're buying the index, you're buying a huge helping of these stocks. Now, if we want to talk about Apple being worth 30 times earnings on an enduring way, I don't know. I think that's a good argument to have. The stock is stalled out here. But in general, it's not because anything's going wrong at any of the companies. So if you're an analyst, you're kind of making a little bit of a behavioral, tactical decision to say, get out, as opposed to saying, something's changed in the business and we have to worry about it.
We're going to talk more about Apple, some stock sales by Tim Cook and other executives in the chip industry as well, as we get a look at the recent quarter. When we come back as well, a closer look at OpenAI and that big fundraising round. Do not miss an exclusive with the CFO of OpenAI, Sarah Fryer, coming up in the next hour. Take a look at the pre-market here as we await some data later this morning. We'll get some composite PMIs in about 30 minutes at the top of the hour. ISM Services. Stay with us.
All right, just reading through Gamma. You can see what Brett's saying here, that even with the OPEX on OPEX, we still have positive Gamma all the way down to 5,500. This would change color below 5,500. You can see 5,550 over here on the left bottom. This would change color. Wish I had zoomed out a little bit. $57.50, larger zone of positive Gamma, darker blue violet. It's just the colors he likes to use. Moves up in S&P 500, may be slower going due to larger positive Gamma above 5750, 5800. That's the call wall up there. Okay, looking for stability in S&P 500 prices due to the zero-day traders that coming in and selling calls and puts. All right, so we should stick inside this area. Positive gamma from 5,500 all the way up to 5,800 with resistance at 5,800, 5,750, 5,800. All right, so we're looking for futures to bounce. Okay, folks, I'm going to grab some coffee and I will be right back.
Delivery numbers were fine, but that's in the past now. Do we think that the robo-taxi event matters more, especially when you think about how much of a futurist Elon Musk is? I think it depends on what they will say, because I think that it could matter more if they're able to unveil actual details, because we've been waiting for FSD, more details on that for years at this point. So if they're able to actually provide some concrete details, I feel like their earnings calls, frankly, have been very vague as of late. So, like, give me more details, give me more actually numbers. I think that could be huge. If they come out and it's very broad strokes, we don't actually get much clarity on what automation and the robo taxis and all the expectations look like, then I think this could be a non-event, or if not, like a more bearish event. Making me see, I think there's going to be so much scrutiny on this. So if they can deliver actual details, I think this will be huge, Diane. But frankly, I am having a fair amount of skepticism, let's say, around that happening. If they can deliver October 10th, that'll be the date to watch. Robotaxi event for Tesla.
Thinking about selling covered calls on Supermicro.
Coming up, we'll focus on the macro picture, what this week's labor market data could mean for the Fed. That is next here on Morning Trade Live. Stay with us.
Morning, dude. Morning. Gonna go to the gym or anything? Dude, come here for a second.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade deliberately with Schwab.
I'm Nicole Petalini, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Catch me on Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, any device, for free. Schwab Network.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Petalidis, host of Trading 360 and The Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network. morning trade
All right.
picture ahead of
Levi is down 10% this morning, 11%.
We have Mabruk Shatuan, head of global market strategy at Texas Investment Managers. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mabruk. All right, the labor market has been a massive focus this week. You had ADP out yesterday. You had new jobless claims out today. Let's dive into kind of today's data first. Jobless claimant came in little higher to 25,000 on the week, but the 4-week moving average was a little bit lower. What's your takeaway from today's latest data?
Well, thank you very much for your invite.
All right, Supermicro, watching Supermicro, watching NVIDIA this morning.
Which is, in my opinion, quite stable compared to what we've seen over the last weeks.
All right, NVIDIA is holding its bid. Jensen talking last night, pushing the stock higher.
So now, what we need, to focus on, of course, is on the job report released tomorrow, and we will have the confirmation of the solidity of the labor market, which is, in our opinion, what we can expect a decent and a good job report. Unemployment rate is not expected to increase significantly. It should be, it should remain stable over the last month, and we're not expecting any significant move from the labor market.
Okay, the New York FANG index components are mixed, mostly a bit lower at the moment. NVIDIA surging a bit higher. Currently have November verticals. I believe I posted that in the room. Let me see. NVIDIA. Yeah.
Let me ask you.
Angela asked me
Perspective of the
what I was in.
yesterday,
Okay.
gains of
Well, didn't specifically ask, but
recently there's been more
a couple of you asking if anyone else was long except for Dollar and Money Magic.
similar patterns with the September jobs report.
Well, in the past, we have seen, big divergences between, the two surveys.
Frano's in it. MJ's in it. Acceleration, I know, is in November calls, the 125s. Of course, Lee Star is in it. I think he's probably day trading it.
The good data that we had from the ADP could, let us think that the job report will be aligned with the ADP. So definitely, again, we are not saying that the U.S. job market is in a very bad shape. At the opposite, we do consider that the ADP is clearly giving us a good picture of the job market in the U.S. And the BLS survey, the job report will confirm this assessment. So we do not
All right.
between the two. We have just to bear in mind that the period that we have seen, 2023 and beginning of 2024, was, clearly extremely difficult. In terms of forecasting, in terms of assessment of what is clearly taking place in the U.S. because we had this massive recovery of the job market after the.
Okay, we got 4 minutes to go. 4 minutes to go.
And this clearly has helped to make these two surveys divergent. So now I think data are, coming back to something normal. The economy is coming back to a normal situation, and this is exactly what the surveys are reflecting.
And then what's your outlook for the path forward for the Fed in terms of rate cuts for the balance of the year?
Chairman Jeff Powell has been extremely clear on that front. It does
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. High demand for the Blackwell AI processor expected to begin selling Q4. So we'll be seeing that. We'll be seeing earnings for Q3 here shortly. Wow. I can just imagine what's going to be in store for NVIDIA going into the fourth quarter. Blackwell's going to start being shipped, I guess. Sam Altman and was it ChatGPT or Chat, whatever it is, AI? I don't even know. Sam Altman, they got another round of funding. I think it was 66 billion or something like that. Company is worth 157 billion now and growing. Sam Altman. I always want to say Sam Bankman-Fried when I say Sam Altman. All right, Tesla pulling back. So we got some people selling pre-market selling right before the open. Okay, look for dips to get bought. Remember, we're looking for opportunities. As long as the 10-year yield is below 4.5, I don't see any reason to be thinking short, massively short. Yeah, we're going to have intraday dips, intra-week dips, but as long as the 10-year stays below 4.5, we're good. We got multiples expanding. We got earnings coming up. Okay, we got less than a minute to go.
Is to resolve, the housing crisis that the China economy is facing to. But now when it comes to the
multiples continue to expand, as you can see, with the millennials being the big driver, boomers retiring. Okay, let's watch NVIDIA pre-market going into the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off into strength. I'm thinking about selling some covered calls on Supermicro.
The Chinese economy needs a strong policy mix in order to increase the probability to see the growth rate reaching this target of 5%. We all know that for this year,
okay,
it's quite impossible to see.
And we're open.
However, there is good chances, to see this 5% target for the GDP growth rate being reached next year if they decide.
Okay, Nano Nuclear, a little dip there.
Measures on the fiscal front. So this is, I think,
Supermicro, NVIDIA.
if the Chinese administration has definitely changed in its mindset regarding the situation in China, we can decently and we can reasonably expect additional positive analysis.
We'll look for these dips to get bought. Let's turn off extended hours. NVIDIA with a big gap up.
All right. You're probably hearing some noise behind the opening bell about to ring here on Wall Street. Really quickly, Mabrook, given the context of these things, what's the recommended asset allocation that's the opening bell here on Wall Street? Kicking off trading.
Okay, so Amazon pulling back. I guess the dock workers strike is causing some concern. Apple, watching Apple. Keep an eye on your TTM on your screens. TTM, the bottom of the charts displayed on the live screen. Keep an eye on what color we're talking about. Cyan, momentum, bullish momentum, cyan color starting to dissipate, or some profit taking when you see dark blue bars. When we change from red to yellow, that's your opportunity to potentially buy a dip, depending on the time frame. Okay, futures, looking for the futures to find some support, catch a bid now. All right, let's see what is actually working. We've got about 10 stocks green, starting off like we did yesterday with about 5 stocks green yesterday. We wound up with about 60% green midday. Apple starting to bounce. There goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. Okay, Supermicro. Okay, I'm thinking about selling some covered calls on Supermicro. Okay, let's take a look at junk bonds. Okay, here's junk bonds on the weekly, consolidating at the highs. As long as the 10-year yield stays below 4.5% and junk bonds hang out here at the highs, these are two bullish signals into the election and year end. Most well-known portfolio managers like Brian Belsky looking at 6,000 year-end targets with some short-term potential selling. Okay, here's AMD. AMD just popped up on the radar. AMD looks like a go here. Ooh, I don't want to buy it at the moment. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA pushing a bit higher. AMD looks really good. AMD is good to go above the 50-day. 200-day rather. 200-day.
Keeping that 5,700 to 5,690 area, I think, is going to be key for us to really start off the day. And then the ability for us to be able to try to move higher, hitting that 5,720 is going to be the first one. We actually did see some positive flows kind of starting off the session at those levels and trying to really truck higher. So if we can capture 5,730 for today, I think that would be ultimately a win. But maintaining.
Okay, thinking about selling some covered calls on Supermicro.
Objective for us to try to kind of buck the trend that we've seen, especially going into a jobs report tomorrow.
Is the catalyst really all about PMI for the levels that you're
NVIDIA.
Or,
okay, NVIDIA.
Really the big catalyst.
Okay, so NVIDIA looks like we're going to see maybe a surge higher. We'll see. Okay, Supermicro with a little profit taking. Need to stay above 1775 or so. We're presently below that. Okay, looks like it's Supermicro. Supermicro, I'm thinking about selling covered calls. Maybe the 45s. See if I can get 45s for this week. Supermicro on a move higher. Okay, trade. SMCI. Sell 5 of the Friday.
But there is an expectation that we will see a positive revision.
Single.
Similar to what we saw within the ADP
Supermicro.
So, yeah, I think this is going to be one of the strong catalysts just for today's session as we kind of
40, 45.
Standpoint should be bullish for the market if the market is really still taking.
It's not worth it. Not worth it. Maybe next week. Next week. 45 call.
And speaking of geopolitical tensions, you're watching how that affects a variety of asset classes.
90 cents.
Paying attention to the metals.
Okay, Broadcom on the move. Broadcom's on the move. Broadcom with the move. Semis. Top 10. NASDAQ 100 focus group. I'll post that in the room. Okay.
You're seeing some China stocks or China-related stocks actually selling off today. Maybe we're having a little bit more of a blow-off top or just a little bit of a consolidation from a lot of this enthusiasm we've seen over the last week and a half. I would suspect that $4.41.
Okay, we got NVIDIA, AMD, Supermicro, Micron, ARM Holdings, CrowdStrike, Tech, Broadcom. Okay, Meta trying to bounce as well. Okay, Tesla with a nice pop there on Tesla. For those of you in Tesla.
It's more of the commentary that's coming out of management as well as their guidance moving forward. Now, they did report earnings of 33 cents a share. That was actually exceeding the street's expectations of 31 cents a share. And sales actually came in around 1.52 billion. That was actually below the street's expectations of 1.55 billion. Now, when you're looking at the full year sales forecast, they did adjust that to around 1% growth and that's down from the previous forecast between 1 to 3% here. So they are expecting a slowing in sales to continue here. But when you're kind of looking at the bottom line estimate, they're for the most part kind of keeping those in lines, adjusting those a little bit more toward the midpoint of their prior forecast. So for Levi right now, it's kind of managing.
Okay. AMD on the move. AMD. All right. So AMD looks like it wants to keep going. AMD.
Some of their shipments to other avenues in order to be able to reduce the disruption of supply for the market here. So
AMD 162, 165.
Leadership teams across the board, especially for those that are within apparel and automotive over the next couple of weeks here as the strike situation tries to play out.
Yeah, and it looks like it's just not a good setup for Levi's heading into the holidays.
Okay, Apple turning. Apple turning.
For a company like this, are you seeing anything else in terms of analyst commentary?
Well, when you're kind of looking at some of the other analyst commentary outside
Apple turning.
we are seeing actually Constellation Brands actually did announce earnings as well. They did.
Okay, AMD, nice pop. AMD, nice pop.
2 cents. We were looking at 408, and then net sales came in at 2.92 billion, a little bit lower than the street's expectations.
AMD with a nice pop above the 200-day.
To be a drag on this company that dropped 12.5% on a year-over-year basis when you're looking at sales, and they actually did take a decent write down on that business as well. But they did raise their
Sorry about that.
Guidance.
NVIDIA watching the 60-minute over there supply overhead.
And what they're trying to do in order to control that is
Apple with a nice reversal so far. Apple.
Let's talk about note that's out on the defense sector. Deutsche Bank out with a note on some defense stocks. They've got word on RTX, Boeing, et cetera. Can you take us through some of the stocks that they're watching in that note?
Yeah, they're kind of making a little bit of a readjustment when it comes to the defense or aerospace stocks. So for RTX, Deutsche Bank actually upgraded it from a hold to a hold from a sell here, and they actually have a new price target of $129. That's up from $109. They do expect that Q3 earnings are going to beat. They also believe that full year guidance could actually be maintained for now, even though the strikes might be impacting their sales. Now they are seeing that there's a previous salary increase section was weakened by street estimates as well as the significant
Shohei Ohtani. Man, that dude is just like freaking unbelievable. Dodgers. What a player. All right, so we have profit taking this first 15-20 minutes watching. Okay, let's see what Apple's doing here. Apple.
That's up from $212 here. Once again, same type of theme. They keep a buy rating on the shares. Optimistic about aerospace engine, and less optimistic when it comes to defense, but they think that they're going to be a winner.
Apple, I decided to sell some credit spreads. Put credit spreads. I'm going to post that in the spreads channel.
In that sector, and talking about them being well insulated against in-market challenges. So it'll be interesting to see how things play out for Boeing, especially amid the continued strike that they're dealing with. Anything else stood out to you from this note, Kevin?
No, I think that's about it. I mean, we continue to see very strong demand when it comes to the order backlog for Boeing. So they're having some near-term issues when it comes to deliveries and obviously quality control. But over the long term, airline companies are still putting orders in, and even on the defense side, they're still receiving some pretty large contracts. And so that's why you're seeing some optimism when it comes to aerospace engines. And when you're kind of looking at the companies that can impact that, it's going to be GE, which has had just a phenomenal move to the upside, GE Aerospace, as well as when you're talking about RTX. So they both have exposure, and I think that's, once again, that optimism. And it's kind of discounting some.
Okay, NVIDIA on the move. AMD going. Chips with what Jensen said. I got to believe we're going to see a follow through.
Their defenses because of these heightened risks that we see around the world.
All right, Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here on the Schwab Network. Thanks, KG. Coming up, we will go inside out on food stocks. How will a weakening consumer impact some staples? Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back after this break.
Okay, there goes the chip. The chips are on fire, folks. What Jensen was saying, the M1, oh shoot, I forget the name of the day. Blackwell chips will be ready for the fourth quarter. I think that's what they said to begin with, and people sold off, took profits at one point, thinking, well, they can't produce enough Blackwell chips. Well, he never said that I recall. He never said that they were going to be ready before the fourth quarter. I thought he said they would be ready at the end of the year, fourth quarter. So the dip recently giving you an opportunity. At least that's what it looks like now. CrowdStrike, most active yesterday. Let's see what CrowdStrike looks like. CRWD, Rob talking about CrowdStrike. Yeah, CrowdStrike most active yesterday, Rob. Right, exactly, Angela. CrowdStrike, most active yesterday. Given the daily chart,
Neil, how's my favorite client? Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab? Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own. Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this. Gotta run, Carl.
all right, we're in phase 2 with CrowdStrike. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me see if I can give you an example. Probably maybe Meta. No. Let me show you with junk bonds. Junk bonds are a pretty good example, I guess. Junk bonds. Let's go to the weekly. All right, as we're waiting for the opening range. Okay, so when you see the downward movement, that's phase 4. That's marked down. Okay, so that's when everybody is out of the trade. When I say everybody, I mean smart investors. All right, this is phase 4. Markdown. Phase 4 markdown. Why is this important? Because you should be able to look at a chart and figure out exactly where you are. If you're going to be short, you want to be shorting against the 10 EMA markdown. Okay.
Yeah, I would say that the environment's challenging. Consumers are seeking value.
Phase 3 is what leads to the markdown.
And as a result, we think it's critically important that these
and that occurs obviously where we can't make new highs. Okay, this is phase 3. Distribution. Okay, you want to start exiting when you start to see distribution, taking some off. And once you see a drop, decisive drop below the 10 EMA weekly, you want to be out of the trade or short. Okay, phase 1 is accumulation, and that's when institutions get involved. Okay, that's when they start buying shares. And you can see that on the daily when price action moves sideways. So this is accumulation down here. And then you start phase 2. Phase 2 is when price action starts to move higher. And that's where we are with CrowdStrike right now. This is where this is going, markup. So institutions buy here. They allow shares to get marked up. They mark up shares. They march this higher. They give upgrades and all that good stuff. And that starts phase 2. And they're selling into this strength, a little bit at a time. Okay, NVIDIA is still moving higher. So CrowdStrike is in phase 2.
When you think about some of the pricing pressures that still remains on consumers.
Yeah, I think that McCormick is unique in the fact that
Mm.
while 60% of their sales come from consumers, and catering to a consumer that could be cooking more meals at home, as restaurant meals have also gotten more expensive, McCormick is also 40% of their sales is derived from the.
Okay, so let's get back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA is moving. So what phase is NVIDIA in? What phase is NVIDIA in? NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looks like accumulation. We're moving sideways. We're not trending. Okay, we're consolidating. All right, is this an extension of the phase 2 that started back in 2023, the breakout? Once everybody realized how important AI was going to be in the future, all the spending by the big cap tech names, Meta, Google, Amazon, etc., Microsoft. I don't think this is going to stop. Will they come back? Who the hell knows? But for now, we're looking at NVIDIA consolidating up here at the highs, above the 10 EMA, looking for it to push at least back up to the highs into this next earnings. Blackwell chips being available in the fourth quarter. Okay, NVIDIA still going, looking really strong. Meta's going now. Okay, so everything is starting to work, folks. All right, good job.
But it should also ensure that its products continue to win with consumers. As a part of that, they've reduced their exposure to categories that have dominant exposure.
Okay, futures still need to start going. NVIDIA looking good. Nanonuclear pulling back. Nanonuclear pulling back.
And so we view the business as adequately positioned to continue to win, even with a stretched consumer.
Supermicro, big move on Supermicro. Okay, Supermicro, big move. Supermicro.
The rising demand for GLP-1, is that something that's kind of baked into your thesis?
It's something that we've been monitoring. And
I had 10 shares of Supermicro prior to the split. I have 500 shares now.
That is a longer term or medium term threat to these businesses. But obviously, this is something in terms of evolving diet trends and health and wellness fads over decades that these firms have had to deal with. And from where we sit, each of these operators maintains the resources, financial as well as personnel, to
okay, Supermicro at the highs.
Portfolio to cater to a consumer that is potentially migrating towards GLP-1 drugs and is not consuming as much in the way
NVIDIA,
of
okay.
over a period of time.
AMD
So
looks good.
that we're watching. We think that they're innovating behind that and will
Supermicro.
Regardless, there is going to be a continued portion of the population that is not on GLP-1s, and so having that right mix and that balance will be critical moving forward.
All right, I want to talk to another
Supermicro looking good.
that you cover. It has a wider diversity when you compare it to, say, Kraft Heinz or McCormick, P&G, and they've seen some struggles with their sales. What are your takeaways and how?
Okay, let's look at Supermicro on the daily.
From where we sit, P&G is
Okay, so we've got major resistance up there at 46. Previously 460. Okay, Supermicro looks good. Broadcom continuation. Broadcom. Okay, moving in the right direction. Broadcom. Google. Google looking for the bounce. Apple looking for the follow through in Apple. Apple, I have credit spread on Apple. Put credit spread. Okay, do I want to sell covered calls here? Supermicro, SMCI for Friday. Sell 5 of those, 45s. Ooh, they're $1.15.
as it relates to their
Oh, that's the
beauty
11th.
business,
Okay.
in China, in particular.
Shoot.
But beyond
What's the
that, we
4th?
think that the
Super
challenges that
Micro
they face
45s.
are not insurmountable.
Survey
and
says
they
30
should
cents. Not
provide,
worth it yet.
or should
Let's get
see
close to
Mercer as
45.
well-positioned to navigate some choppy
We'll
waters.
get up here. I'll probably sell some covered calls. I'm going to hold on to Super Micro.
Any final thoughts on the consumer-facing companies?
Okay, Microsoft turning, Tesla, nice little pop on Tesla. We just need the indices to turn as well. Super Micro, Nanonuclear pulling back a little bit. Looking for the dip to get bought. Got to see the dip buyers. Got to see the bid.
But we think that these are quality businesses that investors should keep an eye on for any down trading in shares.
All right, we'll leave it there. Aaron Ladd.
Okay, Super Micro, the chip's doing well. Let's take a look at SMH. SMH.
Thank you.
Okay, you could play SMH as well. Or SOXL, I believe. Who's long SOXL? I believe, Mondo, you're long SOXL, right? SOXL. All right, looking better. Second day bullish on SOXL.
Stocks had a nice run so far this year, Diane, of about 17%. Just hit all-time highs last month.
All right, SOXL. Let me take a look. This is bullish 3 times. I'm going to look at SMH. I'd rather trade options on SMH rather than trade options on a leveraged ETF. Leverage on top of leverage. Let's see, SMH.
So going out to that October 18th monthly cycle, so you're going to get that earnings event in there. Expires that same day that they release earnings that morning.
Who is that he's talking about?
Unbalanced or skewed, put butterfly to the downside. We're going to take advantage.
Procter and Gamble.
Some consolidation, maybe a slight move lower. Buying the 172.5 strike put that's slightly in the money, then selling 2.
Okay, NVIDIA looking really strong. NVIDIA. All right, PMZ, very bullish, PMZ. Pre-market zone, PMZ. We got some sellers coming in, some profit taking on NVIDIA. I'm just watching the time and sales. Broadcom's still going, Meta's still going. Okay, Meta being talked about as far as the strength that many institutions are looking for. Meta with ChatGPT. Is it ChatGPT? What is it that Sam Altman is associated with? Is Sam Altman?
All right, as an example trade on P&G, Procter & Gamble. You also got an example trade on
OpenAI. Sorry, I keep saying ChatGPT. OpenAI. They just got another round of funding. 6.6 billion, not 66 billion. 6.6 billion in funding. Company's worth 157 billion.
I believe Morningstar's fair value on it's about $75. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of some consolidation where, hey,
okay, so chips are getting bought hand over fist. So semiconductors look like they're going to keep going. You could take individual names, or you could SMH. I'm going to go out a little ways. Let's see, SMH. Where is SMH? I'm going to buy at the money calls, but I'm not going to do it right this second. I'm going to buy at the money calls October 18th. I'm going to buy at the money calls a 50 delta, and I'm going to sell like a 20 delta. Let's see, 145. Okay, so I'm looking for a dip. These look really strong. Okay, so what you could do, all right, so think about this as a strategy, right? The markets are already up. So the likelihood is, yeah, we could probably see more upside before we see a dip, a BNC pivot, but you can wait for the BNC pivot. Okay, you can wait for TTM to start to show dark blue bars, wait for it to come back a little bit, get red and yellow bars sometime intraday, and then buy the dip, because it looks like semis are going to keep going in the short term and intermediate term. I'm thinking that this whole conversation that Jensen had last night about Blackwell being available fourth quarter, that's going to incite more buying because we've had a pullback recently. Look at semiconductors from the lens of what institutions are thinking, right? Here's semis. Pull back to the 50. What's the 50 doing? The 50 is turning. All right, so semis, SMH. Okay, let's see if we can get filled. All right, I'm going to start to scale into some semis. August 18th at the money call, selling the 250, buying the 245. Okay. I'll show you what I'm buying here. SMH, you could wait. Still got cyan color bars. Okay. I'm going to start to scale into this position. Semis. Looking for dips. When I say scaling in, if I'm going to take 25 calls, if that'll be my position, I'm going to take like 5. I just took 5. Scaling in.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online
Okay.
crafted
Super
just for
micro.
traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
FXI with a little dip. TIGR. All right, TIGR, I bought some January.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live and the second hour of the show. I'm Diane King Hall here at the New York Stock Exchange. I am in for Oliver Brennan. Let's take a look at how markets are shaping up at this hour. We're starting to see some mixed market action. We start off the day with pressure across the board.
Limited defined risk. I just bought some Tiger. Up finance, up fintech. All right. So I bought January, give myself a lot of time. Okay, services PMI are out. Okay, there goes the futures. Holy crapola. Services PMI. Holy smokes.
Insane demand for Blackwell, so that's something that's been propelling Nvidia. You're seeing some gains within the tech sector. Ahead on the second hour of our show, our morning trade is Eli Lilly after the FDA says the shortage of one of its popular weight loss drugs is over. So that will be one to watch. We've also got earnings season coming up.
Okay, Nvidia on the move. Nvidia just killing it. Killing it, killing it. All right, this looks really nice. All right. Nano Nuclear, looking for that to turn once everybody stops focusing on other names. Tesla looking for a bounce. AMD continuation. Okay.
We'll start out with PMI composite, then we'll get to the ISM services numbers. PMI came in at a reading of 54. So take us through what some of your takeaways are on PMI, Alex.
Yeah, the composite PMIs came out about 17 minutes ago at this point, of course, because we got the other half of that component from the services, which was a little bit weaker than expected at 55.2. These are final readings relative to preliminary readings from earlier in the month. You saw on Monday, or actually rather Tuesday, a firming of the manufacturing data slightly, and the service data just a little bit weaker than earlier in the month. All in all, not really a huge market moving number. ISM, on the other hand, has sent the market in a bit of a rally to the upside.
Interesting to watch that, especially when you kind of think about how this week has been, and the S&P 500 has been under pressure throughout this week. We also got some factory order data out. Tell us about that.
Okay, looks good.
Yeah, so factory orders a little bit weaker than expected, down 0.2% versus the 0.1%.
Okay, looking good.
Here. Factory orders.
Let them go. Let them rip. Let them rip. Let's look at Super Micro, SMCI. Okay, big move off the low. Day 2. Will this turn into third white soldier? There goes Nvidia. Nvidia killing it. Killing it. Oh, boy. Nice. Holy smokes. Nvidia really doing something to the bears today. AMD looking good.
When you look at that, going from 5 to 4.9 and 0.4% to 0.3%. Durable goods also came in basically right in line, flat month over month for durable goods. X transportation up 0.5%. That was also in line with expectations. The big mover, though, Diane, that we really should focus on is the ISM services number that we just got for the month of September. Came in better than expected on the headline.
Meta on the move. Good job, folks. You don't need to chase anything. All right. Let's say you're getting excited that, man, the markets are ripping and I don't have any positions. Let's say that's your case. Don't buy here. Yeah, we could probably keep going, but don't buy here. Wait for a BNC pivot. Trust me, this is going to be an opportunity around 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. It happens 90% of the time. You get the West Coast traders taking profits off into strength. Okay, they'll trade for the first couple hours. You'll get that A pivot, and then, it might be a modest little B and C, but later today around 11, 12, 1 o'clock, wait for the dip. Wait for the dip. B and C will show up. That'll be your opportunity in an otherwise bullish stock. Look at this. This is bullish. Coming out of a base, you got a double bottom. You got a split out of the way now. You got institutions picking up shares. Look at the volume by price bands on the left. Got a big Kirby overhead all the way up to about 80. So you got a double SMCI. I see a double back to 80.
Is your view from what you've been following all week that it's all about the jobs report tomorrow?
I think it's the main event, right? This is sort of like the appetizer when you're waiting for. We got a lot of stuff this morning from initial jobless claims, which were slightly in uptick. I wouldn't make too much of that. Continuing claims were actually basically in line. We now got the full ISM picture, the full S&P Global PMI picture. Both of which I think paint kind of more of the same, which is, hey, employment is slowing a little bit.
Palantir being mentioned last night. I think Jensen might have mentioned Palantir. Okay, Tesla's on the move. All right, so the buyers are here. The bulls are back.
Non-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, you get the participation
Hey now, the bulls are back.
That's growing. And we're also seeing a little bit of a firming of yield. So, perhaps there's a speculation that this is going to be a better number, especially on the heels of that ADP report that we got yesterday that showed, again, stronger than expected job growth.
And we just saw the S&P 500 tick positive.
You're gonna be in trouble. Hey now, the bulls are back.
Yeah, I'm watching yields and I'm watching that relationship between the indices. So what you'll notice is you got the NASDAQ out in front and you got the Russell that's leading to the downside here. That relationship between those two indices tells you a lot about how the market's interpreting this information. The market's looking
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
A situation
nice trade there.
Those bigger companies can perform nicely.
Beautiful trade.
You do start to see
NVIDIA.
at least bottoming out of inflation, perhaps a short-term uptick. All the while, that growth is still there for some of those bigger companies. But if rates don't crash lower, they're actually a little bit higher today. Some of those Russell names that really need those rates to go lower.
Okay, I'm going to exit some NVIDIA here. Take a little bit off into strength. NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA, push a little bit higher.
Morning trade. Today it's Eli Lilly that's in focus. First up, let's bring in Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager Derivatives Trading here for Charles Schwab. Jeff, all right, so we've got Eli Lilly in focus. The FDA saying that the shortage in at least one weight loss drug is...
Okay, I'm going to exit some NVIDIA here into strength.
Yeah, perhaps good news for patients, not good news for other companies out there, especially ones that were making their own version of it during...
Okay, I'm out some NVIDIA. Okay, I'm selling some NVIDIA into strength. I'm going to buy it back. Okay, on any dip. To be clear, I'm bullish NVIDIA. I had plenty of time. I could have just sat on this, but okay, watch the Bollinger Bands. You see that lower Bollinger Band starting to turn up with the upper band turning up? That's telling you look for a grind higher. So I'm not thinking this is going to like zip to the upside and I'm going to be missing it. But it is strong today. Supermicro, all the chips are being bought. Google's turned higher as well. Google. Don't forget to take some profits off into strength. You can see what happened with nanonuclear. Okay, we got above 18. Now we're back to 16. All right, look for nanonuclear to bounce.
The law requires that the larger compounders stop making the drugs within 60 days, and some of the smaller ones stop making it immediately. Of course, these telehealth companies are lobbying to be allowed to continue to sell.
All right, nice. Looks good. Supermicro. SMCI, Supermicro. Okay, we're seeing a little profit taking right there in Supermicro.
Yeah, and Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have certainly had strong runs recently.
Supermicro.
Massively increasing. What's some of the analyst commentary on this news with regard to Eli Lilly?
Beautiful, beautiful day.
Yeah, we've seen some analysts weigh in.
You could close all these trades and be, wow. Wow, 10% on those Tiger calls already. 10%.
The firm says whether stocking helps bridge the Q3 scripts.
Yeah.
That they're still analyzing. They said if supply is no longer an issue, this allows
Yes, sir.
Eli Lilly and its growth more fundamentally rather than leaning on momentum.
I might double up.
Exposing the company to meeting growth expectations set by the street. So this might
Tiger. Tiger's working. That's up 10% since Mondo's last post. When did you post, Mondo? 10:07. 10:10. All right, in minutes, this thing is like ripped higher. Tiger up fintech, TIGR. There goes Tiger. Look at this damn thing. Wow.
we're going to continue to see.
Okay, NVIDIA pulling back a little bit. Maybe take a little profits off. Supermicro. Yeah, that looks good. Supermicro. Google looks fine. Amazon, dragging its feet. SMCI, I'll put that there. Okay, starting to see a little profit taking.
And then I want to ask you,
Okay, here comes Tiger. All right, a little profit taking.
said the shortage is over for Eli Lilly. There's been some concern that's popped up this week about the impact of the port strike to a variety of industries, including the GLP-1s. And Novo called out some potential impact of that and possible supply chain disruption.
All right, it's SMH. All right, so you know that we're probably going to BNC pivot. So I'll be looking to buy the dip on these. NVIDIA, Broadcom. Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. Let me see. What expiration is this? Okay, Broadcom.
Certainly could slow down Eli Lilly's, production capabilities and delivery capabilities on these drugs. So I think it's something that investors are going to be watching closely. The amount of time it takes to resolve the issue is certainly going to be the most important part of this. But right now, investors are, focused on it, thinking about it, but don't quite know the outcome.
Broadcom pulling back.
All right.
Okay. Looking for the next wave up. Looking for profit taking.
All right. Time now to trade it. We've got Joel Hawthorne, head of equity research and retail, joining us now to trade this at Retail Trader Magazine. All right, Joel, let's dive into Eli Lilly.
All right, a little profit taking there. Looking for the next surge higher. Okay. Semiconductors. Let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom. Okay, I don't see any sell orders up here. So it came right back down, filled that fair value gap right there. You see that one? Came back and just touched that fair value gap. See that? Fair value gap right here. Just came down and touched it.
Are you concerned at all about any pressure on how you're approaching it, your bullish sentiment from the port strike?
Not exactly. One of the major things that I'm seeing here right now is just overall, I think that a lot of people are
okay, Broadcom, fair value gap. Now turning around. Okay. So look for a pop. Broadcom. Okay.
And even then, I think that could very well be an opportunity to maybe load up and maybe look for higher price levels. We know that 972 has been the 52-week high, and we're kind of in the middle of the road there right now. So maybe we consolidate here for a bit, but maybe but I think after a while, I'm anticipating some kind of breakout and some more movement to the upside.
All right, take us through your trade, Joel.
Absolutely. I'm going to sell the 840 put, simultaneously buying the 830 put, expiring November 15th, picking up a credit of about $3. Break even is going to be 837.02. Again, that gives this trade goes out until November 15th, and then with a break even of 837, this gives me just the opportunity right now. If we do experience a bit of a pullback, that gives me right now about a $50 worth of wiggle room here before I begin to be uncomfortable. So definitely interested in seeing how this plays out.
All right. We certainly want to watch to see how that plays out. I do want to get your perspective overall on the broad market, especially when we think about how October has started out. It's been a little bumpy to start out. What are your thoughts on the market today?
Today, right
Tiger going. Okay, Tiger looking good.
I am a bit concerned. I think that these higher price levels.
A lot of fair value gaps being tested.
A bit overbought. I know the news out of China has really inflated some of the upward momentum and some of the price action there. But I am starting to get worried. I think that there is a bit of we're due for some profit taking. We're due for a bit of
semis. A lot of the semis have fair value gaps being retested. Now prices are pushing higher. Tiger going. Nice job there, Mondo. Up 14% now. Good job. Good job. Fair value gap right there. Broadcom. Okay. Fair value gap is a 3-candle pattern. You get the big move, the quick move. That's people just jumping in. You have the previous and the latter candle not overlapping. It just creates a situation where if you remove the middle candle, you'd have a gap between the two, come back and test that level, and then reverse. Okay, Broadcom.
Season is almost here. We'll talk about what to expect from the next round of Quarterly Report Cards. Morning Trade Live. We'll be back after this.
Bum, bum, bum. Do, 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 do. Mm-mm. Apple. All right, so we got some profit taking. People scared. Okay, so nanonuclear starting to turn. Watch nanonuclear catching a bid. Okay, let's look at Tiger, up Fintech. Look at the fair value gaps. Look at the volume on this damn thing. Wow. Damn. Look at the volume here. Okay, in the money going. All right, we're going to run into some resistance overhead at 10. So I'll go ahead and sell some into strength. All right. I'm going to sell half of these.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week.
All right, just sold half of Tiger.
No hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in.
All right, Tiger just sold half of that at the high. All right, back to Broadcom. Back to Broadcom. Okay, so far, just watching right here. Okay. Looking for the dip to get bought. There's another fair value gap down below.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Diane Kinghall here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Joining us now to talk market and portfolio positioning is Brad Conger, Chief Investment Officer, Curto Callahan. Brad, thanks so much for joining us today. And let's talk market.
Okay, futures looking for the bounce.
We've now seeing a mixed market. S&P 500's been pretty flat, just sticking very close to the front.
Super Micro.
What do you make of the
Okay, so I'm going to buy some shares on the dip here. Remember, we don't need to run. We don't need to chase this on the way up. Wait for your B and C pivots. Wait for the bidders to show up. You can see histogram, what it's telling you.
And so there's, semiconductors, the only thing green on the screen because of NVIDIA's announcement. So it had a pretty poor support.
All right. Speaking of the movement in NVIDIA that we're seeing, we, heard the commentary that demand is basically off the charts for Blackwell. Do you think the momentum is going to be going forward, going to kind of move back to the tech sector and tech earnings?
So I think the underlying news flow in this quarter is going to be very positive for the AI theme. That having been said, They have very high expectations priced in, and so
All right.
positioned underweight the MAG.
So don't get upset if the markets pull back a little bit because we had this big run up. We got a lot of fair value gaps below. Look for prices to stabilize and then to bounce.
The news flow is going to be great for the tech stocks. I think it is more than priced in.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. The Mag 7 has trailed the S&P 500 a little bit in the third quarter.
Futures right back down to the low
Broad strokes expectations
before
for this new
we got ISM numbers. We got a pop on ISM numbers and came right back down to where we were prior to.
The amount of money flowing into the capital expenditure, AI related semiconductors is just extreme. You just saw a capital raise from OpenAI yesterday in the amount of whatever, 5.5, 6 billion. And that money is all going to go straight into hardware. So that's the good news. The bad news is the second quarter gave us an indication that the U.S. consumer is weak. So from Nike, Starbucks, Airbnb, Disney,
AMD
Depot,
looks
you
good.
saw a
Super
raft
micro
of
out of that for
warnings
now.
about the consumer, and ultimately that's what drives our economy. It's 70% of the activity in the economy is consumer spending.
Nano nuclear turning back up.
The concern I have is that the consumer companies.
Do I want to buy more?
And that
Yeah, I'm going to buy more
outweighs
nano
the
nuclear
positive effect of the tech stocks.
on this
But
pop.
do you really think there's enough risk under the hood when it comes to the consumer that could really outweigh the effects of the tech sector growth?
I really do. I've been covering consumer stocks for 30 years, and I have never seen, outside of a recession like 2008, 2009.
Look at nano nuclear. Okay, so if you bought the dip, I just bought some more shares on the dip here. Okay, look at TTM. Look at TTM live screen.
Weakness. I mean, just look at Home Depot in their second quarter, which ended in July, guided to a -4.5 to 5.5 same-store sales. I mean, that's pretty striking for a very broad category like that, and it reflects that consumers are just really stressed.
Okay, so you make a good point, but we have seen some winners in the consumer space, like Walmart, Costco to a certain degree. Yes, I know their latest quarterly earnings had some weakness, but they expect that to
Okay, looking for a follow through.
recover from that. Is there a separation of like winners and losers in this space, or are you overall?
This is nano nuclear. I won't stay on this all day like it did yesterday. Sorry.
Walmart is the exception that proves the rule, which is everybody is migrating away from their traditional channels to Walmart because Walmart offers.
Okay, waiting for a bid. The futures pulled back right back to pre-ISM services PMI numbers. PMI was 54.9 versus forecast of 51.7. Markets popped on that. So did the dollar.
So obviously there's the geopolitics of Israel, Gaza, Lebanon, Iran. There's the longshoreman strike. There's the Boeing strike. We'll probably see more labor actions, probably not of that scale. And I think these are all part and parcel of a very stressed consumer environment. Why do you think the longshoremen are striking? Because their wages haven't kept up, in their view, with the inflationary environment.
And then I want to ask you, though, about the recent stimulus that we saw out of China. That gave a lot of, that stimulated markets.
Okay, it's still fading. Market's still fading.
It's going to be stimulative for the Chinese consumer. What's your expectation for the broader benefit globally from that?
So I'm a little cautious. I just spent last week in Asia, and the feedback I got from all the contacts there, particularly in mainland China, was just a very intense pessimism about home prices, cost of living, political uncertainty. You know, Xi is conducting a series of purges and reforms. And so although it's very encouraging that they did take some steps to stimulate the economy, I think it's going to take a lot more to move the needle on Chinese consumer demand.
And then given the what you're talking about, especially when you think about, kind of
Okay, Tiger, up FinTech, Tiger, still going. Okay, we're going to run into some resistance here. Probably going to miss some of this run. I like the dip this morning. That was a good entry. Thank you, Mondo, for that. Heads up.
I think we're going to get 3 cuts by the end of the year. I just think the trend of inflation is so positive, and the Fed has a lot of room.
Okay, Tiger, I'm out for now.
We'll get 3 cuts. After that,
Nice move on Tiger.
Going to have a pause. So I think they're going to pause and evaluate early in 25 to see if they are achieving their.
Okay, now we got to be patient. Now we have to be patient, looking for B and C pivots.
So I think that our ultimate target is for short rates or Fed funds rates.
Okay, some of these are already making pivot lows. Some of these stocks are already making pivot lows. Semis, I'm going to double up here probably pretty soon. Semiconductors, SMH. SMH, looking for the bid in SMH. Okay, so we got a little fair value gap there. Let's see if we can't I get a fair value gap overhead. Watching TTM. The reason I'm always watching TTM, I want to know where I am in the momentum cycle. Is it a bullish cycle? Is it the fade? Is it the profit-taking cycle? Is it, the selling cycle, dark red? Is it the pause and potential turn where the bid comes in when it turns yellow? Once it starts to turn yellow, I'm looking for opportunities. Where is the closest support level, resistance level? And then we can take some trades off of that change in momentum. You can see on the right side, that's the daily on semiconductors. Let's look at the hourly chart. Okay. Hourly is just seeing a pause at the moment. Okay. Seeing a pause at the moment, some profit taking. Just wait for the profit taking to dissipate, or if it continues to move lower. I don't know what they're going to do, if they're going to keep selling. Semiconductor, the futures are testing the pre-market lows now. Okay, we want to stay S&P 500. We want to stay above S&P 500. We want to stay above 56.75, was it? Let me go look here. Okay, 56.75. We want to stay above 56.75, 56.50. Okay. Would be risk off on a break of 56.75. Decisively, 56.75. Okay, we're right at 56.88, 56.90. So we want to bounce here. S&P cash. Okay, this fair value gap overhead, we could bounce back to it and get rejected, resume, and move lower. Just watching. See the histogram bars? The histogram bars are saying don't do anything on the long side right now. TTM in the lower panel is telling you don't do anything on the long side just yet. You might be tempted to buy the dip right here, but you got a fair value gap overhead, and this has yet to turn back to yellow. Okay.
Trading the trending names every day. It's fast.
You can afford to be patient at this point.
Ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast.
Let's see.
On the Schwab Network.
Okay, Tiger. I'm out of Tiger. IWM. All right. If Tiger dips back down towards, say, 850 or so, I might buy again. Tiger. AMD. AMD, you got a B and C pivot potentially on AMD.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market.
All right, AMD looks like a B pivot.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
All right, Meta's starting to bounce.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Time now.
AMD B pivot.
Jenny Horn will take us through the fundamentals and the Duke of Data. Rick Ducat goes through the technicals. All right, Jenny, let's start with Carvana. We'll take a look at that. City's out with a bullish no. Take us through this.
Okay, this morning did touch new 52-week highs, although this is one of those charts that I think the importance of zooming out is so critical because we are well off of all-time highs. But hey, at least touching a new 52-week high before slightly dipping here on the session down about 0.4%.
Okay, keep an eye on a histogram here for AMD. Looks good. AMD. Look at the histogram on the right. The 60-minute chart. AMD.
107,000 units roughly. They said that they increased their unit and EBITDA projections now for the third quarter and beyond to reflect Carvana's strengthening retail unit demand.
Okay, let's check the 10-year yield. Let's see, 10-year. 10-year. Okay, as long as we stay below 4.5. For the most part, we're below the 50-day, 200 days, so this is more bullish. Okay, AMD. AMD, a B pivot. AMD. Nanonuclear. All right, dipping again. Nanonuclear reversing, coming back in now.
Short squeeze characteristics, but I feel like to their credit, they've really continued to establish themselves, and their numbers and quarterly updates have only solidified them as a real formidable player in the auto retail space. I mean, this name, even though it's volatile and even though, again, it's well off of its all-time highs, we are up 234% roughly on the year. So, I mean, this has been crushing it.
Yeah, no, it has been coming back and seeing a resurgence. Rick, let's send it over to you and tell us what you're seeing.
AMD. All right, let's see if this holds. Got a fair value gap right there. You see that fair value gap? We're retesting it right now. Do we move back above it or get rejected right here? A lot of times you'll see this rejection and then resume the trend down for a lower BNC pivot. Just watching. Histogram on the right, though, looks pretty good. TTM histogram looks good on the right. 60-minute chart looking for a move up to 168.
Coming quite close to that boundary once again as we notch these 52-week highs today of 179.93. Backed off a little bit from that point, but still green on the day. Still, maintaining for the most part, even though we are slightly down from yesterday's close. Now, when we look at this a little deeper here, we can see that there is a smaller, steeper uptrend within our channel here.
Nanonuclear just made a new low. Nanonuclear. Okay, I just got stopped on that ad. Nanonuclear.
But now we've kind of trailed off a little bit. We kind of have broke beyond this very steep upward trend line here. And even though we've kept making new highs beyond that point here, they're kind of slowing down a little bit, as we can see when we look at the RSI. Look here first, you can see a longer-term downward trend line. That red line there was broken. RSI crossed into the overbought area, but really couldn't hang on there for too long. Now we're finding ourselves in a situation where price has made a new closing high. RSI is actually trending a little bit downward. A small amount of bearish divergence here. And, this is not necessarily head for the hills. It's all going to crash, but not really what you'd want to see. It's telling us the pace of the gains is slowing down. We're kind of losing steam in this move to the upside. Anyway, if we do keep moving upward, let's take a look at our standard deviation channel study. One standard deviation above our blue linear regression line. The +1 channel comes in right about here, 205 or so. First, we would need to break above our blue trend line, though. That
PAYX, we got some volume. Okay.
the downside, we've got our green dash line here, a couple recent lows, 166, and then our old high point,
Paychecks looks like it wants to go.
matches up with our yearly linear regression line. So a couple, obvious points of potential support there.
All right, some obvious points.
Okay, you can afford to wait. You can afford to wait 11 o'clock
eBay, Jenny, Wells Fargo,
or so. 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes.
This chart, but a 49% on the year. In fact, I mean, you can't find really objectively that strong of a daily chart from the last year perspective. And again, the importance of zooming out because it picks a bit of a different picture. But Wells also raising its price target today, $63 a share from 55, keeping an equal weight rating. They're modestly raising their near and long-term estimates for constant Forex GMS growth, and also said that this is a meaningful tailwind now, they believe, near term. They acknowledge that having had the stock wrong year to date, but they see now shares fairly valued here at around 15 times their adjusted 2026 price to earnings ratio, which is in line with a lot of their growth peers they mentioned. And I do think it's interesting because, again, like eBay is a company that you could see its success because it's e-commerce and it's fairly exposed to the consumer, but this is not a name I feel like many frequently shop at. So I was curious, like by geography, where this company derives most of its sales. It is still here actually in the US and at a large majority at that, but still getting growing sales from overseas. The UK and Germany are their next two largest markets, which I thought was kind of interesting because, again, I'm like, who is shopping at eBay? I think it's more of these sneakerheads and those that are looking for more niche items. But it's also astounding that this is the group of these stocks. It's as big as pretty much Carvana at this point. It's almost 4 times the size of the Etsy, the name we're talking about next. So it's still a pretty decent sized company and pretty decent chart.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the movement that has happened in eBay, and it's not the first analyst commentary I've seen that said, hang on a second, what's going on here? I do wonder if some of that also has to do with some of the challenges that we talked about with regard to the consumer, where they might be trading away to, kind of basically like online thrifting. But we won't go too deep into the weeds on that. Let's send it back over to Rick for the technicals on this one.
Once again, we're seeing a situation of a strong move over the past 52 weeks here. Certainly not quite as strong as our last chart here, but few stocks are exhibiting, 600% gains on the year. This is a much more realistic, kind of more moderate 74% gain from this low point here. And once again, we're very close to the highs here. We made 52-week highs yesterday, 66.23, but backed off. And, today we're slipping a little bit further here. We are still holding on to our trend lines, though. Notice that we had our blue trend line here, kind of a more, shallow slope here, but we transitioned into our white trend line, a much steeper slope going across these lows here. We are quite close to our lower trend line here. We've also got our accompanying line going across those highs to give us more of a rising wedge type shape in the shorter term. Now, the rising wedge shape is typically regarded as more bearish. And, it can go either way. It's not 100% it's going to be bearish. What you're looking for is a breakout beyond either of those lines. But when you couple a more bearish pattern with the divergence in the RSI, look at this series of higher closing highs that we're making and counter-examine the RSI, which is making a series of lower highs. That's not what you want to see at all. You would want to see them both making highs together. This is once again bearish divergence, more severe than our previous chart here and a little more worrisome because when you see here as well, we've also broken through our upward trend line on the RSI. Price has not, had that other shoe drop quite yet, though. If it does, we've got our low point here, 63.61, and then another low point near 62.25. Those would be some marks to watch. Once again, though, our standard deviation channel study would give us an upside area of interest here near 68.11. So that's something to keep in mind if we do break above those highs once again.
All right, so 68 or near 68.11, one to watch there for eBay. Today, the stock is under a little bit of pressure, off a little more than 0.5%. All right, let's pivot. Ginny, you just mentioned Etsy as another one that we're focusing in on today. We've got Wells Fargo with a price target cut there. Take us through the note here. Yeah, easily the most negative analyst note today, and easily the most negative chart. I mean, we're down 37 and some change percent on the year, a laggard in this space, and analyst note today reflecting that. Wells lowering its price target to 47 from 58 while keeping an underweight rating. They reduced their third quarter estimates and expect low single-digit percentage overall year-over-year GMS declines for fourth quarter, with risk likely skewed to the downside, they said. Despite the share underperformance year to date, they do remain still broadly bearish on limited visibility into this overall GMS recovery. So I think stark contrast, because you have the same analyst that's covering right now on eBay and Etsy, and to see the difference in tone with Etsy is exactly the price activity, the underperformance we've seen this year. And I always joke that Etsy is, like, to me, the most discretionary name I know. As a frequent Etsy user myself, it is Halloween, so I've been visiting this website a bit more, but I was curious again, geographies where this company is targeting its demographic, Diane. 81% of Etsy users are female. So I guess I'm rightfully using it, but that's exactly where their niche is, which I just think is interesting, the way this company is targeting right now consumers. Clearly needs to do a bit of a better job, and I agree with Wells. Right now it feels like that lack of growth catalyst is why we haven't seen any upside in shares as of late. Yeah, no, Etsy, it is so niche. It's not just the consumer base being mostly women. It's very niche. The things that you're looking for is going to be very specialized. So, it's a difficult space that the companies operate in. They've talked about, kind of worries about the consumer and challenges they're facing. And you can see that reflected in both the share price and the analyst views on it. Rick, let's send it back to you for Etsy and what you're seeing when it comes to the chart for this company.
Certainly a different situation than our last couple charts here. This one, much more bearish looking here. You can see that we had the opposite situation of hitting our high point far earlier in our chart, time frame here, and then trending downward within this channel between our two white dashed lines going across these highs. Same deal again, extrapolated it, duplicated it across the lows, matches up pretty cleanly here to give us a potential downside target as well to keep an eye on here. And indeed, that may come into play, despite the wishes of the bulls here, because you can see we had this low point, our green line here. We have fallen off below our lows, making fresh 52-week lows today. That line to kind of watch was around 51.50 or so, that green line there. So we have, moved lower so far on the day. Not a good development for the bulls here. When we look at RSI, we can also see we were trending down for quite a while there. We did have this false breakout, though, on the RSI, which must have been pretty discouraging for bullish traders here, because we got a nice breakout not only above our trend line on the RSI, but also above that 50 midline. Price, however, did not break above this important point right here. You can see our red line represents the high point after we had a gap down. Even though price cleared it on an intraday level, it did not close above it. So that was kind of an important signal there. It's also an example of why you don't base trading decisions on just one technical indicator. Price is always more important than what the RSI is telling you. Now, price is below its moving averages. We've fallen below our volume profile point of control. So where do we go from here as we also digest that RSI is breaking below its green upward sloping trend line here? Now we can once again use standard deviation channels here, but we look to the downside. The -1 channel comes in near 47.43, and that would be pretty close to the lower boundary of our channel there. The upside, 21-day EMA and volume profile point of control are basically on top of each other near 54. Ultimately, our range high, 57.33, is the mark to beat to the upside, though.
All right, that's the mark to beat to the upside. Etsy still under pressure today, down more than 2%. That is Rick Ducat, who I like to call the Duke of Data, and Ginny Horn, co-host of Next Gen Investing, with a look at Etsy, Carvana, and eBay today. All right, after the break, we'll take a look at today's action, discuss it with our market meetup panel. That'll be next on Morning Trade Live on the other side of this break.
accelerate your market knowledge,
and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, a full hour of trading insights.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. Time now for our morning meetup. Joining us now is Mike McCurr, Director, Schwab Advisor Services, and Kevin Hayes, co-host of Fast Market. Guys, thanks so much for joining for the panel this morning. So, Kevin, let me start with you. When you think about kind of how the day was shaping up, it seemed like everything was pushing forward to tomorrow. And we had some services data come in that flipped the S&P 500 positive. Now we flip back under some pressure. What do you make of the data that we've gotten today, Kevin?
It looks like right around 9:15 or so, some reports came out that President Biden was talking to Israel about hitting Iranian energy sites. That spiked crude oil. That softened the market. It's not down significantly, but it certainly turned the market from green to red. It raised the VIX level up slightly, over 20. So I think while keeping dry powder for tomorrow's big number, I think this market continues to get more and more jittery with geopolitical risk peeking its head and dipping into these markets on a normal basis now. So this is where we are right now. We've got wars going on in two different countries, and one is really starting to heat up. So I think we're going to go through a series of this, and the VIX at 20 is telling you just that, Diane.
And then, Mike, let me ask you, when it comes to the S&P 500, what levels are you paying attention to?
Yeah, I think right now the most important level for the S&P 500 is going to be the nearest moving average. You've seen a pretty sizable move over the last couple of weeks. The S&P reached a new all-time high. The only moving average that's within striking distance is that ascending green line. That's the 20-day simple moving average. Right now in the S&P, it's at 5,642, so 5642, right near that descending trend line resistance that the market vaulted back above. So that's the first confluence of technical support for the S&P 500 right now.
And then let's talk really quickly also, Mike, about yields that you're paying attention to on the 10-year. It's increasing a little bit, inching a little bit higher ahead of the jobs report tomorrow. What are you paying attention to here?
Yeah, from a 10-year yield perspective, 10-year kind of looks a little bit constructive, I would say, as it moves around this base. So if you'll notice there, you'll notice that the price recently in yields did make a lower low relative to what we saw in August. But when you look at that bottom panel oscillator, you'll notice that the momentum, or the RSI, did not make a lower low in terms of price momentum when the spot yield did. That typically signals a bullish divergence between momentum and spot price. Typically, that can result in a little bit of upward ascent for whatever security or index you're looking at. We're starting to see that today. The 10-year yield is finding resistance today right at that 3.83% level. If it gets back above that and clears that level of resistance, from a technical standpoint, it certainly could grind up towards that 4% psychological level. I think from a fundamental standpoint, the news that would get us up to that 4% level would be an overly hot employment report tomorrow, which seems to be sort of the shifting consensus, I would say, especially after ADP, seeing some of the unemployment claims. That would be what would get us up there. And I think if you did get kind of looking at, your own payrolls playbook tomorrow, so to speak, if the number is hot, and this seems a little counterintuitive because it would imply potentially less rate hikes. If the market gets a hot number, I think you're going to see everything rally when it comes to individual equities and the indexes, but also you're going to see that upward move in yields.
Interesting. Kevin, he mentions the employment report. We know that's, kind of what we've been looking for this all week, especially in this week that's heavily focused on the job market. Even with the ISM data out today, you had some insight into what employment looked like. It looked like there was a little bit of softening in the employment picture with the employment barometer and ISM services slipping a little bit. What numbers are we watching out for when it comes to the NFP report and the unemployment?
I think you want, if you're looking for tomorrow's number to be something that doesn't surprise the market in either direction, anything between 125,000 and 175,000 will probably be considered healthy and stable and not moving. You want 4.2 unemployment rate is probably fine. Lower would be interesting, but 4.3 would cause more concerns. Wages, anything 0.2 or 0.3, if you get a move year over year from 3.8 to 3.7, the market will probably take some comfort on the inflation level in that number. So I think the biggest thing Jerome Powell wants tomorrow is a payroll number and all the numbers that come out with it to be stable and nothing surprising or scaring the market.
Mike, I'll give you last word, 30 seconds on the state of the market. This is our first week of October, and we're seeing weakness so far after that strong September.
Yeah, certainly entering a seasonally weak period. Historically, October has produced quite a number of downside surprises. Looking back over the last couple decades, hate to sound cliche, but I do think that the near term all comes down to tomorrow's payrolls report. In line, really, I would say through some volatility two ways. If it's a weaker report, those August recession fears are going to creep back in, and I don't think it will be good for risk by any means.
All right, that wouldn't be good for risk. All right, that's Mike McCurr, Director of Schwab Advisory Services, and Kevin Hinks, co-host of Fast Market. Thank you guys. And thank you for joining us here on a Morning Trade Live. You want to keep it here locked on the Schwab Network. You've got Trading 360 with Nicole Catalides, which is coming up next.
All right. Futures back into the middle of price action. Let's look at the futures. Okay, futures. Moving back into the center of price action, right in this area, around 57. Let's see if we can get 57.55, 57.50. Okay, Indonesia Energy. All right, nice pop on Indonesian Energy. Look for this dip back down to fair value gap.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, if you can take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find
fair value gap right here? Look for price to stop there. There's another one. There's another one right here. Okay. Let's see if we stop here first. We stop here and bounce. That'd be the area I'd be looking for, a bounce. Secondary level is down below. Watch the histogram bar. That's going to help out the hourly chart over there on the right. People that were chasing got stuck now.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by
competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, it turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Okay, first fair value gap. Let's see if the prices stop there.
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab Network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty
Okay, fair value gap tested. INDO.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail.
Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial. The old guard is saying, oh, wait, off with their head.
AI feels controversial on its.
Okay, we're bouncing. Bounce. Okay, Apple pulling back. Meta looks like it's holding up very well. Tesla fading. Okay.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for every single one. There's a market for you. Market Overtime on the Schwab Network. Thanks for tuning in.
Okay, Google, Broadcom, Supermicro. All right, Supermicro holding up very well. I'm going to switch gears here, go to Supermicro, SMCI. Okay, you can see histogram bar is turned red now. Okay. Is there a yellow? No, not yet. Okay. Okay, watching for Supermicro to come back a little bit now, a little bit more. There's a fair value gap down here. Okay, there's a fair value gap right there. You see it? Do we come down and test that? Got a higher low. Okay, maybe we get going here.
Taxi event on October 10th. That'll be next week. And here's a look at the exact numbers, as I mentioned, down arrows across the board. So you do see that both the S&P and Nasdaq are down about 1%.
Okay, we're back down to the lower part of the range. S&P. S&P 500 cash back down to the lower part of today's range.
Look at oil, 72.90 the barrel, up 282 today. So oil continues. This is the best week we've seen for oil since January, almost of the year, you could say, right? But since January, gold right now is just fractionally higher at 26.70 a troy ounce. The dollar gains 101.78, and Bitcoin 60,380. VIX 2047 is the level there. So let's get to some story stocks, moving stocks. Jenny Horn is with us, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, taking a look at Constellation Brands. The company had
Okay, Indonesian Energy. We did come down and test a fair value gap.
Good morning, Nicole. Yes,
Okay, and we bounced.
making a massive move to the downside by any means, but obviously not a favorable reaction here. And there was some areas of weakness. They did see beer sales remained up. That was the bright spot. While wine sales continue to be just the pain point of this company. And I do believe this has been now an ongoing trend for several straight quarters. But they did turn in better than expected quarterly earnings, missed on their sales for the second quarter that ended in August. They did see adjusted earnings around $4.32.
Okay, Supermicro, I'm very interested, very keen in getting some Supermicro again. Okay, after the dip, fair value gap there.
Did highlight that the current macro backdrop weighing on overall demand for beverage alcohol and consumer packaged goods more broadly, they continue to deliver strong performance. That's per their CEO. They also did say they reiterated in their revised fight outlook provided in September. They continue to expect now adjusted earnings between around $13.60 and $13.80.
Watch the histogram. Watch the histogram down below.
4 to 6%. So at the midpoint, that was exactly what the street had been expecting. I wouldn't say guidance right now when you see the overall growth for this company. So not really seeing it in the wine and spirits
Okay,
industry.
so we can afford to wait a little bit
Crushing it, and
if
that's what
they are if
if
institutions are going to buy again. Okay, if they're looking for prices to bounce, we can look between 11 and say 2 o'clock. Look for B and C pivots. Look for that first B pivot. Stocks that are otherwise bullish. Supermicro, a good candidate. Nvidia, a good candidate. Nvidia has already pulled back a bit. Nvidia. Okay. Fair value gaps over here. Okay. So you can see fair value gap there. And a big one down here. I don't think we're going to fill that gap from this morning.
Today's move not helping. We're up about 3% on the year, but we pulled back about 9% from 52-week highs here, Nicole.
All right, Jenny Horn, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
And we got one overhead too.
Thank you. Good luck there.
We went back and tested it right there on that candle. Okay. Watch the histogram bar. That's going to tell you what to do, when to do it.
Attention to Ford strike, lot to digest. Jimmy Lee is with us, CEO Wealth Consulting Group, to sort of shed some light. You were surprised the market hasn't been through some of the tensions. Now we have the Ford strike underway. How are you feeling at the market?
I think that there's a lot of noise out there, especially with what's going on geopolitically, and we got the election coming up. A lot of we'll see how long this lasts. So I think there are opportunities that investors might get with some volatility to get money in the market coming up possibly. But I think this is in the backdrop of what I still feel is a very bullish environment with the Fed lowering rates, with China coming out with kind of an all-in approach to stimulus.
Yeah.
I think that globally we've got to set up for growth.
So you think there's opportunity. What kind of pullback do you want to see before you say I'm going to dive in? Or, I mean, today you see the S&P and Dow down a third of 1%. Is that what you would consider a pullback, or you wait for 2, 3, 5% days or something like that?
So I think the bigger pullbacks to 2, 3, 4 or 5% type of a pullback will get a little bit of a correction. In the last few years, we haven't had a lot of major pullbacks and real corrections. And I think part of that is because of all the money that just constantly goes in through 401ks and into index products. And so I think some of the companies that dominate the indexes have kind of a support with a lot of people that are putting money in on those systematic investment programs. That being said, I think we can get a pullback that's a little bit steeper because the market's rich right now. There's certain areas that I'm a little concerned about. And while I don't think necessarily that people should get out of tech. I think people should be a little concerned if they've got too much of their portfolios in just a few companies in tech.
Yeah, so too much tech, maybe pare that down a bit for a more balanced portfolio. You said some other sectors actually had opportunity, right? So we've seen some rotation, and you're looking at other sectors as well that you like.
We have seen a rotation in the last 30 days, outside of the Magnificent Seven.
Yeah.
The other 493 names have actually performed better than the Magnificent Seven.
Yeah.
And you've got areas like small cap that a lot of people have been talking about for a long time that really hasn't caught up, but really sets up for potential to catch up, and actually even international stocks with the theme of maybe the dollar coming down, and what's going on with China and all the trading partners that do more business with China. I think there are opportunities for those companies to do better as well.
Yeah. I mean, the dollar has been coming down. I can't say today because the dollar's at 102, but it has been at 100. It has been relatively low in comparison. The China story, the stimulus, do you expect more stimulus from China?
I do. I think that they're kind of like Draghi with what he said back, with the EU. I think they were going to go all in, and I think they're going to be very aggressive with trying to get the world to trade with them again and have a different view. And I think a lot of people have turned against China. And one thing that we know that Democrats, Republicans are agreement on is they're anti-China. And so I think you're going to continue to see more manufacturing here onshore, but that's going to take a while before all the manufacturing plants and the processes and the people are able to do that here. So I think China wants to win that trade back and business back if they can. So I think that bodes well for global economic growth.
Right. No, I understand what you're saying. Look, it certainly gave a boost. It gave a boost to Chinese stocks. It gave a boost to some commodities. It sort of got things going, but the question is for how long and such. The Fed on your mind, I'm sure, like everybody. So what do you think the Fed is doing? 25, 25? Do you think that's the appropriate call?
I think there might be another 50 to 75 basis points. I think the bond
This
market.
year?
I do.
Okay,
So I
so
think
they'll
there's a
be more
chance.
aggressive then.
I do. I
Yeah.
think there's a chance that one of the cuts can be 50. And I think that coming out with 50 surprised some folks, even myself.
Yeah.
But I think they've been criticized for being too late in terms of raising rates when inflation started. And so I don't think they want to be caught again with not, lowering rates and letting the economy get too soft. We are slowing down in the economy, and I think that timing is good because right now CFOs and CEOs are planning for investing for next year. And if they're looking at lower interest costs and a lower interest rate environment, I think they can be more bullish with some of the spending they may do.
Yeah. Earnings season is almost upon us. I mean, we feel like we finished one and the next one's going to start soon. How do you think earnings, I mean, it's such an important
Okay, INDO.
election noise, which I do want to ask you about.
NVIDIA is holding right here. Watching histogram. We start to build cyan bars again.
All year long, consistent with beating expectations above 70%, which is what we expect and have expected for the last 5 years or so from earnings beats. That being said, one of the big changes in Q4 is going to be that earnings are going to come out more of the non-Magnificent Seven names, and the rest of this, different sectors in the economy really is catching up with the big tech, sectors. And so I think you're going to see a more broad-based rally based on that. I expect earnings to be pretty good. Now, next year earnings projections.
Supermicro still pulling back.
And we'll see if companies can meet that, but I'm pretty positive and optimistic about how companies will perform.
But it sounds like you're more comfortable being bullish, pretty bullish. I mean, because you're saying buying on the pullbacks. It doesn't sound like you're lining up for a recession or something.
Certainly not. And for the last 2 years, we've been saying no recession.
Yeah.
And we've been, a year ago, we were.
Look at histogram bars. Histogram bars are giving you a clear indication. Don't do anything just yet. INDO, nice bounce at the fair value gap.
Been very strong up until now. The consumer's a little soft, so we need some stimulus. So with what the Fed's doing, I think it's going to be very helpful. And so I think that consumer will kick back up and maybe, towards Christmas time, start spending a little bit more than in the last few months.
I already saw some high projections for Christmas spending. Higher than, I think.
You see where that wick came down? Right down into the center of that fair value gap.
Really, but I do expect that retail might be
Looks good. INDO.
more than to the downside.
Remember, we weren't sure if we were going to get 3% or something like that, and there were people who were thinking it was going to be negative last year. It was surprisingly a little better.
INDO. Nice one there, Mondo. Okay, cool.
Are coming in quite positively. I guess people spend, they don't want to give up the holiday time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wealth Consulting. Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, the big three. Home Depot. Next, here on Trading 360 on Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
with Alex Coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern. Only Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Fedelides. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts here and take us through the trades. Kenny Bulgari is here, senior market strategist at Slate Stone. Well, good to see you both. Kenny, haven't seen you in a while. How have you been feeling about the market?
Listen, I think the market is very, very interesting. I'm a long-term bull, but I've been talking about for the last couple of months that the August to October time frame was going to remain volatile, and we've seen it. We saw a little bit in August, a little bit more in September. Now October has gotten off just the way we said it. A little bit nervous, a little bit anxious. There's a lot going on in the world that's certainly adding to that story. But I think there are opportunities in the market for sure. But no matter what happens, even if it backs off, there are going to be some good names that are clearly going to become even better values when that happens.
All right. That being said, you're looking at aerospace and defense here with RTX.
Another fair value gap on INDO.
Well, so let's talk about that, right? Raytheon. Look where we are in the world. There's a lot going on.
All right, INDO.
Around the world, in the Middle East, in Ukraine and Russia. So that's a defense, right? An aerospace and defense thing. Now, if you go back and look at the chart, we'll talk about that. In July, we saw the big gap up at the last earnings season. Then we saw it kind of make a new high there in late August, early September. It pulled back, and now it's made a new high. It busted up through that September high, and has now made a new high once again. Clearly, I think on the back of all the anxiousness and nervousness happening around the world, but I think this is also, a core holding in that space. It's also, I think it pays about a 2.5% dividend, so you get paid for.
Okay, I joined you, Mondo, on that. Okay. INDO.
Okay. With all the tensions that we've been seeing, understood. Rick, let's see what the charts tell you.
The chart looks quite strong here. I mean, we've just been from the lower left to the upper right pretty much all year, pretty consistently, just a series of higher highs and higher lows. So it might make sense to kind of look at the more recent term price action here. Starting from this point, this kind of low period here during like June, early July, we started to travel upward here. Here's that gap up that Kenny was discussing, and then here's the subsequent high point during August that we recently surpassed. So we can see now that we have our longer term blue trend line still in play, but we've also got a shorter term white trend line.
Meta looks like it wants to go. Meta gonna go.
We have that gap up that is also still in play here. So we kind of have two competing trend lines, both trending upward, but of different.
Okay, Meta. All right, moving higher. Meta. Let me just check the chart. Meta before I do anything. Okay, cyan bars on Meta. It's gonna go. Meta's gonna go. Let me take a trade real quick here. I'll probably take tomorrow's calls. Very short term. Let's see, vertical. Maybe just some straight calls. Okay, vertical. It's fine. Vertical. 577.50, 580. Okay, just bought some Meta. I'll give it 50, 60, 75 cents. Meta.
Despite this small amount of divergence here, things look more geared toward the upside. If we were to keep moving upward, plus one standard deviation channel, one standard deviation beyond our linear regression line comes in near 135.47. To the downside, we've got a confluence right here, linear regression line, trend lines, and our 21-day EMA all coming together around 120. So that's a supportive area.
Yeah, and look, there's been a lot going on. I mean, the division Pratt & Whitney has recently opened up the largest military engines facility. That's in Oklahoma City. Deutsche Bank raised them to a neutral from a sell, put I think a 129 target from 109. And of course they have the DARPA deal. That's the Department of Defense. But
okay, Tesla's still fading. Meta looking for the breakout.
Agency part of Department of Defense, and they have that going for them. So there are a lot of things here in the
Okay, Meta, Nvidia. Okay, Meta's in the top 15. NVIDIA is number 2. NVIDIA looks like it wants to keep going. NVIDIA. Okay, fair value gap we tested. Fair value gap. Let's see if it holds. TTM is still bearish right now.
All those other events that are happening around it, I think just offer continued support. Like I said, it is part of our core holding. We've owned it for a while. We continue to like it, and we will continue to like it.
Right. Okay. Next up, energy transfer. Tell me a little bit about this one, Kenny. Why did it jump out at you?
Watch the histogram bar on.
Is best in class, right? It's a transport store. It transports and
Watch your histogram bar
liquid natural gas.
on NVIDIA.
Crude oil pays about an 8%.
It's not an entry yet.
It's up about 16% year to date. The stock has been stuck in between this kind of 1550, 1650 level.
Okay, everything's pulling back now.
Right now, it's just building
Shaking the tree. Nano nuclear trying to turn back up now.
right around the intermediate and the short-term trend line as they come together here. I don't think this is listen. This is not going to be a sexy Nvidia. It's not going up 150%, but it's a solid name in an environment like this. It's a good dividend payer, and I think the chart looks good.
Okay, let's see. Does the chart look good? Let's see what Rick Ducat has to say about that.
Well, I mean, there's a couple different ways to read this one, but Kenny mentioned the word stuck, and that was the same word I was thinking of here, because when we look at this chart, we can see that we had a low point that we carved out here at this late.
Nice.
That's about where we
Nice, David.
once again here in late July here, so around 15 or so. But we've also got an accompanying ceiling here that price has really struggled to get above. We did make some intraday movements beyond this level near 1640, but nothing really stuck, and we have kind of trailed off from that point here. However, we have a consistent spot where we keep making highs, and at the same time, you can see we also have this shorter term upward sloping trend line. So kind of more of a ascending triangle type shape, more of a bullish type of pattern. Look how heavy the volume has been at these elevated levels as well. So this is an area that once we do start to break out, we could see an explosive movement to the upside. The more times the resistance area is tested, the more significant it becomes, and the potential for a big move becomes greater as well here. Now, we can also see another kind of clue that there's not a clear trend at this point is our moving averages are clustered together. They are basically on top of each other. Our yellow 21-day, orange 63-day exponential moving averages. Price has been
NVIDIA looking like it wants to turn.
It's also a convenient supported area to keep an eye on.
Still not 100%.
Warning sign if it is breached. Triangular RSI trending downward across the highs, trending upward across the lows, kind of just in the middle right now. I believe we are a hair above that 50 midline, so very much
NVIDIA.
more towards the bullish side here. If we do eventually break above this high near 1640, linear regression line, our line of best fit comes in near 1668. Could be one area to watch for resistance. To the downside, if we break our short-term trend line, this area stands out. We've got our lows, our -1 standard deviation channel, and our longer blue trend line between like 1550 to 1565 or so.
Yeah, and look, it wasn't long ago on the 18th, UBS did put a buy rating. They have a $23 target, so definitely some upside potential from 16.
Okay, watching NVIDIA.
On this one, Kenny, please.
Indo pulling back. Indo pulling back.
The energy markets remain as robust. And look, the China story is coming back, right? China's just massively stimulated their economy. If the China story turns around and we see demand building, which, by the way, I think demand is strong anyway. I don't really believe what comes out of China. I think it's strong there. I also think it's strong here. So I think this stock will just benefit as a result. And it's a great name in the energy space. And like I said, at a 7.9, some of it in your portfolio.
All right. Next up, Home Depot, a buy rating over at Gordon Haskett with a 450 target. It's at 410 today, of course, out on the heels of Helene. And there have been some positive comments surrounding Home Depot. It's up, 40% in 1 year. Kenny, tell me how you're feeling about this name.
So listen, again, I like it. There's a couple of reasons. Number one,
Meta's going. There goes Meta. Okay, cool.
for a name like Home Depot, people
Meta.
Declining interest rates, I think, bodes well for Home Depot, as people that were on the verge about should I sell, could I sell, would I sell,
Now maybe you're feeling a little bit better with rates.
Meta's still going. Broadcom turning, waiting for Supermicro to turn along with Nvidia.
Allowing people, mortgage rates come in and then they kind of change their mind about where they're living, or maybe it's a time to make a move. And then Home Depot, I think.
All right, looks like they might push this.
For a move like that, if in fact they're going to do it. Look at it, you can see that it is now making new highs, right? We're at 409 right now. It is down a couple of bucks today, but the Dow is down 200 points, and the market is weaker today. So I'm not surprised that that's pulled back a little bit. But long term, I think it's a name that's going to benefit. And again, I think this pays about a 2% dividend, so they do pay you for owning it as well.
Okay, let's see what Rick Ducat has to say about this one, Rick.
Yeah, quite another strong contender here as we look at our charts today here. And actually, when we kind of look at this area here, this is what stands out to me, because it was a lot like our previous chart here where we had
Apple's starting to turn. Apple is starting to turn.
Also, a series of kind of grinding upward along the lows here. So higher lows with a consistent resistance point here suggests that buyers are growing increasingly eager to snap up shares as they move lower and lower here. Ascending triangle, same concept as that last chart. And we did indeed get a strong upside breakout once we did reach that level of that high point near about 375, 376 or so. From there, we cruised upwards still. We broke above the old yearly highs.
S&P still diddly daddling near 5,700. Okay, Endo pulling back a bit more. Watch Endo. Meta looks like it wants to go. Meta.
Area typically regarded as a sign of strength in a trending market here. So what we would want to see though would be price making new highs, RSI making new closing highs as well to match.
What's Tiger doing? Tiger up FinTech. All right, pulling back. Got a fair value gap on up FinTech. Right there is a fair value gap. Got another one down here. Okay.
Potential resistance to the upside, 436 would be a nice move up here. I'm just reading the numbers. This is where the study comes in for potential resistance.
Okay, watch the TTM. TTM will tell you what to do, when to do it. We got profit taking on Tiger, TIGR, up FinTech. Broadcom. Let's see what Broadcom looks like. Broadcom. Okay, we got a second fair value gap there on Broadcom. Okay, that one got filled. Whoa. That one got filled right there.
It's interesting because I have mixed emotions on that. I do think the consumer on some level is struggling.
930. 930 move there.
And kind of discretionary spending, because there's certain things that you need to buy, right? There's a difference between needs and wants. But I do think that the consumer is struggling. And I do think that that's going to start to play out more as we move in through October and then into the rest of the season. And that's what I think you're going to get some guidance from Jay Powell. We'll find out tomorrow from the non-farm payroll report what it looks like in terms of the labor market. Yesterday we got a little bit of a surprise in the ADP. So
Broadcom looking for the bounce. Stocks still fading. Bitcoin still fading. Okay, you can afford to wait for BNC pivots. You can afford to wait for those BNC pivots. Meta's pushing a bit higher. Meta. Okay, Meta. Meta. Stocks pulling back.
Coming up next, we will spotlight OS Therapy, the latest trial results for bone cancer therapy. The CEO of the company will join us next. And by the way, Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and that's obviously a big topic for them as well. We'll be right back.
Meta at the highs. AMD is trying to turn. AMD. Okay, Meta looking pretty good. Got a fair value gap right there. It's coming back to test it. We just tested it. Fair value gap. Fair value gap is just a very quick move in the markets. You got a 3-candle pattern. The center candle, the second candle, runs so quickly that the candle above it doesn't come back and fill that gap. We're testing it right now. We're also up against supply over there on the right. You can see on the hourly chart, we got some supply overhead. TTM is bullish on both the 5-minute and the hourly chart. So it's a matter of how long can we stay bullish here. Do they keep pushing it? These two show supply just overhead. Endo pulling back some more. Endo. Okay, so it looks like a doji day. Looks like a doji day. Up down volume on the NASDAQ composites 1-to-1, SPY 1.4, Qs 1-to-1 up. The Dow Industrials are getting hit the hardest, 33-to-1 down volume, 2-to-1 down on IWM, 2-to-1 down on the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. When in doubt, always check the New York Stock Exchange. Okay, so we're just fading. When in doubt, check junk bonds. Okay, fading a bit more. In doubt, check the 10-year yield at the 50-day. Okay, S&P is starting to bounce. It's in the center of its Bollinger Bands on the 0-day setup, 5-minute.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. It's time for our spotlight. OS Therapy. The latest trial results are out. It's treating bone cancer, but this company has a slew of things to talk about in the world of medicine and cancer and solid tumors. And joining me right now, Paul Roberts.
Okay, Google on the move. Meta looks like it wants to keep going. Meta's still going. All right, if we pop through this 580 zone, I think 600 is the next level, right? Money Magic. I believe 600 is the next level on Money Magic.
I always tell the end of the story because I want to take away the suspense. She's doing great.
Yeah.
She's on our board of directors, but unfortunately, about half the kids pass away, and we have 7 nonprofits who have invested in the company as well.
It's amazing we're going to go through a lot of the things that you're working on here, but as you come public, you come with so much experience too. You've been in the biopharma industry for a few decades, a couple of decades at least. And so you saw the need. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month. That's a big one here. I saw 35 billion, solid tumors, 211 billion, and osteosarcoma, something that we've been talking about here. We talked about some recent work that has gotten some approval, and that's on bone cancer. So where should we start? How about on the most recent here?
Sure. So in the last 9 weeks that we IPO'd, we finished up our clinical trial. We completed the trial, so we'll take that data to the FDA by the end of this year.
Nice, David.
We put out press releases. The data looks good in a otherwise disease that has had no new treatments in over 40 years. We believe it to be ready.
Okay, NVIDIA's turning. All right, NVIDIA, maybe a trade here on NVIDIA. Meta's going there. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Check the histogram bars. They're starting to turn. NVIDIA.
But then we're also looking to do a phase 3 clinical trial in breast cancer. Breast cancer still is a huge killer. At least 40,000 people a year die of breast cancer, and so we think that we can help.
Okay, Google going, NVIDIA going, Tesla starting to turn. All right, all the New York FANG index stocks seem to be catching a bid now. Shorts covering. All right, watch TTM. They're changing from red to yellow. Red to yellow. Meta. If you have TradingView, they have a free indicator there. Okay. If you look at TTM Pro, this one right here, the second one, Beardy Fred, Squeeze Pro, that's a pretty good one. For this histogram down below. Okay, you can see that we're changing to yellow, so NVIDIA looks like it's going to go. NVIDIA, let's see, I have an open order on NVIDIA. Working orders. No, I don't. I closed it. All right, trade NVIDIA for the 15th of November. Vertical. Looks like it's going to go.
And the stock's at $3. You know, there's a lot of hope here, isn't there?
Well, and we have a lot of milestones coming. We're looking to out-license the canine osteosarcoma. We're at least looking to commercialize the human osteosarcoma and out-license the ex-US while we commercialize it here in the US ourselves. And then we have a priority review voucher with approval.
Fair value gap.
We also have an incredible technology in antibody drug conjugates, ADCs. They're the big deals in biotech the last 18 to 24 months, anywhere from 400 million to 53 billion. And our little special sauce with our ADC.
Okay, back into the center of the pattern again, S&P, center of the pattern. Highs, lows, we're right in the middle. S&P. We want to stay above 5,700. Histogram bars having a difficult time staying one color or the other. So we're watching that. S&P cash. Okay. Meta's still grinding higher. Meta.
In the cancer environment, instead of being active as they're traveling through your body, damaging parts of your body before they get to the cancer.
And people really haven't heard as much because this is fairly new in battling cancer. Antibody drug conjugate is not something we've said a lot over the last couple of decades.
SPX, S&P, if it can drift back up towards 57.20 or so. Most of these stocks should continue. Tesla's turning the corner. Red histogram bars turning yellow. If you look at Tesla, okay, red histogram bars turning yellow. Okay, so this is a nice B pivot on Tesla.
Are you working with other big CEOs and companies?
Well, you mentioned I've been in the industry a long time. I always often say there's only one good thing about getting older, Nicole, and that is seeing your friends do well. So all of our friends are now leaders in the industry, and I hope we can have.
All right, Indo pulled back a little bit. Indo.
With some of our friends in the industry. And
Indo. Indo.
Some incredible technology as they say.
Okay.
Big pharma.
Came all the way back into the bottom of this gap. Okay. Right there. Okay.
So partner, not takeover. You never know.
Came right down there.
I mean, big pharma could look at this and say this might be something that they could work with going forward. I'm sure you're not excited about that.
Histogram bar is still fading on the 5-minute. The hourly looks okay. Showing momentum is turned to bullish. AMD is turning up. AMD, watch your AMD. AMD looking good. Okay, you got a B pivot on AMD. Watch the histogram. It should turn yellow here shortly. Hourly chart looks good. If you like semiconductors, just trade the semis, SMH. That's working as well. Here's A, here's B. Here's A. Here's your B pivot. Okay. Looking for C, a higher low. Semiconductors, SMH.
We believe that with the out-licensing
Semiconductors.
we have enough capital to get through.
Okay, the volume, you can hear the volume just like shut off. Okay, Meta's still going. Meta. Okay, keep an eye on Meta. That's going. Okay. All right, I wanted to check Money Magic levels on Meta. Meta, Meta, Meta.
because we've gotten a lot more attention around our technologies that they deserve.
I'm sure. And as you noted, a lot of folks, the canine part of this too could be a whole other section of
Meta, Meta,
licensing.
Money Magic,
And
Meta.
it goes undiagnosed because there's no real
Meta. Yeah. 580 is the upper strike, 580. So we should see some resistance right here on Meta. Just be aware of it. Meta resistance right here.
All good news, Paul. Until the closing bell, where we will watch you, your family, your colleagues ringing the closing bell here at the New York Stock Exchange. Thanks for being with us today, Paul Ramos, CEO at OS Therapy. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Soros is standing by. He'll take a look at eBay. Wells Fargo boosting the price target there. He'll break it down and have an example trade. Trading 360.
Okay, maybe take some profits on Meta. I'm going to do that. Meta. Meta gets through 580. Could be a quick move up to 600 or so. Looks really good on the daily. Meta. Daily chart from Meta looking very strong. Okay, you got a bullish engulfing candle at the highs, looking to take out 583. First, it needs to get through 580. Meta. Meta looks like it wants to keep going. All right, that's good. That is good. That's good. Okay, there goes Meta through 580. All right, this is starting to launch now, Meta. Meta going.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Meta looks like it could be a runner. Okay.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. A look at developing stories here. I'd like to bring in Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on Schwab Network. Earnings in focus for Levi Strauss. Went under pressure here. It's down about almost 7% here after the fourth. What in the numbers really maybe?
Okay, histogram bars are changing colors from red to yellow as we ease into the 12 o'clock hour. That's a good sign. Meta still is strong. Supermicro. Supermicro changing direction. Supermicro. Okay, histogram bar is turning yellow. All right, so we got a sell order block right overhead. Fair value gap was right there. That was a short down to this level. Okay.
The midpoint of its $17.
Okay, Supermicro, very interested in Supermicro.
Which would be, of course, 122. The street was
Let me take a look at Supermicro again. Could be a third white soldier tomorrow. Supermicro, SMCI. Could be another third white soldier. If we can fill out the rest of the top of this candle today and tomorrow open higher, we can fill out this red candle over here on the left, where we had the gap down and push lower. 45 is the old 450. 500 would be nice. $50 level. Super micro.
The same, keeping a buy rating, but adjusting from $25 to $23 after the results. So it does seem to just be sort of a reassessment of Levi's here, Nicole, post earnings that were slightly below expectations with slightly more conservative guidance for the rest of the year.
Okay, Alex Coffey, great to see you. Thank you for that details there on Levi's.
Super micro. Meta's still going. Shitsky. Meta. Keeps going. Okay, Meta.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at eBay, Nicole, I mean, it's been
Meta. It looks like a breakout, right? Meta. Meta breakout looming to new highs. It's got an ATR of basically 13. Meta. It's up 7, so it could go some more. Meta.
out there behind Amazon, but it's actually the most profitable one out there. And if you go back and look at eBay, there was the stock is still trading below its 3-year level, which it published back in 2021.
Okay, looking for a beat. I'm looking for some pivots though. I can't buy at the high of the day. As good as Meta looks, it's running. All right, there goes Super Micro starting to turn the corner. Super Micro.
Gross merchandise volume is slightly increased over 9%. So with that said, if you look at Wells Fargo's call today, they did move their target higher from 55 to 63, but they do maintain equal weight rating. And they actually don't necessarily see an improvement per se in gross merchandise sales or top line sales or even bottom line earnings. They're actually looking at the aspect of FX tailwinds. I mean, with the dollar down 6% over this last year, and of course, 55% of total sales for eBay comes from international markets. They actually see in the next couple of quarters some improvement in EBITDA based upon the foreign exchange. But if you do look at eBay's estimates for sales, they're expected to be modest at around 3% with flat EBITDA growth. But over time, what's interesting enough is the company's becoming more and more profitable. And I think that speaks to why the stock is up about 49% this year.
Meta's still going. Jeez, Meta's going to rip here. Looks like it's going to go. Meta.
With that, they still keep their equal weight rating. They raised the target. Where do you think now you would do an example trade?
Yeah, well, if you just look at Wells Fargo's target, it's $63. So the stock itself is trading above that target level, even though it's an incremental increase from 55. I think if you consider, what's going on with the stock just from a technical standpoint, it's trading above its 50-period moving average. It's been doing so for the past, 3 quarters or so, but it looks a little extended. So in the context of the market, volatility has actually been rising, even though the market from an S&P standpoint is close to all-time highs. So I think that speaks to potentially.
Okay, Meta, we could sell some credit spreads too. Let's see, Meta. Let me sell some credit spreads while I'm waiting for this to pull back. 5, 55. Meta's still going, looking good. Looks like this is going to go for the breakout. Look at the last time it did something like this. You see this over here? Meta. See Meta? Big move. The next day, it moved 50% back into the candle. So that could happen again today. Big breakout. It's only half of its ATR right now. ATR is 13. A little bit more than half. Can't chase it. Looking for a dip. Google looks good. Google popping.
For that. We appreciate it. Good luck there at eBay and the example trade from George Silas, our disruptor coverage every single day here on Trading 360. Coming up next, our 360 round, we're taking a close look at Tesla. The latest delivery numbers are out. The Robo Taxi event is coming up on the 10th of October. That will be
followed by earnings on the 23rd of October. Much to discuss when it comes to Tesla. We'll be right back with our panel.
Bitcoin is turning. S&P is turning. Let me look at the 0 day. 0 day setup.
Trading at Schwab is now
0 day. Still, still bearish to neutral. TTM is turning on the 5 minute. We got 0 day is Bollinger Bands are contracting. You got 1-to-1 down volume on the spiders. So probably going to see more tight price action, not a big rip to the upside. AMD. AMD. Back above the 200 day. If it can hold above the 200 day, we'll have a bullish bias for tomorrow. It's a likely candidate for a pop to the upside. RSI rising. Bitcoin still sitting here. Yeah, not much to do there. Bitcoin.
40 customizable themes up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward
Find the next trend.
from every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, S&P following through. Don't expect it to break out. Just look for it to get back up to the highs, S&P. Okay, there goes Google. There is a house in New Orleans. They call the rising sun.
Welcome back. Trading 360 September 360 round. Look, we had the Tesla delivery numbers and we saw the growth, but it didn't meet the expectation.
NVIDIA looking for that breakout. NVIDIA.
But the big pictures, they're still on track for that 1.8 billion for the year, and that's what we're focusing on in the big picture. We also have the
NVIDIA looking for it to pop.
1.8 million.
Looking for semis to pop. There goes Google. Google's starting to go. Watch Google. Supermicro's turning. That's probably going to go. Supermicro's probably going to go. You got that supply right overhead. That's my only issue with that. NVIDIA looking okay? NVIDIA. Okay, it's got a fair value gap up here. But given the strength in all the semis today, I'm thinking that we're going to continue to ramp up a bit. SMH. Here's SMH. There goes SMH. So if you like all these semiconductors, you could just buy SMH. Meta's making a new high. Congrats on Meta.
Right on their tails, 443,000 battery electrics in Q3, probably ends up the year 1.6. But the big story here is BYD sold a record 1.1 million total EVs. EVs plus hybrids, they're going to outsell Tesla over 2-1. So BYD is really propelled by Tesla. BYD also 21% growth.
There goes semis.
First year in Tesla's 17-year history where they sell fewer cars year over year. The only thing that's going to keep them roughly flat revenue-wise are their energy sales.
Let's see what up FinTech. What's it doing? Tiger. All right, still fading. Baba.
Waymo is already licensed in 5 cities. They're growing like crazy. They can go
Baidu.
17,000 miles without a critical event. Tesla goes between
IQ.
40 miles between critical events. They seem to be
Baozun.
ways out. The question is, can they get
Okay,
higher?
back to NVIDIA.
Can they catch up with Waymo? We'll find out on October 10th, but I think this one could be a flop for Tesla. We'll see.
SMH.
That doesn't sound so
No. Doesn't sound skeptical. All right, SMH, watch all your semis. The whole group is moving higher.
So look, I'll say yes, the production and delivery numbers, pace of growth is slowing down. Anyone following the world of EVs in recent quarters, it shouldn't have been much of a surprise. What's pertinent is that even with this slowing pace, they do appear on track to meet our ratings expectations. We were expecting annual delivery runs over 2 million by sometime next year. So they look as if they're on track. We tend to be more conservative at
Google's still going. Google.
And one thing that I'd point out is that the growth for EVs in North America and Europe has been slow.
Google's moving. Google's on the move. Google. All right, fill in the gap. Google trying to get back up to yesterday's high.
Relative to the Western automakers, China may not be as big of a negative, right? Because Tesla has been pretty proactive in terms of attracting customers through leasing and financing terms with zero interest financing and very good insurance offers in some cases. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some more stability when they announce their Q3 results, at least be less of a negative versus the US and German automakers operating in China. So that's one aspect of the business that we focus on as well.
Yeah, understood. And we think about the China tariffs. And by the way, you mentioned the Cybertruck. Actually, there were some recalls. There were 27,000 recalls for Cybertrucks to actually fix a camera issue. I mean, I just wanted to throw that in there because that is today's news. Truist put a hold rating, maintain their hold rating at a 236 target. But you did mention, Steve, the energy sales. Recently we saw Elon Musk posting a home with solar panels that looks more like a roof than solar panels as we know it.
Google. Semiconductors, SMH.
Can charge a home, almost work as a generator. You said energy sales because we always thought that folks would tell me Tesla was trading more.
Nano nuclear pulling back a little bit. Looking for a dip to get bought. Bitcoin turning the corner. Okay, we got 12 o'clock noon coming up. 12 noon.
Years, you had energy companies over here and auto and mobility companies here. These industries are converging. It is no coincidence that two of the most highly valued auto companies in the world, BYD and Tesla, are also energy companies. And the big picture here is globally, the demand for electric power caused by an increasing use of AI, data centers, and electric vehicles is at historic rates. Every utility on the planet is scrambling to keep up. Tesla comes along, selling not just gigapacks, but their power walls.
Yeah.
And then they become a major energy player.
Yeah. I want you to give me the final thought because you said it's a long-term.
All right. Facebook still stretching its legs, pushing higher. It's got plenty of ATR left on the day. Google pushing higher.
Yeah, I was just going to end with saying that, the fact that they have this pretty important event next week, the way we look at it is for most automakers, these investments have been a drag on credit quality. So how their capabilities are positioned towards eventual monetization and can they get positive return on that invested capital, I think that's going to be a big one. Because if we believe that they can solidify their long-term vision to what we think could be the next transformation chapter, Model 3, Model Y was a big deal. This could be the next one, but we'll have to see next week.
Okay. All right. Look, and this event's a big deal, as you noted, 5 cities for Waymo and how far they can go without incident and such. Steve Wesley, Nishit Madlani, thank you both for being with us. Thank you all.
Okay, Endo, Indonesian Energy pushing higher. INDO, Endo. Okay, Endo turning back up. NVIDIA grinding.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Apple turning. Okay, looking for Apple to turn a bit more. Apple. All right, so you got an ABCD pattern potentially on Apple. Histogram bars are yellow.
With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Meta's still going. Okay, a little bit of profit taking there on Meta. Meta. A little profit taking there at the highs, near that 580 level. All right, so 580 is a call wall. I would take some profits off.
Being lucky in trading is great, but it's not the formula for success.
You need to be able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You certainly see patterns. Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, we don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales, turns out. I'm very good at trading.
I have a trading system that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potentially a human superpower?
Meta, I'd take some profits off. It's stuck here at 580. So you see that first dark blue bar showing up. Okay, so what are we looking for? We're looking for BNC pivots now. So if you got a nice gain into this,
The old guard is saying, a way up with their head. AI feels controversial and it's going crazy right now. It is going crazy.
So what does all of this mean for the market?
As long as people want to buy it, the price can go up.
Oh my goodness, the Fed cannot do everything they used to do to save this market.
Instead of taking cues, set the cues.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for every single one.
all right, it's 12 o'clock.
Market overtime on the swap.
12 o'clock, 12 bells, all is well. Okay, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to walk outside, get a breath of fresh air. The markets look like they're going to push a bit higher. I will be right back. I'm your host, Cazzavetti, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 12 o'clock, straight up. Noon here on the East Coast. It's Thursday, the 3rd day of October. I'll be right back. Give me 5.
And here we go. We're like 1.0 something percent from an all-time high on the S&P.
Yeah, and it's been a challenging market for active managers, despite the fact that we had this incredible catch-up trade from the S&P 497 during the course of the third quarter. 67% of companies were able to beat the index. It's been a really long time since we've been able to see that, but we've got data out from Bank of America that despite, we still haven't seen outperformance on the part of portfolio managers. They were just caught off guard by this shift. If the shift continues, they might be able to catch the move, but I don't want to suggest that despite the resilient market we're seeing, it's been an easy atmosphere. It really hasn't. I think one of the more interesting things to point out here, and I'm going to go a little bit old school for a second. If you haven't read your Jesse Livermore ever or in a while, you got to go to the Mr. Partridge chapter. There's just this recurring idea every time stocks go up in the market. Everyone's, well, why are they going up? Why is it so resilient? And Mr. Partridge would just sit there and remind the room, it's a bull market, you know? It's a bull market, you know? That's the environment that we're in right now. There is more demand than supply. When we get these little hiccups, the money comes rushing in at an incredible rate. And you could make the bet that all of a sudden that's going to stop on a dime, but that bet has killed you this year. The easier bet to make is that the path of least resistance is higher so long as we think earnings are growing and we think rates are coming down. That combination is why, as Mr. Partridge would say, it's a bull market, you know?
You distill everything down, just like Josh just did, as he quoted, one of the OGs of investing, Bryn. And that's what people are talking about. And I think you feel largely the same. Tom Lee says a November rally extremely probable. Goldman, Scott Rubner yesterday, quote, worried that my 6K target is too low. Talk to us.
Yeah, I think that I do agree with Josh. I think you've got, in the US in particular, you have the animal spirits around AI, which continues to get validated by the billions and billions that are being spent, mostly going to the NVIDIAs and potentially the AMDs. I've said this over and over, don't fight the Fed. Either way, in 2022, that was a widowmaker. Today, though, that is such a backdrop. Plus, on top of that, you have China stimulus, which that helps global GDP and will help other sectors like the metals, potentially energy. And so I think you have this coalescence of things that are just bullish. And so I think also, to Josh's points, earnings growth as a backdrop. And so I think once we get through, we'll say October in the election, which I think, gridlock is what I think the markets would want in terms of Congress and the White House, then I think that we are setting up for continuation of what we've experienced all year. Albeit I do hope that we continue to have more breadth, because we obviously have a position in RSP equal weight and want to see that continue to play catch up to the S&P.
Kev, Bill Dudley today, op-ed, how my hard landing forecast turned out to be wrong. I think he was probably in the majority at the beginning of the hiking cycle, thinking that, look, this is going to topple, the economy. There's just no other way around it. That's what happens when the Fed starts hiking rates, and they hiked for a long time, and they did it swiftly, and it just hasn't materialized. We ask, why is there this resiliency in the market? In part because of the continued strength of the economy. And then you want to throw in the AI trade, and here's what you get. You have a resilient stock market in the face of an awful lot. It's been able to sort of, give the Heisman to the noise and focus on what Josh talked about.
Well, I love it when you bring up the reminiscence of a stock operator, which is
we could do hours on that.
something that you'll have to look up, as Josh mentioned. But why are we doing it, especially in the wake of the fact that it's October? So you throw seasonality on top of it, and yet we still think that stocks can grind higher. Most people would have expected a hard landing or a recession, because I don't think we've ever experienced a soft landing before. We say that we did in 95. I was in the business. I'm not sure it was exactly the same thing. But now, to Josh's point, it comes down to earnings. That's the only thing that's going to matter, because if we think about the fundamentals, and if you believe that valuations matter, and I think we need to, we could argue that things are pressed up against the higher end of the spectrum, whether it's 20, 21, or 22 times forward earnings. If these companies don't deliver on 2025, then we're not going to forge through the 6,000 level. We'll be hovering back down in the 5,300 range. But I think companies can deliver. I expect that they will. And I'm cautiously bullish. I think stocks will move higher.
Companies have been able to meet the bar ever higher. NVIDIA shares up again today, yesterday on Overtime exclusively. CEO Jensen Huang talked about demand for his company's chips. Listen.
Blackwell is in full production. Blackwell is as planned, and the demand for Blackwell is insane. Everybody wants to have the most, and everybody wants to be first.
Focus on that word, Josh. Insane demand. What Jensen Huang continues to see, why investors continue even when there are pullbacks to not let them last very long.
I'm old enough to remember when semiconductor CEOs were sandbagging, and they would say demand is okay, and then they would come out and crush it. Apparently, Jensen Huang doesn't believe that he needs to do that, which is why you got a plus 3% move in the stock today. If you have a CEO who is ostensibly going to come out with a very important update the next time they report their quarter on demand for this new platform, and he's already saying the word insane publicly, I think you got to stay long. Unless he's insane, nobody would do that for any other reason other than he sees the order book and he's pretty comfortable sitting there in the leather jacket, sipping a Yoo-hoo. Like, he's good. And when you get that vibe off a CEO, I can't quantify it. I can just tell you, it makes sense for this name to be green and not red today.
Bren, it's the stock has obviously had its moments where it's pulled back to $100, but here it is back north of 120, and he keeps reminding, does Jensen Huang, why investors don't let the stock fall all that far.
Well, let's just broaden out a little bit. The stock has gone between up 120% to 140% year to date. So whether it's at 140 or 120, it's still up well over 100%. I think that, Jensen is the ultimate salesperson. Don't forget, he's the founder of the company. He's the ultimate salesperson, but he delivers the goods. And so like, I think Josh is spot on. I think what's interesting is the stock has been consolidating since the split, around this, 110, 130 level for quite a while. And I think that when I just listen to the other earnings calls, when I look at OpenAI's new huge $157 billion valuation, I feel like the spend from these hyperscalers and the VCs is still in the early innings. We're getting no signs from any of these companies that any of this is slowing down. And so I think that this is this opportunity where you can buy NVIDIA here, and the stock has a really nice fourth quarter. Don't forget, they report really late, and so we'll have to wait months before we get that. But this is that opportunity where you see it in the 120s, and I think it's a good opportunity to pick up the stock here.
Kev, you own it in your new ETF, the QDBO, right?
I think if you just break it down at a very simple level and you say, can NVIDIA earn $5 a share next year? And if they do, and you put a 30 multiple on them, forget a 37, a 30 multiple takes the stock to $150 a share. At some point, this trade will burn out like they all do, but I don't think that the runway's anytime in the near future.
I think that's the right way to think about it. And Dan Ives has really been the person that has repeated this enough so that it's finally sinking in. We're not talking about whether the stock is cheap on the next 12 months earnings per se. It may be. What we're really saying is, like, what is the true earnings power of this company? And it's not as though they're just harvesting the gains of the last platform. The company itself is investing at a fast and furious pace, because this is not a one-year story. The rollout of Blackwell is not the end of something. It's the start of something. And so if you're a long-term investor and you can stomach those days where they take the
Yeah, that's a good point. Blackwell demand is insane.
at $5 a share. It is not materially expensive relative to what they're willing to pay for some of the other semi names, not to mention the rest.
All right, so NVIDIA is going to start to tick higher most likely. Apple pushing a bit higher. Netflix. All right, the bank stocks look good. Futures, I would expect that it could get back up to the morning high, but I don't see it getting much past that. Futures, looking at the morning high around 57.70. Okay, S&P is moving up in that direction, so S&P cash probably gets up into this area. That's the max that I would see. I'm thinking that price is just going to chop around today because of up-down volume is 1-to-1. Indo, looking for that to rip higher. Indonesia Energy. OpenAI liquidity tops 10 billion.
Bringing the total new liquidity in this round to $10 billion. NVIDIA, as you said, a new investor in the round. Microsoft also doubled down. Breyer did highlight that relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI, described it as, quote, strong. And then Scott, in an extended interview, he talked about SoftBank now getting into this round. Here's what she said.
We wanted to have investors
S&P grinding higher.
Great example of their footprint in Japan, clearly, but obviously as a global investor. So we tried to be incredibly thoughtful of just what the whole, I would say, investor syndicate even looked like. We feel like we got the best in the world.
Indo's starting to go. Indonesian Energy is starting to go. INDO. It's a cheap stock. Looks good. INDO. This is one Mondo mentioned earlier. Sell into strength, wait for it to come back, fill this fair value gap, the lower part of this gap right here, this big, big green candle. Okay, it could run again very quickly.
And not just 2 billion devices, but 2 billion devices used by the upper income of the globe. It's really an incredible thing that Apple was not ready with its own large language model and has to kind of incorporate someone else's technology. It's reminiscent of the landmark deal they had struck with Google at the outset of the iOS, the iPhone launch. And I honestly believe that this is a company
basically
30-year fixed rate is at 6.1%.
and Llama and the rate at which they're going to get their large language model
Versus 6.08% last week.
users via the stranglehold that those apps have on the world. So I don't know, like, is there really going to be
Looking for our refis to pick up if we can get back to 4%, 4.5%. I would look for refis to start to pick up.
So this is a really important company, and they don't have to come public because they have tons of money.
We're a ways away from that at the present time. Maybe by second quarter next year.
And all of the tax benefits that come along with that, and then make it feel like it converts to for profit and start doing debt deals with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. It's actually pretty brilliant when you think about it.
Speaking of Gemini, Google does have its own AI news today. In fact, some new news is just crossing as we speak. Deebosa joins us now. Deirdre, what can you tell us here?
Yeah, so there's a slew of updates to its generative AI overviews and search itself. Google is basically with these, telling users, investors, developers that it is fully in this Gen AI race and moving quickly, right on the heels of that huge fundraise from its competitor, OpenAI. Now, essentially, Google is using its massive
Supermicro still looking for follow through. Supermicro, SMCI,
that the company hopes will reach a broader group of mainstream users.
Supermicro. All right, first incursion with this order block overhead got rejected. Watching Supermicro.
Take a video and ask something about it. It also, and this is really key, it's incorporating ads into AI overviews, starting with mobile. This is a way for marketers to reach customers in a Gen AI world and a way for Google to keep its machine printing as search evolves. Now, this race is moving fast, though. Competitors like Perplexity, they're also trying to figure out how ads work in a generative
Nanonuclear trying to form a bottom here at 1660, 1650. Nanonuclear looking forward to surge again. Was near 1820 pre-market. It's off a little bit.
It's the cheapest of the Mag 7 stocks with good reason. There are serious concerns out there about whether or not they will ever get anywhere close to the market share in AI that they've enjoyed in search for 20 years. So you can kind of understand that. On a forward basis, basically, you can buy this stock at a 19 PE. You can't say that about any of the other tech giants. That being said, if they have to cannibalize themselves, they might as well make some money while they're at it. So if you do a Google search right now, the first thing that's going to be on your screen is an AI synopsis of an answer before you even get to an ad that pays Alphabet. So they are going to have to figure out how to get an ad unit into that synopsis before they end up cannibalizing their own search business and having nothing to show for it. So I think today is important. It's a reminder to the street that this company is serious about making money. As a buy right the second, it's an RSI at 59. It's holding its own in this market. Not exactly acting great. It's 2% above its 50-day. It's 4% above the 200-day. It's about even with the S&P year-to-date, plus 19%. It's a little bit of a tough trade, maybe a better investment than a trade. That's the way I'm thinking about it at the moment.
You know, it's not really acting great, Amazon. What's up with that? It's now 7 days in a row. Morgan Stanley comes out and they're bullish on it. I mean, they're defenders. They say buyers on weakness. They do see tactical risk, Josh. They're not naive to what might be some of the near-term weakness, but nonetheless, they'd be buyers of it.
They're telling you to buy the weakness because the weakness is coming as a result of Amazon's consumable business, which is absolutely on fire. This is the Amazon Essentials. So no matter what you search for these days in the consumables, they have their own version of it. The problem is it's not all that profitable business yet, and that's what Morgan Stanley is saying will be the hiccup in Q4. But they're saying to just buy it.
Looking for BNC pivots. Looking for BNC pivots. I don't want to buy Google up here. Don't want to buy Google at the highs. Look at the TTM histogram. Look for it to pull back first. Some profit taking up against this level. Okay, S&P 500 cash. Looks like a doji day. Up down volume is 1-to-1.
don't agree with that, but you're talking about a company that was growing at 20% that's now growing at 15, so the growth rate is going to slow down. One thing, Josh, you might find interesting is that from an ad standpoint, $51.3 billion was generated through Amazon's advertising. You know what I think of that?
Business that didn't exist 3 years ago.
Same as Walmart. You know, just having these revenue streams that are completely accretive. So I would absolutely buy Amazon on weakness, and I don't agree with that.
Can I say one thing? The streak it's on is actually notable. If Amazon declines today, and it looks like it is, that would be the longest losing streak since 2019. It's 8 straight days of losses. The second longest losing streak in history was 9 days, which was 2009. This stock tends not to go down this many days in a row. So if you're of the mind that the catch-up trade will not just be outside of tech.
We got the 50-day right below. So if you're thinking about Amazon, listen to these guys. Thinking about Amazon, if it gets down to the 50-day, that'd be an excellent place to look for entry. Bollinger Bands coming together. S&P just off of the highs of the day. Don't expect it to get above the highs of the day. Just looking for a doji day.
Because at least based on these survey results, Scott, perhaps Apple Intelligence isn't as exciting as the bulls on the street have thought. Now, this is a JP Morgan coming out the survey this week, and it shows artificial intelligence is the last thing customers who are upgrading to the iPhone 16 actually care about. That's behind features we talk about all the time: device speed, 5G connectivity, the design, or the great camera. Now, the survey comes, of course, like you said, as the street has been trying to figure out for weeks what iPhone 16 demand actually looks like. And so far, the signals have not been super great. Analysts look at ship time for online orders as the only gauge they have right now for demand. And the iPhone 16 Pro models, that's the most expensive and most important models, they appear to be selling worse than they were last year and the year before that. And like we've been talking about all week, Scott, the stock has been seesawing based on these analyst reports. Just go back to Monday after 16 Pro demand signals appear to improve. We saw the stock go up. Then 24 hours later, I was on that with you, and we had that report that Apple was cutting 3 million orders from an iPhone supplier. Now, we're not going to get any actual clarity until Apple reports earnings in a few weeks. Those earnings will reflect a few days of this iPhone 16 cycle, but we'll also want to pay attention to the guidance for the important December quarter. And for now, though, the survey shows AI may not be the spark Apple needs to get iPhone business growing again, but it does show people are upgrading for all those other features, Scott. I don't know. I mean, the eyes don't lie. Your eyes specifically, you were there on drop day, if you will, outside the store on Fifth Avenue, and said it that day yourself. It's not your first rodeo watching these releases, and something stood out to you. Yeah, it was the line. I've done the last 3 launches. I stood outside that flagship Apple store on Fifth Avenue, and last year and the year before that, for the 14 and 15 lineups, we saw the line extend around the block for pretty much all day into the evening. And then what I noticed 2 weeks ago when I was standing out there, the line really dwindled by about 11 a.m. Doors usually open at 8 o'clock. Within 3 hours, shortly after Tim Cook left and all the cheering was over, the line really dwindled down. People did come in, but it wasn't as long consistently as it had been. That's just one anecdote. I know Josh was on the other day talking about his own anecdote. So we really have to wait to see.
S&P grinding higher.
Another thing here, just because people are saying now maybe AI is the least important thing to them, we've got to wait and see until after it launches, once the reviews are out, once other people are using it, sending those custom emojis and pictures to their friends, creating some kind of FOMO factor. Maybe that will juice demand a little bit. So we got a few more.
Nanonuclear trying to get above VWAP. Nanonuclear. NVIDIA. Demand for Blackwell is insane, according to Jensen Huang. Okay, S&P pushing higher, back up to the highs of the day, not expecting it to break out.
Apple saying, hey, don't look at the hardware, which is the majority of the revenue of the phone. Look at the software. Look at the AI inside of that. And as we all know, there's really the AI to Steve's point hasn't been rolled out. And so on my iPhone,
Supermicro, watching that one. SMH pushing a bit, grinding a bit higher. Looking for AMD, NVIDIA, and the rest of the chips to catch a bid in the evening session.
There's no one sleeping in tents outside of the iPhone store like we saw in the first half of the decade. And so I just think it's going to be a slower launch. I do think, though, the China stimulus could be very good, though, because, you know, China, the iPhone is a top seller in mainland China. And so I think if these people feel better about their economy, they have a little bit more money in their pocket, I think the China sales.
Okay, all I'm doing right now is waiting for BNC pivots. You know, I like to wait for BNC pivots, stocks that are otherwise bullish. Let's take a look at a couple examples. Maybe let's take a look at Meta. Okay, here's Meta. Okay, Meta is at the high of the day. Do I want to buy it here? Or do I want to wait for a BNC pivot? BNC pivot is what I'm looking for. Okay, so I'd like to buy it, buy some more Meta, maybe a little further out in time, but I'll wait for a BNC pivot. Will it come back? No idea, but that's what I'd be waiting for. I wouldn't be buying at the high. Why would I buy Meta on a dip? You might say, if you're a new trader. Well, I know that institutions like to come in end of day. A stock that is otherwise bullish, like Meta, you look for these dips, and you can look in the past 8 to 10 days. You can see in the past, every time it came down to the low, for the most part, dip buyers came in. Okay, stochastics is pointing to that fact, above 80. MACD is rising, volumes increasing. So why would I be buying an ABCD pattern? Why would I buy BNC? Because I know that institutions will look at price action. They'll say, oh, Meta continues to stay bullish. So they wouldn't buy the high. Well, maybe they will. Maybe they'll buy a breakout. But the point is that most often they'll wait for the prices to pull back a little bit, like over here, buy some, let it run up. If it dips a little bit more, buy some more. Okay, let's look at Tesla's pulling back. Tesla's pulled back. This could turn out to be a BNC pivot down here for Tesla. Okay, Tesla's had a couple of days off, but it's bullish. The 21-day is pointing up and to the right. 50-day, the green line is flat. Bollinger Bands are coming together. They're pretty wide, so looks like Tesla needs to consolidate for a little while. Okay, let's look at Apple. Okay, Apple just sideways. Bollinger Bands are containing price. 95% of price action contained by Bollinger Bands, 2 standard deviations by design. So we know that the high probably won't be taken out. We know that low probably won't be taken out. So we could sell premium around these if we wanted to. I have a put credit spread on Apple. Let me see what they are right now. Apple put credit spread 215, 205. All right, so below the lower Bollinger Band, and I sold at 205, 10 strikes wide. Okay, that was $1 per contract, $100 per contract. So I got 5 of those. So I'm looking for prices to bounce, to stay inside of the range. Okay, so if institutions were to come in here and look at Apple, maybe they'd be interested in buying the dip, B and C. So we'll see that. We'll see it. We'll see prices start to move higher if they show up. Are they going to show up? I have no idea. But I'm definitely looking for a higher low. So if we print a higher low and we start to head back towards yesterday's close, that horizontal, then I know that that would be a pretty good entry because well, MACD is starting to turn down, but MACD for the most part was rising all of this time. So right now it's just recycling. Okay, so it looked better over here when stochastics was rising. It tells me to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range. So I know that institutions would buy on that condition. Let's look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA, pretty obvious. Yeah, we know NVIDIA is bullish, Benny, but it's also, excuse me, NVIDIA is also in the upper half of the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands are contracting. You can see that lower band coming up. So it's bullish, though. NVIDIA is bullish. 2 days in a row. You heard what Jensen had to say. Demand for Blackwell chips is insane. You heard what Josh said about that. I mean, he'd have to be insane to say something like that unless he sees the order book. So you know that Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, all these big companies are spending on AI. They have to spend. They have no choice. If they don't, they fall behind. Meta, etc. So on a bullish condition, you know, this stock is bullish. What would I do? I'd be looking for a B and C pivot. Okay. So here's A over here. Here's B. It's a higher low. We're above the 100 period moving average. Let's go to the Bollinger Bands, running the upper Bollinger Bands. Okay. So we're above VWAP. Prices are grinding higher. Probably 127 maybe by tomorrow. But I'd be definitely buying dips because that's what institutions will do. Semiconductors, SMH, semiconductors. Here's your A over here. Here's B, higher low, C, pushing higher. Semiconductors, does it look bullish? Yes, it does. It's above the 50-day. RSI is rising. Volume, MACD, stochastics. Stochastics about to turn, looks like. Do we get 3 white soldiers? We would have a third white soldier tomorrow if we have a bullish candle. That would be a reversal indication. So these are the things I'm looking for. I'm not in a hurry to buy anything right now. I just want to see if the B pivots that formed so far today will hold. Okay, this is a B pivot right here, right in this area. Okay. Okay. Higher lows, higher highs. Okay, we're fading now. So I didn't think S&P was going to make it to a new high. I just thought maybe it gets back up to recent highs. You can see the moving averages rolling over. But S&P is just sitting up here near 5,700. We want to stay above 5,700. Netflix trying to push a bit higher. Broadcom pulling back. NVIDIA dipping now. So it looks like B and C pivots are going to start to form, B and C pivots, if they haven't already.
More sensitive to the actual price of oil, because that's really what you're getting is a percent out of the barrel. You know, this is really created by Diamondback it was a subsidiary, and so we love Diamondback. Viper's great. I mean, it's at 50% price only, and so you can get a really nice distribution yield. And I think it's really bucked the trend versus like a Devon, which is a different play, which is still like negative for the year and it's not done great. So happy to own it. Will continue. I think it's just going to continue to be a strong name. But mineral rights are a great long-term asset to own for investors.
Yeah, we see it getting a nice move near 3%. You sold a covered call too, Kev, on JPM. We'll be talking about bank earnings starting a week from tomorrow.
The bank earnings on the 11th, Scott. This is a call that expires on the 18th. I've got a 22.5 call, so I've got $15 to $17 of upside. Brought in some nice premium. I think JP Morgan's going to do incredibly well as a beneficiary also of the opening of the IPO markets again, mergers and acquisitions. We own Goldman and JP Morgan. This is just harvesting volatility that we've seen here at the beginning of the month.
All right, good stuff. Let's get the headlines now with Bertha Coombs. Hey, Bertha.
Hi, Scott. Jury deliberations are underway in the trial of 3 of the 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols. The 3 former officers have pleaded not guilty to federal charges of using excessive force, failing to intervene, and trying to cover up evidence. The Justice Department and Microsoft announced today the seizure of dozens of internet domains used by Russian intelligence agents and their proxies. Federal prosecutors say the goal was to steal information from the computers and email accounts of former and current federal employees in what they describe as an ongoing and sophisticated spear phishing campaign to steal sensitive government intelligence. And a twist on the classic Big Mac is coming to McDonald's this month. The fast food giant
Meta, looking for B and C pivots on Meta. So you might want to take some profits off. It's stalling up here. It doesn't mean it can't stay here, but I'm just of the mindset of taking profits and then look for another entry.
all these patties for chicken patties, and those chicken patties are breaded, Scott. Doesn't really fit into the single.
you. I mean, I defer. I defer on these issues to this man right here. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't really F with that. I think it's listen. I think it's the hierarchy. It's basically Chick-fil-A on top. You could make an argument for Popeyes. I don't think that McDonald's really enters the lexicon.
McDonald's still grinding higher.
Superior chicken sandwiches, and I don't think this product is going to get them there. So it's just
You didn't
it's a
mention
nugget story for me when you talk.
you didn't mention the shack.
Going to be
The
that.
shack.
Shake Shack.
Well,
What do they call that?
the chicken shack. I mean,
Chicken shack.
the chicken shack is almost elite. Almost elite. It's a great product, but I think when you step inside of a shack, it's probably not the first thing you're thinking about, for obvious reasons. But it's good. It's not quite greatness.
Okay. So up next, we got our calls of the day. We have a bullish note out on one of Josh's.
Okay, Indo on the top, on the pop again. Indo.
That and more next.
Indonesian Energy pushing higher. All right. So I'm going to take another break here. I'm going to take another break. It's so beautiful outside. It's a nice 5 mile an hour breeze out of the west coming through the pine trees. It smells great. Going to get a little bit of sun on my face. Just look for the markets to push a bit higher. Meta looking good. Just sitting here. Okay, I don't see anything to do at the moment. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday the 3rd, 12:35. Watch Indo. Indo might get something going here. Indonesian Energy. Okay, energy stocks are in play. Okay, I'll be right back.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time for cash tags. For that, let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Andy Swan, co-founder at Lightfolio. Welcome back to the show, Andy.
Thank you.
All right, so we're talking Roku. I kind of wanted to hit this one because stock was trading $48 about 2 months ago, and now we're back up above $74 a share. It's had a good run, good bounce back from those lows. You guys have the data that's supporting this move.
Yeah, we do. I think Roku's in a good space, and if you're bullish on, digital ad spend and streaming, then you almost have to have Roku somewhere in your portfolio, or at least on a watch list. Yes, we're seeing, the spend shift towards streaming is still very much underway, and we think still has a very long way to go. 40% of all video viewing, television viewing was done via streaming. That was a record in history. And I think when you look at this ad spend separation, it doesn't line up to that yet. The advertisers have been slow to embrace streaming as a percentage of their budget. And I think clearly that's where the consumer is going. That's where the consumer eyeballs are. That's where the best targeting is. So those ad dollars naturally will have to continue to flow into streaming. And when we look at Roku specifically, their digital traffic has actually started to go positive on a year-over-year basis for the first time in quite a while. And I think that's probably a lot of what Wall Street's reacting to. There's a little bit of, easing up or in the ad space, a little bit more money is coming into the space and going to Roku specifically. But, overall, I think Roku's partnership with the Trade Desk is opening up a lot of new opportunities for the company. The Trade Desk is ticker symbol TTD, by far our favorite stock in the streaming and advertising space. It's the backbone of all of these technologies, and Roku finally, really integrating with them gives them an advantage because now they can hyper target users in a way that they simply couldn't before and deliver a much higher ROI to advertisers. So Roku's on the right path. They're in the right space. It's just a really competitive landscape. I prefer the Trade Desk because they're the backbone of all the technologies, but I think Roku has nice upside from here.
Andy, in 2023, their management came out and said they were focusing on more efficiencies and reducing expenses. 2024, they come out with their statement saying we're back in the growth mode. They're looking at platform growth and they're looking at more innovation. They've got 80 million active accounts globally. That doesn't seem like a lot, which either tells me they're not successful or they have massive room to grow. It seems like a big number, but then you look at Netflix that has 277 million, and you realize, this company, if they do it right, has room to grow on the upside. So I understand what you're talking. I mean, obviously, growing their ad reach or growing their advertising means ad revenue, which means more money. I guess what I'm all breaking this down to, I still don't see them as profitable, but it looks like if you just eyeball the earnings events, they look like the losses are getting smaller. Do you think with your improved numbers that your metrics show, are they getting closer to profitability at all?
Yeah, I think they are. I think they also got away from there. There were at one point, I can't remember how many years ago, but it kind of goes along with what you're saying. At one point, they were really committed to creating their own content in-house and becoming a content engine, competing with Netflix on that front and competing with HBO and Disney and all that. And that really seemed to be a huge cash burn. So I think that they focused now a little bit on the proper side of the business. I think that they're both sides of their business, the hardware and software, which is the ad business, both growing for the first time in a while. So I think they figured out a little bit more who they are, getting back to their roots. And again, Roku's in a little bit of a difficult spot. You said 81 million users, and of course that's a lot for a company that started from nothing to go to 81 million is unbelievable. But now you're looking at where does the growth come from? Why aren't they at 280 million like Netflix, like you mentioned? And the truth is because there's so much competition. There's on the hardware side, you can have an Amazon Fire Stick. There's several ways that this stuff is just built into the TV without Roku at all. So again, I have to reemphasize, if you're looking for the winner in the streaming ad space, it continues to be the Trade Desk, which is the engine behind all of this, TTD. If you're looking for the winner, on the hardware side and on that service side, then Roku could be in the mix, but they still have a lot to prove. There's some light at the end of the tunnel that we're starting to see, but that doesn't mean that they're gaining really extremely meaningful. So I think the balance in the stock is priced the stock about right, and we have to see where things go from here.
They did mention that partnership with the Trade Desk, allowing advertisers to better interpret and optimize ad campaigns. And TTD came out and said, we're not creating our own operating system for TVs. They're actually going to partner with them. That's good. But you look at average revenue per user, Andy, I think that's a big key metric. That kind of flatline. It's still over $40 per user of their 84 million subscribers at this point, but they're going into markets where they haven't been able to monetize yet. Is that the key number here? Because if you look at their growth as far as users, 30 billion streaming hours, that's up 20% year over year. So the more people that get on the platform,
Okay. S&P pulling back from the high. All right. All the New York FANG index stocks seeing a little bit of profit taking now, except for, say, Meta's starting to show some. Okay, so what did I tell you? Wait for the B and C pivots. Okay, here's Meta pulling back. So if you bought up here, now you're going, oh, shoot, I should have waited for that B and C pivot. Yep, that's exactly the case here. Did I know that this was going to happen? I'm not doing I told you so. No, I didn't know this was going to pull back, but that's what I'm waiting for. If I'm thinking about an entry, I certainly don't want to buy it at the high of the day. Watching histogram, that helps you out, because when it starts to see dark blue bars, that's telling you basically you're looking at profit taking. Okay, so day traders, profit taking, but look at the 60-minute over here on the right. That histogram bar is cyan. So this could, more than likely form a BNC pivot. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking for. See, Indo is not coming back. It's already shown you basically a ABCD pattern. You can see histogram on the 5-minute is turned up. So this would be a better candidate for potential push higher. It's just a slow mover because it's a $4 stock. not many people want to buy something like Endo Energy. Okay, semiconductors, SMH. That's pulling back too. So you got a B and C, but it's a failed C. So most likely we'll see a higher low here or not. Okay, so let's see what's working. Constellation Energy is higher, so energy stocks are higher. Constellation Energy, CEG, that's the one that inked a deal with Microsoft last week. Inked a deal with, it was actually the week before, right? On a Thursday or Friday the previous week, not last week, but the previous week to that. Constellation Energy inked a deal with Microsoft to provide electricity to its, I don't know, facilities somewhere near the 3 Mile Island. What's going on here? All right, so CEG, Constellation Energy, breaking out. Okay, so a little base. Now it's moving higher. Volume shows institutions. Okay, with the exception of 4 of the red bars here for the last 3 weeks, this has been nothing but buying. So they're seeing revenues growing, obviously, with Microsoft. Okay. What's next? PACCAR, PCAR, PACCAR. PACCAR, nice break. PACCAR, nice break.
Headwinds this week, potentially, geopolitically, port strike, etc. It's hanging in there.
It is. It is apprehensive. Sure, as I was saying, a couple of days ago, there's a lot of house money piled up, and it's a matter of how much you want to be protective of it. But you have the indexes, the S&P, really not doing a lot, pretty much sleeping 2 days in a row, and yet you have the VIX at 20. So that shows you we're tensing up in advance of a couple of things, and in this mode where I think almost nobody would be surprised at a little more of a pullback in digestion, that to me is where we are. The low on Fed day for the S&P was like 56.15. We're still 1.5% above that. So it's not as if we're carving out new ground here in either direction.
I guess the S&P not doing all that much is kind of my point.
Right, exactly.
It has every reason to do more, and it just hasn't.
Do more on the downside.
Yeah, do more on the downside. But I mean, you would certainly justify it if you saw it happen. You'd be, oh, well, of course.
Exactly. So we're this far through, almost 80% through the first week of the month, in which that's been the trouble spot in the past couple of months. Now the jobs report, I still think this market wants to treat good news as good news. That's once the Fed is cutting. That's what you want to see. I do think also yields going up.
Okay, Meta, yep, Meta's pulling back. No surprise there. ABCD pattern is what we're looking for. Okay, so you got A, plus 580, plus Meta call wall is 580. Resistance.
Sold the close, and then you buy a week from Monday. More, right? So that's the window. We'll see if it works here. I mean, look, it coincides with all these little micro cycles that we know about.
I'll see on closing bell in a couple hours. This is Mike Santoli. Up next, game on for private equity. Miami Dolphins looking to become the first NFL team to sell a stake in its franchise to a PE firm, part of it at least. The big money details when halftime comes back.
Yeah, there's probably going to be more of that. Yeah, I don't have magical powers. But let me ask my magic 8-ball. Can Tesla pull back to 235? Let's take a look. I say that, tongue in cheek, but all we can do is look at levels. Okay. No, you're talking Tesla. Tesla. Okay, the 50 days down there, the 20-day, Meta 20-day is 239.50, 239.50, 239.50. All right, Microsoft pulling back. So sellers coming in. It looks like energy is holding up the best, though. Okay, energy. Let's take a look at some more energy names like Diamondback Energy. I believe Bobby's in this one. Fang, number 3 on NDX 100, aka QQQ. Diamondback. Diamondback Energy. All right, so it's blowing through the 200-day right now. The 50 days right here where price is. RSI is rising. Most likely it will continue. It's a W-shaped pattern. Volume shows institutions have been picking up shares. So energy names doing very well. NVIDIA is number 4. NVIDIA is number 4. That's pulling back right now. NVIDIA is number 4 on the NASDAQ 100. CrowdStrike number 5. AMD number 6.
Ross, I think, has been shopping a piece of this around for a while. We thought maybe Ken Griffin. Turns out it looks like
So there's going to be more of this kind of thing with
Makes perfect sense. What we're seeing is an increasing trend in
Dolphins to sell minority stake.
stakes in sports teams, and also
I mean, how are they going to pay for these crazy salaries? They have to do some sort of offering or stock or whatever. So, I mean, these salaries for these athletes, I mean, get it while you can, but they're crazy, you know? How do you pay these athletes salaries with just the fans? You don't. You got to have, you got to televise the games, you get advertising, you get individual companies investing. So the Dolphins are the first to sell some minority stake in there. Or there are others? I think there's others, right? So anyway, back to the stocks that are working. Baker Hughes was most active. That one looks like it wants to keep going. Baker Hughes breaking higher. It's a slow mover. All right, so I mentioned this one on Monday. It was at 36. It's at 37, 38. Hit 38 today. High was 37.98. So it doesn't move very fast. I would prefer to buy something that works a little faster. Okay, Micron starting to push up. Micron. Okay, Micron bounced yesterday. We looked at Micron for a quick trade yesterday. Micron, if you're still in it, Micron, if you got stuck in it, you didn't take profits. Micron over here, you can see that little fair value gap we were looking at. It ran up, came back, and closed down here. But we're higher today. Looking for Micron. Okay, so if you're of the same mindset, I like to look at Micron for a second bullish day. So this looks like a 3-candle reversal, not quite a Morningstar Doji, but Morningstar Doji would be a big red candle, a doji below the low of that red candle, and then a bullish candle above the high of this doji. It's close. It's 3-candle reversal. Looking for a bullish day tomorrow in Micron. If it does, we could see that move higher. You can see the volume tapering off on this pullback, which is exactly what you want to see.
So this is just like having very valuable IP content as your base,
and then you expand and scale those brands.
What looks to be the greatest asset class in the history of mankind, NFL franchises.
There's this assumption that the presence of PE money means valuations automatically spiral higher. I'm not so sure, because the difference between a private equity buyer and somebody who just like loves the team or wants to be on the field before the game and has a couple of $1 billion, there's an actual financial calculation being done to arrive at the right multiple. This is not just like Steve Ballmer saying, hey, it would be really cool to own a team.
Yeah. So I wonder
$2 billion
how that.
dropped the bucket.
Right, no, I think that's a fantastic point.
Yeah.
But it also shows why this valuation
Vista Energy.
is so high, because
Vistra Energy continues to push higher. Okay, what else on here? Baker Hughes. Supermicro, looking for ABCD pattern on Supermicro. All right, that's pulling back. All right, so there you go. So Supermicro, selling into strength. There you go. That's why I like to sell in the first 15 minutes of the trading day. Don't always get the high. You know, you're selling into the strength, and now you can buy it back. Buy it back at a lower price. Supermicro. It looks like it's trying to turn the corner. Okay, it's basing down here. You got a double bottom. You can put a stop underneath 38 if you're a longer term investor, but I would definitely be looking to buy if the markets start to bounce. Looking for a B and C pivot, even though this is all the way down here. B, here's A way over here. That looked like a B and C pivot that failed. So that tells you there's still more sellers in this. But Supermicro, I'm definitely interested on the dip. All the New York FANG index stocks are pulling back, so let's go take a look at that. New York FANG index. Okay. 2 days sitting on top. The 21 day, the 50 day is right there. New York FANG. New York FANG index. Okay, let me just adjust a few of these things. Okay. All right, the 50 and the 100 day are side by side. Are they right next to each other? Okay, 50, 200 day. 200 days there. Looking for this to break out. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But this this trend line has been respected so far, not going anywhere. RSI is trying to stay above 50, so there's a few stocks that are moving. All right, NVIDIA pulling back, but I think that's probably going to get bought. So Meta, same thing, Meta. Okay, so MACD is starting to cross lower. Okay, I'm going to show you something here in a second. This is good, though. This is recycling. So this will be set up again for number 11. Okay. Looking for number 11. Oversold. Okay, so we're looking for the next one. Couple of days. I'm going to show you. Let me show you what's going on right here with the New York FANG index. Okay, so I have one with 3 MACDs, I believe. Yeah, triple MACD right here. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so MACD is turning. Short term has already crossed. 1226 is crossing today. Does this one cross, or do we turn back up before that happens? So this is one that I'm watching right here. This is the 1939 period. 1226 is what most people watch for MACD, moving average convergence divergence. But this is what Gerald Appel, the creator of MACD, looks for. Short term for entries and exits. First entry, first exit. 1226 for the trend. And 1939 for the longer term trend, buy or sell. You know, so if you're a big long-term swing trader, you want to keep an eye on all 3 of these, really, because you enter on 514, you trend on 1226, and you watch the long-term trend 1939. So these are turning more bearish, is what I'm getting at. But it could be that we just pull back to stochastic reset, MACD resets, and we turn back up all depends on the New York FANG index stock. So NVIDIA got some good news last night with Jason Wong talking about the Blackwell chip is in production, ready for fourth quarter. The demand is insane, is the word he used, insane. So that sounds pretty good to me. Okay, New York FANG. Okay, so let's take a look at the S&P 500. So S&P 500 equal weight index, where we will remove the weight of those stocks we were just looking at, the 10 stocks. What's it doing? It's pulling back to the middle of the Bollinger Bands. Is it a reason to think that the markets are going to roll over and die? I don't think so. Not with a 50 basis point cut by the Fed. Not with the 10-year yield being below 4.5. Even 4, below 4 is good for the 10-year yield. All right. So I'm going to come back to this in just a second. Let's look at the 10-year yield. 10-year. Okay. So 10 years at the 50-day, does it get rejected and roll over, or does it push a bit higher? We want to stay below 4%. Below 4.5%, definitely more bullish than bearish into year end. We got everyone with 6,000 target for the year end. Brian Belsky, among others. Some of them, though, are looking for a pullback, a 10% pullback. I don't think we're going to get 10%. I don't have the research that these guys have, or ladies, at these big firms, but pretty confident. Okay, so here's the equal weight. Bollinger Bands you see the Bollinger Bands are coming together. So that's telling you look for consolidation. That's what we had here. We had consolidation the second week of September, second week. And then we bounced at the 50-day, that dotted green line. Okay.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, there you go, Brent.
CME Group, we talked about earlier, banking on a special dividend.
Okay, NVIDIA pulled back, so that's an opportunity. SP equal weight.
Look at the momentum in this name, undeniable. Yeah, we had a big call on that yesterday. I think Joe Terranova owns that as well. Guys, thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Look at the number of stocks above the 20-day dropping to 50%, towards 50%. That's a good sign. Okay, so that's telling you take profits into strength. If you're day trading the New York FANG index stocks, you're looking for these dips to get bought. Apple dropping off pretty quickly here. Apple's dropping off. Okay, so number of stocks above the 20-day is pulling back. The number of stocks above the 20-day is pulling back from the red zone the last week of August down to 50%. Now it was 92%. Now it's 50%, close to 50%. Number of stocks above the 50-day from the red zone starting to pull back. This is actually a good setup. When these pull back, this is a good setup. Put your hat on the other direction. Put your hat on backwards. Think differently. When everybody's selling, what do you think institutions are doing? They're sitting down here waiting for that liquidity so that they can buy shares, right? They want to buy shares on the dip. Yeah, people look at this as breadth, which is correct. Breadth is deteriorating. Okay, we can see that with advanced decline percent. Breadth is deteriorating, but it'll soon get to probably minus 30% or minus 20% and turn, in which case we'll be sitting here waiting to buy for the next bounce into the election. You know we're going to get a bounce into the election. I say that sarcastically. I don't know anything, but that's what I would anticipate. Okay, like I showed you, my Magic 8 Ball told me, not to ask it any questions because it's just a ball, right? But what we can do is look at what the markets are telling us. What's breadth telling us? What sectors are turning? Where is the demand? Okay, let's look at growth and value. Let's look at growth and value. Growth and value. There was rotation to start the week. Okay, so value was holding up very well. That's materials, energy, financials, industrials, et cetera, pulling back to the 21-day. Is that a big deal? It's just consolidation of the recent gains over the last 3 weeks. Growth's outperforming, but both of them are pulling back. So this looks like consolidation. Was rotation to start the week. So I would be focused on a few names, like some of these New York FANG index stocks, but I'm not really looking to do much right now because I'm going to sit here and wait for prices to pull back. Sit in cash. I'm still 92% cash. I've been doing a lot of day trading. Okay, so that's growth and value. They're both in the same boat right now. Let's see what utilities doing. Utilities have been on a tear. Okay, utilities taking a break. What's junk bonds doing? Junk bonds. Okay, this is the first time the junk bonds. Well, it's not the first time, but yesterday it was below the 90 EMA. Now it's definitely below the 90 EMA. We'll have a bearish bias on junk bonds for tomorrow. All this is telling me is that you should expect to see S&P 500 pull back a little bit more. Okay, so we had these 3 waves down in the S&P. Okay, we had 3 waves down. Okay, here's the big one. Less big. And even less big. I'm thinking that we could get down to the 21-day, the middle of the Bollinger Bands, and go this way. Notice the Bollinger Bands. Notice the Bollinger Bands are turning upward. See that right there? Get your Bollinger Band right there, turning upward. This one over here is turning back down. So the two of them turning together, that's telling you look for prices to stay inside of this range right in here. 21 days right there. RSI we got to keep an eye on. MACD's turning, so this is no surprise. Stochastics turning. Okay, so this right now is telling you to be cautious and, harvest profits. Collect some cash. Collect cash. Okay, does it mean we're going to start moving lower quickly into the close? I don't know, but I got to suspect that there will be some day traders come in, BNC pivots for quick trades, but looks like the trend is down for a couple of days. We'll have a bearish bias on the S&P on this close if we close down here. What else can I tell you? Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. New highs, new lows. New highs, new lows. Okay. Fading, fading, fading towards the 0 line. We're still above it. Advanced decline percent. New York Stock Exchange advanced decline is making a lower low. You see that pivot low there, a lower low. Still blue elder sticks. So that's a good sign. It's telling you that the New York Stock Exchange isn't an outright sell signal. It's just take some profits off and look for a dip to get bought. So this is probably going to get bought. See the depth of these swings low? See the depth of these? Okay, so you have this move here. Big move. Is it as big there? No, it's not as big. Will it be as big this time? To the 50-day? Probably not. Maybe. Right now, we can expect to see a move to the 20-day, the middle of the Bollinger Bands. So it looks like we're going to head right there for now. Already starting to hear some shorts covering now. You hear that flow in the background, the clicking. That's bullish. That's bullish volume flow. That's bullish flow. Okay, energy, Vistra Energy moving higher. Okay, so that's the New York Stock Exchange. What else? Let's see what Chinese stocks are doing.
Saying they believe that Roblox is facilitating widespread child abuse across the U.S., including the mass production of various child mistreatment, child kidnappings, child physical abuse. Additionally, the Bear Cave did say they believe Roblox has potentially played a role in mass shooting events and could be used by foreign actors to spread anti-Semitism as well as terrorism. They do believe that many cases of Roblox's child abuse go undetected by the media and police. And you can find the report very easily, and it lists like hundreds of various cases that they believe have gone somewhat unresolved. So,
do I have Tiger in here? No, I should have this in here though.
Facilitating the safety of children on these various apps. I think that there's a risk
TIGR.
various apps and video games especially. But
Tiger. Okay, briefly got above 9. Sold into strength. That was a quick trade. It looks like it's going to go again. Tiger. Looks like it's going to go again. Watch Tiger up FinTech.
I would hope that this isn't true. We'll see. I guess.
Let's see where it goes.
That's, I guess, where I would leave
All right,
it
let's
at.
look at the weekly.
Yeah, stock under a little bit of
Okay, this has room to run. Tiger.
see if the market.
I did trade some January calls earlier.
Levi's, this is a disappointing.
January 25.
Earnings were kind of in line. Guidance was a little bit disappointing, I would say, for the market.
TIGR.
The stock pretty drastically though. For
January calls. Pretty cheap.
I think this would have been quite a different report if it hadn't been for Dockers. Which
The
is
10 call. Buy a vertical. I'm going to buy a vertical here on up FinTech. 10.
surprised that it's not doing well. I mean, I'm not sure that khakis have been cool for like the last 20 years, but I am also a terrible judge of what is on trend. So during the quarter, Dockers were down 15%. Well, Beyond Yoga, which is this new, very buzzy athleisure brand, or not new, but up and coming, was actually, I mean, growing at
Tiger up FinTech. Moving higher. 10. Can it get to 10? Maybe. Tiger.
and its namesake brand did quite well. So they did say that they believe that the exit of Dockers will allow both Dockers and Levi's to independently operate and maximize each other's value independently. This is
Tiger on the move.
They did say that given this decision for the long term, they believe this is success and also minimizes volatility.
Okay, I did a 10-15 vertical on Tiger. Does it continue? I got January, so I'm not that worried about it.
4.4%, which was attributed to this direct selling strategy. They did note that China was a bit of a drag, which represents about 2% of the
Okay, for $1.
I don't think that's leading to the weakness. I think anytime you see a company that's basically committing, hey, we have to divide ourselves apart, it's not from a point of strength.
Yeah, what was it? They're looking at strategic opportunities and
Strategic review of
yeah. You never want to see that with anything, and especially a name that is a recognizable brand. But Levi's, the namesake is the primary driver of revenue. I saw the global rollout of the Beyonce
NVIDIA.
Plan there was supposed to be.
No, it's a deeper pivot, a B pivot.
Ultimately, the fourth quarter to bounce back for them. Any final thoughts? I mean, earnings is really winding down here, Jenny.
It's a B pivot because it's lower than the previous pivots.
I have to say, for all of like the negativity around Levi's today, which is just
Okay, so it's lower than the 1030 pivot.
I'm not sure I was helping the top line this quarter because I haven't bought jeans, I think, in the last 5 years, which maybe is
Okay, so that would technically be, we would look at it as B. All right, so NVIDIA. Okay, Micron's starting to push. Might want to buy some Micron. We got a fair value gap there. 60-minute looks good. The daily probably follows through tomorrow. The only problem is, let's look at SMH. Let's look at SMH. SMH. Okay, so some sellers here. Did we get semis to save the day tomorrow? People are going to be buying NVIDIA. They'll be buying NVIDIA. So semiconductors should continue. Okay, here's SMH and NVIDIA. The most I would see out of NVIDIA right now is 127.50, the top Bollinger Bands. If it can get through there, 130. All right, stocks are showing a lot of dojis. All right, let's take a look at the Qs. Okay, QQQ. Okay, so let's look at the triple MACD setup on the Qs. All right. Okay, so note the short-term trend. MACD 514 has crossed. That's bearish. 1226 is bearish today. And hopefully this turns back up. For now, this is fading. So you got to keep an eye on MACD. Again, with the Qs, I'd be looking at, big wave down, less of a big wave down, and an even smaller wave down. But the possibility of getting to the 50-day is pretty significant.
Our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
3 waves down.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time to look at our charts today with our chart master himself, Rick Ducat, and we're talking about names that have been crushing it. And I believe the 2 best performers in the S&P 500 this year, NVIDIA and Vistra Energy. So, there's lots and lots of optimism here, I will say. So when we start off here with NVIDIA, Rick, walk us through your thinking. NVIDIA shares are up about 2.75% today. So now actually erasing their week-to-date losses higher on the week. NVIDIA, we look at every single day. So walk us through what you're seeing.
Sure to be a contender for one of the biggest stock stories of the year is NVIDIA. And we can see that, for much of the year, it's been quite a tale to be told here. So we had a very steep rise up from this point. We topped out at this light green line around 96, kind of topped out around the same point there. Gapped up on earnings into our highs near 140.76. But here's where kind of, for our purposes, this chart really begins, because we've been trending down from this point. We have our trend line connecting these subsequent highs, but we also have this area in question here. August 5th was a noteworthy, important day for a lot of stocks. It's where things kind of hit bottom and then started to trend upward here. So we have another competing.
Okay, looking for a bounce. Giving us
overall a symmetrical.
Okay, so the Qs, maybe we get a bounce. Okay. We need a bounce right here. Okay. So the Qs, that said.
Well, you should care, because low volatility is often a precursor to high volatility. When you get a breakout eventually beyond either of these boundaries, the reaction could be noteworthy, energetic, a big move to be sure.
Tiger, up fintech, Tiger. All right, trying to push higher. Managed to pull back a little bit. Tiger, up fintech.
Moving averages, which are trending upward here. We're once again brushing up against this resistance point at our red line near 124.58. So, it remains to be seen which way this will work out. But most folks probably are hoping for some additional upside.
I'd say definitely hoping to recover, obviously, 2 all-time highs, as we are still off of June session highs, but pulling back up still substantially from all-time highs, although getting closer. And NVIDIA has a way of continuing to, it seems like, recapture these highs. So as far as now momentum, RSI, what do you see?
When we look at RSI, our measure of momentum here, the first thing is that we had an accompanying downward trend line that also begins at the point where price was making its all-time highs. So trending downward in a similar fashion here, but RSI is behaving a little differently from price, and that can be an important directional clue. Take a look here. You can see that not only did RSI invalidate this longer-term downward sloping red line here, it also pushed above the 50 midline that switched from bearish to bullish momentum here. We also have our green upward trend line still in play here. So we are making some movement in terms of momentum toward the more bullish side of the spectrum here, but price hasn't followed suit yet, and that's the most important part. You don't want to just make decisions based on one indicator doing something. That's the most important thing. And additionally, you probably want to use multiple indicators to better inform your decision that you're making before you start pulling the trigger on trades here, because we haven't broken above the resistance yet. So that's an important caveat to our RSI behavior here. And it's not as good as it could be because price hasn't followed suit yet.
Yeah, that's a really good point here. And so now, as far as levels we watch, obviously NVIDIA doesn't need earnings, doesn't need economic data to dictate the overall market activity. It feels like, because except for actually today, because obviously we are higher today. The overall market isn't higher, so a rare day where we're not seeing that close correlation. But as far as price now going forward, what are you seeing?
Yeah, definitely a rougher day for the overall market here. We could still turn things around. We got a few hours left in the trading day here, but Nvidia is one of the standouts in the more red activity here today. So when we do look at this day, let's start with the upside first. Let's start with the potential resistance areas here. Well, the red line here that I mentioned, we had a gap down, we had a high point.
Okay, so Bitcoin. No, that's not Bitcoin. What the hell is Apple doing over there? That's weird. BTC USD. I was looking at this and it's like, oh shit, MACD, Bitcoin down. No, that's Apple. Okay. Nvidia, looking for a bounce in Nvidia.
Anyway, so in some ways, 130 is a more important number here for our purposes. Also, this next set of highs here and here. So around 140.76.
Nvidia, looking for the bounce.
We've got two of our moving averages pretty close. We've got our yellow 21-day and orange.
We had a nice surge higher for Nvidia this morning from last night. I got a feeling they're going to continue to buy, but do they buy right now or do they wait? We have to see. We have to see what they do. Okay, S&P still all right. S&P is trying to test the low here. We just took out the low there. Okay, just took out the morning low futures.
For Nvidia as well. So say you see more upside in store for the stock, perhaps you look to a risk define option strategy that would benefit from continued move higher. That's what we did here, going out to the October 18th monthly cycle.
Watching Tiger, watching these I was going to say Japanese, watching these Chinese stocks. They keep buying the dips. Day traders keep buying the dips, selling the rips. Traded Tiger, TIGR. Up FinTech earlier. Mondo mentioned it in about 10 minutes, made about 15%. Very quick profits. Mm-hmm.
You're on PTO for a week and everything changes. And Rick, also this story becomes so interesting. So I'm pleased to see actually Nvidia overthrown because I like to talk. A new leader in the S&P 500 this year. This is a new all-time highs today. I mean, walk us through this chart. It's amazing.
Yeah, pretty
Tiger FinTech.
Here, and we have this whole period back here where it's almost price is so far removed from this point now, it's almost irrelevant here. So what we do have though is a blue trend line that begins with some of those low points here connecting here. We came pretty close there once again, but not quite. And now we had a very steep upward trend line here that has lasted for much longer than some may have thought here. In general, the steeper the trend line, the less.
Okay, Nvidia turning back up. Nvidia, Nano trying to get back up. Sitting on top of VWAP. Volume tapered off to nil. Hardly anything on it right now. It's needs to stay above 18. We could start to see a grind higher in Nano Nuclear. You know what we're thinking there. Okay, talk about it enough over the last month of trading this. We've taken it about 4 times, I want to say 4 times, 5 times. Nano Nuclear. Every time it pulls back, look for a rip to the upside. Okay, this is a 60-minute chart. Okay, 60-minute. Okay, you can see higher highs, higher lows. I know this gets kind of messy. Let me take some of this stuff off of here. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't need this. Don't really need these. You guys get the point. Okay. You pull back, you pop. Okay. Each time it pulls back, it pops. If it stops doing that and drops below, comes back to the longer term moving average, the 20 EMA on the daily, that dotted line, that'll break the pattern for now. Well, actually, it wouldn't break it. It would just be the last time we came down to the 20 EMA on the daily was back here the third week of September. Higher lows, higher highs. We got resistance overhead around 20, this pivot over here. Okay, so another couple of bucks higher. If this catches a bid, I'm looking for this to get all the way back to IPO highs, which is around 37. This doesn't capture the IPO high. It was 37 and change. Okay, so that's Nano Nuclear. Micron on the move. Maybe Micron for a trade. Micron. Okay, let me go out a ways. Micron already had earnings, so maybe out in November. Buy a vertical on Micron. Should have done this a little while ago. 10. Don't think it gets to 10. Let's see. 102. 102 doesn't trade. 100. 100. 105. 240. Okay, the fair value gap. Two fair value gaps. Probably just sits here and doesn't do much. Maybe it breaks higher. I like Micron. Maybe tomorrow. Micron. Looks like it wants to go, though. Micron looks like it wants to go. Looking for a push higher. Meta's going. There goes Meta. Meta. Meta going. Okay. Breaking higher. Meta. Okay, there goes Micron. Micron going. Micron going.
This channel and this channel, 127 to 152. If we were to break a little bit lower, though, these green lines here, our dark green line represented below that one lonely red bar there around 130.
Okay, Micron looking good here. Micron. Okay, got a liquidity grab. Looking for that to push through this area. Micron. Okay, NVIDIA turned. NVIDIA turning. Nice trade, Angela. Nice trade on the pivot. You can see how
I find these to be some of the both simultaneously easiest and hardest trades on the board. One, because it seems so easy. You just look at this chart every single day as a green bar, but you kind of know you're late to the party. So I think it's really, really difficult.
Instead of buying breakouts. Thank you. Instead of buying the breakouts, you're buying the dips in a stock that's otherwise bullish. So why is that important? Think about it. Why is buying a dip important? I mean, this is pretty obvious to me. All right, here's NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA, you heard what Jensen had to say. So we had a second day bullish. Why is buying a dip important? Because we know it's bullish. RSI is rising. MACD is turned up. Stochastics is now starting to turn. So that's telling us we're probably going to see this turn back up. I would think because of it's probably the only stock out there that has so much notoriety that people will buy it when it gives you a pullback. But the daily looks good. NVIDIA. Why would that be a good thing to do? Buy the dip because it's bullish. That it's probably going to continue. Okay. So you just wait for the pivot. Once you see the reversal, look at this thing go now. Jeez. Looks good. Okay, cool. So worst case, you buy the low of the day or lower part of the trading range for the day. Worst part, it stops you out. But it's not stopping you out from way up here, or you're not sitting here in a position at 124. You're in a position from 121, 120, 150, something like that, or 122. So you got a much better risk reward, because if this does move back up to the high or breaks higher tomorrow, you got a great trade. Now, with that said, I don't like the way the markets look right now. I don't like the way the Qs are looking. Okay. I don't like the way the Qs are looking, especially the 3 MACD setup, which is already on its second signal. It already has its second signal. All right. So 514 is crossed. Start the week. Does this cross today? It's almost there. You can see the 0 line. Histogram is still above it. So there's a chance we could turn back up. This could turn back up too, but it's very close. Last time it crossed over negative or bearish, these two followed. And what happened? We had this big wave down. Right? So hopefully tech can bounce here and we can get a nice little scalp, sell it before the close, and you'll have a nice setup. HKD, that's a Chinese stock too, right? HKD. Is HKD a Chinese stock?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria.
AMTD Digital. France, headquarters in France. Okay, it's France. Hong Kong dollar. Okay, cool. Now, HKD is AMTD Digital. It's a French company. HKD, French company, technology firm. Okay. Small cap revenue, 25 million. Okay, we can see PE of 15. Okay, it's turning the corner. Let's take a look at that one since Cayman mentioned it. HKD. Okay, it might be turning. Note the histogram bars are cyan, so that's a bullish signal. We got a bullish chalk right there. You got a bullish chalk. Chalk stands for change of character. Okay, Meta pulling back a little bit now. Okay, NVIDIA, nice bounce. Okay, I want to keep an eye on Micron and NVIDIA. Micron trying to break above this area of supply just overhead on the 5-minute. The hourly chart doesn't show anything. Let's look at the 4-hour chart, 2-hour chart. Nothing on the 2-hour. Look at the histogram bars are all yellow. That's a good sign. Histogram is all yellow on the hourly, 2-hour, 4-hour. These are all turning. See that? That looks good. Micron, maybe it goes now. Okay, second bullish day.
If they are indeed at that level, that would represent an increase on a year-over-year basis of 33%, and then a smaller increase on a quarterly basis of about 6%.
Fair value gap, fair value gaps.
That there has been growth from their views on sales some this year, especially when you look at it compared to a year ago, with what sales have looked like in the first quarter and the
Okay. All right. We get through this level, could go. Micron.
we saw that rising to more than 91,878 in terms of inventory. Second quarter, that was even higher, up 33%. So there are another analyst that's joining. Some of the price targets more bullish. Yes, they are neutral, but you are seeing some increased bullish sentiment around Carvana.
When you look at this name, is this analyst walking relatively alone, or does it have more of a consensus feel to it? Because I can't
Okay, looking for Micron to go.
analysts really got more wrong.
Looking for Micron to go. All right. Watch Micron here. Watch Micron. It's right at a area of supply. Tiger going. Okay, cool. I bought the 1015 January. Micron.
Start to turn when it comes to analyst views on Carvana. I was looking at some data over the past few months and where sentiment was 3 months ago compared to where it is now. So you have 8 buy ratings on the stock now. 3 months ago, you had half of that. Now, the views right now are in the neutral to bullish camp. So you have more analysts who are neutral on Carvana. You have nearly a dozen analysts who are neutral on Carvana. But the amount of analysts
Okay, there goes Micron.
as a sell, or even, as a neutral rating, an increase in target.
Okay, here goes NVIDIA.
And, it looks like
This would be so cool to see the Qs turn the corner. All right, so Tiger, Ripper. There goes Tiger. Tiger going. Okay, have the January 1015s. Earlier had the January 9s, thanks to Mondo.
And demand has just increased, and they've been able to respond to what the demand looks like. Yeah, and it's been kind of amazing because I feel like this was a meme stock. I mean, this was like one of the inspirations of our FOMO segment. And then now we've seen short interest come down. I mean, this was like seen as a short squeeze, I think, for so long. And I feel like now it's standing on its own 2 feet. I feel like we follow this so closely. I have respect for Carvana and their ability to manage their debt, like you mentioned. But I guess now, is there any degree of risk because we are coming into, like a new year? It's been a phenomenal year for Carvana, but I guess to your analysis point, we're not near all-time highs. So we just still have some room to recover here. No, one of the concerns is the price point at that they're selling vehicles, right? They've been selling more on the lower price, and so that's one of the concerns.
All right, that one looks good, Mondo. Looks really good.
They have continued to move vehicles.
I have the 1015 call.
Maintain that momentum, and according to Citi's view, increase it for the third quarter when we get the numbers. So again, one of the concerns that remains is, the price point at which they're moving vehicles. Yeah, good point. I think well said on all things Carvana, which is lower, but today, we're looking at it on an optimistic note because it has had such a nice recovery this year. Appreciate it, Dan King, Hall Teamwork correspondent for the network. So now we trade this name, and we're 3 for 3 with our bullish examples trades today because we have to look at trade to the upside here because Citi was fairly optimistic, 195, which would imply some good upside from here.
Yeah, looking at that same number and then a little bit higher even perhaps for our example trade. This is another one of those names that can really get momentum rolling if it does start to get some positive things going for it in the news cycle. And so what I looked at was a bullish call butterfly, but it's skewed slightly. Now, some of this was just due to strikes available, but also it removed the upside risk altogether. It only has 1 break even, and if the stock goes to $1,000 a share over the next 2 weeks, probably wasn't going to happen, but if it does, there's no upside risk. So that's the nice thing.
Okay, nice move.
The FOMO segment and the FOMO feeling feels to be, to me, a bullish one. Looking at the exact trade here, Jenny, October 18th, 185, 200, 210 call butterfly. So $15 wide debit spread, $10 wide credit spread, 250 debit. Break even 187.50, risk is $250 with a chance to make upwards of $1,250 if it perfectly pinned 200, and then a chance just to make 250 if it went all the way through 210. But varying degrees of profitability, as you can see there, based on that pyramid-like risk profile that it has with the worst close 200.
Yeah, and I mean,
Mhm.
even lines the street high price target, or they right around there. So that there is analysts that have the belief that we can get there at least over the next 12 months. But we will leave it there for FOMO. Now coming up next, it is time to talk OpenAI. As it has now this $4 billion line of revolving credit, bringing its total liquidity to more than $10 billion. We'll talk about the latest funding with this company coming up next.
Do 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 do. Okay, looking good, looking good, looking good. Do 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 do. All right, looking for nanonuclear to do something. Nanonuclear. Meta, tapping the highs, Meta, little resistance overhead. Tiger FinTech, Tiger up FinTech, moving higher. Look at the histogram bars. Oi, that's pretty bullish. I like trading options with these, some of these Chinese names, because limited risk-defined trades, rather than buying a bunch of shares and having to monitor it so closely. Look at this, the rip towards 10, be nice. Okay, looking for BNC pivots now.
Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
No politics, no noise, from bell to bell and beyond. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to look at OpenAI with its latest round of funding and a $4 billion line of revolving credit. So here joining me now is Jeff Peters, the Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading for
All right, Tiger, let's go.
Walk us through the latest story.
Let's see, let me keep Micron up here too. Broadcom turning, Supermicro, not yet. Supermicro, not yet. Nvidia, Netflix, I'm not trading. Let me put Micron here. Micron. Micron looking for a follow through. Okay, so what time is it? It's 1:41 on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, the third trading day of October, 4th of this week. Okay, watching. All right, so we're getting a little fade in the semiconductor sector. A little fade. We got a little bounce, but now we're fading. Okay, maybe we can see a little pop in NVIDIA. Maybe institutions realize they can't get much lower. Maybe that's the case, and we start to see NVIDIA push a bit higher. 2 days up. I won't chase anything because I feel like you can get a better entry on dips. That was pretty clear on Meta. That pulled back, gave you a better entry if you missed it. It's stuck to 580. Meta is stuck to 580. That's the call wall. So if you're paying attention to money magic levels, you know that 580 is a major call wall. That's the upper call wall. That's where most of the open interest is. So therefore, that'll be resistance. The reason being, as it approaches that 580 level, there's a lot of calls in open interest there. So anyone who has been sitting on Meta all this time, maybe they're taking profits off into strength, and that creates resistance. If we move above 580, If you're long the calls, that means the dealers are short the calls. So guess what happens if we jump above 580? Well, the dealer, in order to hedge, one of the ways that they can hedge is to buy the underlying shares. As the stock keeps going higher, they're hedged with their short position. They're hedged with buying more shares of Meta. So what happens? People call it a short covering rally, but do they really understand what's going on? Partially, maybe. Yeah, there are some shorts, but the dealer who's selling those calls to you, they're short. You're long. So if we move above 580, that creates a feedback loop. You buy more calls, they're short more calls. The only way one of the ways they can hedge is to buy more shares, and the stock rips higher. Okay, Micron looking for a pop. Micron looking for a pop through this area. Micron looks like it might go. Micron looking for the follow through. Okay, there's Micron starting to break out. We got a change of character, a bullish chalk right there. It's not chalk plus. It's just a chalk change of character. We need to get above this higher high over here on the left. Note the histogram bars are turning cyan. Okay, histogram bars are turning cyan. That's telling you this is a valid trade setup. Over on the right's the 4-hour chart. Look at the TTM has turned yellow. Pretty good here. Pretty good. Let's go, Micron. Okay, looking good. Micron looking good. The only issue I have right now is that the Qs are currently fading. They're currently fading. So 100 stocks, not all of them are moving higher. We've got only about 10, 15 stocks green. We got about 80 stocks to 85 stocks on the Qs. That's 100 stocks. Got about 15 of them green, about 85 are red. So what does that tell me? That tells me that fade is most likely going to continue unless we can see more stocks go green. See a lot of semiconductors that are fading at the moment. So if I'm focused on, say, Micron right now, which is taken off to the upside, I know that I'm swimming upstream, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. I'm swimming upstream because the majority of stocks are moving lower. 85% of them are moving lower. Micron just happens to be moving higher. It's number 4 on the NASDAQ 100. Okay, so if you're focused on that, just a nice little strategy of what are the strongest stocks today. Okay, Micron, one of them.
They're now going to swell in valuation because of the things they're working on, or is this truly going to be a winner takes all? I just don't see it as winner takes all with so much R&D investment taking place all over the place.
Yeah, I don't see it as a winner takes all situation either, and that's why generally you see investors capable of kind of spreading their money across, different companies that they see potential in. OpenAI is really pushing for that exclusivity, but it's worth noting. I mean, there are a lot of things going on with OpenAI. We've seen departures in the company. We know they're looking at certain types of restructuring, including kind of getting away from that nonprofit type of scenario. And there are protections out there for investors as they undergo that restructuring plan. Their terms that are negotiated where some of them would be able to claw back some of that capital if they're not seeing implementations in the next couple of years. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out, whether or not these investors continue to focus only on this company or, like you said, maybe hedge their bets and start putting some money elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely one we will be watching. And I think that the story is just beginning to unfold. We're only in the early innings of hearing about OpenAI and all of its advancements. So appreciate great breakdown, Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading for Charles Schwab. We will leave it there. Now coming up next, time to talk Hims and Hers, which is lower on the session, down about 11.5% on news that the weight loss drug shortage is ending, and thus the benefit to Hims and Hers perhaps ending as well. We'll discuss more coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device. Schwab Network.
With
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose
Okay, Micron.
each of the 35 stocks identified by our unique algorithm.
Okay, let's look at the semis, semiconductors, SMH are trying to get back. Still lower highs on the semiconductor sector. Okay, here's actually this is B over here. This is B. Looking for a higher low into the close. Now this would be very significant if we saw institutions come in and start buying after 2 o'clock. From this point on, if we start institutions buying and start to push this back up, especially stocks like Nvidia, that would be huge. That would be huge. But if they don't come in and start buying, they could be looking for lower prices on the Qs, okay, which are already fading. So these stocks are technically swimming upstream. Nvidia is another one. Micron, Nvidia, Diamondback, AMD, CrowdStrike, Meta, Datadog, Palo Alto, ARM Holdings, Baker Hughes, Zscaler, Broadcom, T-Mobile, Team Atlassian, and Supermicro. Supermicro trying to change direction here. Okay, I'm watching Supermicro. I'd like to get back into it. All right, so Axon beast mode. Okay, cool. Thank you, Bobby.
This was one of those ancillary beneficiaries of just the tremendous demand that we've seen for these new drugs.
Axon. Wow, nice trend.
Space. But if these shortages that have allowed for companies to kind of bring generics to the market start to dissipate, then unfortunately that golden goose may dissipate as well.
Yeah, to some extent, Alex, yes. I think if you consider, Hims and Hers, which is essentially a multi-specialty telehealth platform that focuses on primary care and wellness, but also aesthetics. There was a catalyst, obviously, going back to May of this year, where the company started to sell compound.
Note the Bollinger Bands are turning up on Axon. Okay. Bobby T mentioning Axon. Okay, so note the lower Bollinger Bands are turning up, the red line turning up. That's telling you to expect a grind higher. Look at the RSI. RSI is showing muscle.
Regarded in nature as well. But I think if you look at the reaction today, and it really comes down to the FDA removing
RSI muscle showing strength of trend. MACD turning up. MACD turned upward. Okay, stochastics embedded. Sto embedded.
Even looking at the chart going back to late February of this year, the stock has already been gapping to the upside. Organically, the company's been generating about 2 million subscribers on a recurring basis, and it comes down to some of the organic growth in their businesses, particularly mental health counseling.
Okay, Axon, that's a good one. That's a good one, Bobby. Yeah, that's a good one. Beautiful. Okay, Micron looks like it wants to go some more. Okay, TTM histogram is turning on all of these stocks. Apple, check the bottom chart. Check the bottom indicator. Look at the indicator moving from red to yellow on a dip. So you're looking to buy the dips. Once we break above 224.30 or so, this should go. Apple looks like it should go. Micron, same thing. Look at the TTM. Okay, it went from red to yellow to cyan. That's the signal. Look at this. Look at the 4-hour chart on the right. Red to yellow. Okay, over the next few hours, we should see this turn more cyan. Let's go to the 2-hour so that'll parse this a little more. You see how it's changing on the 2-hour chart? Red to yellow. Looks like this is going to run. Micron probably gets to 110.
Is this going to create a problem for them in terms of some revenue and earnings? Well, maybe it's a perceived problem, but you actually look at
the underlying price, the stock has actually dipped down.
Okay, Micron looks good. Nvidia. Excuse me. Micron on the move. Micron looking very strong. Micron looks like it's going to take out the high of the day. That's good. We see the semiconductors are participating. Okay, semiconductors looking for a higher low. TTM on semis. Always check the other stocks in the group. Don't just go blindly into the light. Okay. Look at what the rest of the stocks in the group are doing. Other stocks meaning other semiconductors. Okay, here's Nvidia. What about Broadcom? Broadcom, okay, off the lows. Okay, Micron had already pulled back from earnings, and now it's starting to charge higher. So Micron is getting bought up right now. Where do you think institutions would buy? You think they're going to buy at the high? You think they're going to buy at the high? Or they're going to wait for it to dip back? Okay, so now we got day one on the bounce. Is tomorrow a push towards the 200-day? Probably. But all of these are moving in the same direction. So LRCX, okay, not so much. CLAC, KLAC, that's been most actives lately. CLAC is trying to do something. Okay, what are the aerospace and defense stocks doing? Raytheon, I know I'm shifting gears here, but Lockheed Martin, okay. What about Chinese stocks? Tiger, UpFintech. UpFintech has gone vertical. Okay, that looks good. TIGR. Grrr. Tigers go grrr. Annie, what the hell's the matter with you? Okay, Tiger. TIGR. Okay, looking like it wants to go some more.
This year, 2024, and next year it's 42 cents. Now, will those adjust lower slightly because of this competitive threat? Possibly. But irrespective of that, the company's been growing its sales and earnings quite robustly.
George, when you compare this, then, if it doesn't have the weight loss catalyst, which regardless if it was beneficial or not, the market saw it as that. Do we have to start comparing this company like a name like Peloton? Because I don't know if you want to be on that trend either, which has been one of stock price erosion.
Oh, definitely. I think when it comes down to telehealth, brands matter, and I think offerings matter. And Hims offers quite a bit of products plus also services, and I think their mental health services, mental health counseling services, has really taken off. And I think that's a component that serves this business well. Plus, its brand has become well recognized with 2 million subscribers, which have been growing quite considerably, over 25% year over year.
Yeah, and great point, George. Also affordable. I will say, like from Ramsey, it's definitely affordable comparatively. But we will leave it there. Great breakdown, great insight. The Hims and Hers today down 11%, and that'll also do it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing for this Thursday. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Padalini.
Micron, okay, Micron. MU.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. When there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history.
Okay, Micron looking good. Micron. Okay, SMH. Bounce day 2.
Able to find opportunities in the marketplace and sift through enormous, staggering amounts of data. You currently see patterns.
Context is so important.
I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by competition or by technology.
When we look at your whole brain, you don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't have an emotional reaction.
I'm not very good at sales. Turns out I'm very good at trading.
I've traded before that I've used for over 10 years now, and it's almost second nature to me.
Do you think that this is potential?
Micron looking good.
Welcome to Market Overtime on the Schwab.
Supermicro is still fading, so we'll get a better entry on Supermicro at some point. Okay, Micron, Tiger Up Fintech looking for a pop, a little bit more, maybe. Nvidia looking for a pop. Micron looking for a pop. Micron looking for a pop. Push to this area. Okay, we got a new high, double top high right here, intraday. Okay, so we're right at the same level. Equal highs. It looks good on the 60-minute, 2-hour charts. Histograms turn, and I think this is probably a cyan bar on the 1-hour chart. It is. Okay, so cyan bars are showing up on the 1-hour chart, so that'll spill over into the 2-hour, 4-hour, and daily. If this keeps up, if buyers keep showing up on the dip, Micron, Microsoft turning.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Petalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you are with us. With a big show for you. Stock sell off once again. We got a little bit of a relief towards the unchanged line, but down again. The CEO of Inventure joining us fresh off the debut over at the NASDAQ, and we'll get the insight of the CEO now with the time to have this IPO. Why? Jumping to global market perspective, particularly now, including why investors should be paying attention to the performance of
Okay.
stocks in this third quarter.
Micron, thank you, Micron.
That's what we saw. Now we're in the fourth quarter. Our panel.
All right, Micron looking for a pop as well.
Continues to impact shipping, deliveries across the country. What could it really mean? In the meantime, as I mentioned, October has already been a volatile month, and we have down arrows today. The S&P's at 5691, down 130.
S&P 5691. Okay, Micron. Nice.
Looking at oil and gold, 73.27. Oil is now up over $3. Gold is also gaining over $7. And U.S. dollar 101.68. Bitcoin 60,845. It's worth noting that oil is having its best week this week. At this moment, up 4.5%, but the best week it's had since January. So almost the whole year. 2028 on the VIX. Kevin Hanks is with me, breaking down a lot of these stories and the overhang on the market too. Big batch of economic data today. I know you're looking at jobs report tomorrow.
Micron.
Today's news, Kevin Hanks.
Hey, Nicole. Yeah, Thursday we always get the weekly look at first-time filers for unemployment insurance. Jobless claims came in 225,000. That's 6,000 more than the revised 219,000 from last week. Now, what does that make? That makes JOLTS was higher than expected. That makes ADP was stronger than expected. And now a good, firm, solid jobless claims data has people looking to tomorrow's non-farm payroll with a bit of anticipation. Now, we got other data. We got Challenger job cut was slightly less. Not a significant data point on a day like this. We got PMI composite, which came in the index.
Okay, these guys are getting on my nerves.
Expected 54.4. The services index 55.2, also a little lower than expected at 55.4. Then at 9 o'clock, Chicago time, 10 o'clock Eastern. We got the ISM index that came in 54.9. That's a big beat over the 51.5 consensus.
Bitcoin just sitting on top of VWAP for now.
We also got a factory orders.
Daily looks okay, I guess. Got to get above 72,000 Bitcoin.
Had yields higher. The initial jobless claims number that was firm had yields higher. Then we got some news that
Nanonuclear, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA looks like it might get ready to go here. Watch NVIDIA. Okay, watching NVIDIA. Check out NVIDIA. Okay, we got supply right here. Bullish chalk, NVIDIA.
You see it in gold. You see it in crude. You see it in the VIX. And Nicole, so as we get to
Plus.
the head of a big payroll number tomorrow, it is risk off right now.
Yeah, without a doubt. And to your point about the ISM services with the beat, the ISM manufacturing has basically been in contraction for most of the year. Every month.
Okay, gets above 123.50. 123.50 could launch.
And tomorrow is the jobs report, right?
Yeah, the jobs report tomorrow. What they're looking for is basically 132,000 jobs, slightly less than last month. Unemployment rate of 4.2%.
Okay, watch 23.
To last month. And then the all-important wages.
Okay, this is looking good.
In the jobs report. They're looking
Okay, here's a high, a recent high right there today. Okay, trying to go NVIDIA. Okay, looking at that high right there. Looking at that high. Pivot. Look at the histogram down here at the bottom. Check your histogram. Whoops. Check your histogram. Okay, here's your histogram. Look at it starting to go. Look at the volume picking up. See the volume? Okay, volume's picking up on NVIDIA. NVIDIA volume.
Blackwell is in full production. Blackwell is as planned, and the demand for Blackwell is insane, he said. Everyone wants to have the most, and everyone wants to be first. So that has put a
NVIDIA's going to go. Go, go, go. It's going to blow. NVIDIA's going to blow. You know it has a catalyst that's probably going to take several weeks of buying for institutions to get in, because they've waited for this pullback to the 50-day. They've been buying recently, but what Jensen said about it, about the order book, is insane. I mean, I think Josh Brown had a good take on that. Either Jensen is insane, or he's looking at the order book thinking to himself, Blackwell chips are in production, and the desire to have the fastest chips by more and more and more companies is just insane. So that's what he's seeing. So he can sit there and wear his leather jacket and chill out drinking Yoo-hoo or whatever he said he was drinking. All right, so we're watching here. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta's going. Meta, go time. Okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, go time. Let's go. LATSGO. Let's go. There we go. NVIDIA. And Meta, go time. Looks good. Looking good. Hey, hey, hey. Sing it, Janice. Sing it. Bum, 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 bum. NVIDIA, go time. Go time. Go time.
So while you sound cautious, do you think the markets will sort of prevail here? And with that, what would be the strategy for an investor?
Yeah, I think you still should be long the markets. I mean, we're long the equities markets, expecting the indexes to continue to grind their way up. Now, I don't think there's actually a whole lot of upside left. I do see big weakness coming, a recession around the corner, but until that happens, you've got to be long the equities market. I think you're going to see 6,000 on the S&P 500. 4% upside. So
NVIDIA looking good.
Some upside potential. I think, when one asset class is putting in a major top, then usually there's another asset class kind of rising from the ashes, and that would be the bond market. We're finally entering a falling interest rate environment. Bonds have sold off massively over the last several years, and they're carving out a huge bottom. So I think there's quite a bit of upside potential in like TLT, a simple ETF that tracks the long-term treasury bonds. I think over the next year or so, we could see about a 20% upside move in TLT as people move to bonds for safety, as interest rates slowly grind and whittle their way down. And of course, I think precious metals, obviously, we have war going on that generally sparks gold. Gold has been one of my favorite plays. If you go back to 2001 to a major super cycle low in commodities to the 2011 top in gold, I'm a technical trader, so if we use technical analysis and Fibonacci extension, this actually told us.
All right. What are we looking for? What are we looking for?
In 2019, when gold started a new uptrend, we were able to predict we should see gold hit 1750. This is over almost a 20-year cycle that this is playing out. So we're close to 2750 for gold. That is a major picture, a major target that once gold reaches this level,
Institutions. We're looking for institutions that tell us what to do. What are they buying? And we want to see it. We want to see that volume. Okay, look at the volume picking up on NVIDIA. A little bit there. But if we break above 123.50, that'll definitely go. Okay, so far so good. You know, despite the fact that we've got, 85% of stocks on the NASDAQ 100 red on a day. We got 15 to 20. Looks like we're trying to increase a little bit. 15 to 20 are green. Constellation Energy, NVIDIA is number 2. Diamondback Energy, number 3. PACCAR, PCAR, PACCAR is number 4. Micron, number 5. Workday, number 6. Trade Desk, number 7. AMD, Advanced Micro, number 8. CrowdStrike, number 9. And Meta, number 10. Top 10 stocks looking pretty good. Can they sustain the volume? We don't know. Looking for it to follow through. Looking for the follow through.
Generally, there's like people just not wanting to pay their credit cards with a small balance, but now people have maxed out credit cards.
Meta.
We got commercial real estate defaults for mortgages starting to take off. Even residential mortgages are starting to default. So, people are getting laid off. People are going through the credit. And usually that's a sign. We're seeing manufacturing numbers slowly being cut for jobs. That's a big leading indicator that businesses aren't putting in the big orders for container loads and products.
Okay, Tiger. Go, Tiger. Go. Can we get a nice round number on Tiger and get up to $10 per share?
Wanting to pay $400, $500, $600 for a dinner, which they can make at home for a fraction. It doesn't matter how much you make; it doesn't feel right paying that kind of money. People are tightening up on their wallets, and all that is just going to turn into eventually a landslide.
Credit card debt went up to $1.14 trillion in the second quarter. To your point, the credit card delinquencies have more than doubled from the pandemic lows of 2021, where household savings had gone up. You had fiscal stimulus after COVID really was kicking in, so it's a different time now.
Okay, let's go take a look at junk bonds. What we want to see on junk is a doji. We want to see a doji. Not yet. Junk is not giving us what we want to see. Junk.
Coming up, Options Corner. Tom White is standing by, and he will highlight unusual options activity from the day. How investors are looking to trade on recent news of Supermicro, ExxonMobil, and Tesla. Stay with us.
Okay, so stocks where you buy the dip, buy the dip. You want to sell the rip, okay? So maybe you take half off at the close or sometime during the day, but definitely take some profits off. The Qs are moving lower. That just means that more stocks are fading. It doesn't mean they're bearish. It just means that they're fading. Some of these are off maybe, 1/10%, not even 1/10%. Okay. And it's not until you get down to the 50 percentile that we're starting to see some stocks like down 1% on the day, you know. So there's still possibilities that we could push a bit higher. It's just that I would be taking profits off in the strength. So if you bought NVIDIA at the low, like I believe Angela bought the low in NVIDIA, or was it the Qs? I forget. I would be looking to take some profits off in the strength. Same thing with Micron. Okay, Micron pulling back. Okay, looking for a push to the highs. Micron pulling back right now. So probably a follow through tomorrow, maybe. Hopefully we get to put in a higher low. Okay, we got a fair value gap right here. Maybe that's where they're headed. Maybe they're headed to this fair value gap. It's late in the day, so watch this fair value gap right here. Okay, that could be where they're heading with price right now. Look for people to sell, looking for liquidity. Okay, we'll see. Are we going to come there? Is that what we're going to do? Fair value gap.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
So you got a buy order block there. We came back down. Buy order block here. That's about 14% of today's volume. I don't have a metric on this one right here. Is that a breaker block? I think that's a breaker block, right? Let me see. Breaker block. Let me turn breaker blocks off. Breaker blocks. Let's see. Show liquidity grabs.
Yeah, Nicole, the stock was up over 5% earlier on in the session. This probably comes on the back of those comments.
Show breakers. Yeah, that's probably a breaker. Nope. Yeah, that was a breaker block. Okay, so that's why I saw that. Okay, so that's a little confusing. So you've got a buy order block here. I had a breaker block over there. It looked like supply, but it wasn't really. All right, so now we're pulling back even more. I got a fair value gap on Micron. But it looks good on the 60-minute Micron. Micron 60-minute.
And that's what this company does. Now, the overhang for this stock and why it's off of those highs you see here from the chart is that Justice Department investigation about accounting irregularities for this company. So that's a thorn in the side of Supermicro. But the stock's still up 48% so far this year.
They're talking Supermicro. The histogram is turning the corner, so maybe we see some buyers here soon on Supermicro on the dip. Okay, Micron. Micron, let's go. Hekanashi. Hekanashi. Micron. Micron, Hekanashi. Okay, order blocks. Order blocks, looking for this to continue higher. You see those order blocks on the is that the daily? Oh, that's 15-minute. Okay, 5-minute. Okay, breaker. You got buy order blocks on the way up. Okay, so we're looking for another one. We're looking for this to push higher. Looking for that to push higher. Super trend is on a bullish signal for now.
Investigation where people have that uncertainty about a stock, right? And that leaves everybody sort of questioning. Because when you have uncertainty, what does that mean, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think if it,
you can see that super trend right there. If we break a little bit higher, that super trend is going to trigger a buy signal. Okay.
go into immediately when there's news in AI or especially NVIDIA. A lot of speculative trading here at SNCI.
Okay, next up, we get to ExxonMobil as oil continues to move higher. We're going to be speaking with Jeffrey Kleintop shortly, Tom. I'm sure you'll appreciate oil, what's been going on in this most incredible week, right? It's the best week of the year. It goes back to January. Tell me about Exxon, where you found a neutral to bearish trade. Tell us about that.
Yeah, surprisingly, we've seen a pullback over the last year in crude oil prices, right? We're seeing that pop this week on that geopolitical risks out of the Middle East. So that's lending some support. But if you look at the production numbers across the globe, those continue to move higher. OPEC Plus saying that they're going to start to raise production. But in the U.S., here we're at record levels right now. And then you have that
NVIDIA looking for the pop. NVIDIA looking for Meta's holding up at the highs. I don't know. The longer this stays up here, the more I want to just take it off. 580 is a major level. There's a lot of open interest there.
Has been one of the winners in the oil space. Even though crude oil pulled back over the last year, you can see it's highly correlated. ExxonMobil, the price is to crude oil, right? The futures. But now look at what the divergence that we're seeing here, where ExxonMobil is just below its all-time highs that we hit in April of over $123 a share. We've seen that the stock rally 22% so far this year, but now you're starting to see oil prices, that divergence between the two take place. Now you've got other ones like Chevron that's underperforming, more correlated with oil. Now Oxy's underperforming this year, and some of the other names in the oil space. But ExxonMobil continues to move to the upside. Scratching my head on that one. But at the same time, we've seen a nice rally here. That's helping Exxon shares this week also. But one of the unusual option activity segments in Exxon that kind of caught my eye today.
Okay, Micron.
The October 18th monthly series. So
all right, let's look at SMH. SMH. Okay, on the hourly chart, you can see that we're trying to change trend, super trend. That's the hourly chart, yeah. 5 minute, trying to get above this level too.
I think this trader's kind of sticking their neck out saying, hey, all these gains in Exxon that we've seen, even though oil is still below 70.
Okay, Tiger, up Ventec. It looks a little tired right now. Maybe it's taking a little siesta. Looking for Tiger to wake up and get going.
To bearish stance here, but still giving themselves a 4% cushion to the upside. That break even of 126.80 to the upside, still above that all-time high that we saw in April.
Yeah, and look, you're making the point that the equities, the stocks, don't always trade with the commodity. We see that sometimes with gold and mining and all that. You know, gold will be at new highs, but you won't necessarily see some of the names at new highs. And this is the other way. You know, maybe ExxonMobil ran up even more so. Let's get to the next one. Last but not least here, Tom, you have Tesla. And I'll tell you, I spoke to Steve Wesley today, who was a former Tesla board member. And a lot of these guys really like Tesla. He's got some high expectations for the robo-taxi event. He's like, they have to really bring it because Waymo is already going in 5 cities and they already do X thousand miles. You know, they've really got to pull a rabbit out of the hat or something.
Yeah, and I think the option traders have been setting up for that, Nicole. You've seen this massive, 25% rally over the last couple of months when the stock was under pressure due to the fact that we have this robo-taxi event that didn't really shake investors when they canceled it. It was supposed to be in early August, now moving to next Thursday, and expectations are really elevated for this. Now, we've seen a pullback in the shares after their delivery numbers yesterday, came in a little bit lighter than the Whisper numbers yesterday. And then also, you've got implied volatility levels really ramping up in this name going into that robo-taxi event. And then the week after, they've actually got earnings. So a bunch of catalysts coming down the pipeline. Now, you mentioned Waymo and Google Alphabet's Waymo division. They're in 5 cities. They're giving those driverless rides to people right now, working out really well. Well, Tesla's got about 10 to 20 times more data for their full self-driving or robo-taxi, segment that they're working on right now. We'll get some more clarity on that next week. So that might be the caveat here, but this is a big opportunity for them. And we've seen option flows in there. Yesterday, I came on the show and we talked Options Corner. They were buying the October 11th 250 calls. Today, they're buying the 260 calls in that same October 11th weekly cycle. They bought over 70,000 of these traded earlier in the session. Big positioning here to the upside. They paid an average debit of about $5. Break even.
All right. Struggling. Nvidia struggling. Meta struggling. Micron pulling back. Micron pulling back a little bit.
They're expecting about a plus or minus $22 move in the shares post that robo-taxi event. So you got to keep that in mind. But this is the second day in a row I've seen some really bullish activity here.
Bitcoin trying to turn up.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. I think if they talk up and look, it's not that I think it's what we saw. Yeah. If they talk up the full self-driving side of it, that we will have it out. Remember, he was saying that Elon Musk said that just recently. We'll have it out in this country, Yeah. Then the stock jumps and moves higher. So the trader's banking on that. We'll see. Tom, great to see you always. Anything you want me to ask Jeffrey Kleintop? I mean, I'm particularly worried about what's going on with oil moving higher.
So U.S. airstrikes in Syria, is that true?
I would just say, as far as the Treasury market kind of firming up, we've seen yields on the 10-year firm up since they cut 50 basis points by the Fed. So is the market now okay or calming about Fed Chair Powell and his commentary that, hey, maybe 225 basis point cuts is all you're going to get into the end of this year, because the jobs data domestically has been still pretty robust, especially this week.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we're seeing that by using the tools. The Fed Funds futures tools, the CME tools are showing exactly that. And so that's on that basis, more likely to see 25. Thank you. Tom White, good to see you. Appreciate it. That is Options Corner for you, where he took a look at SMCI, Exxon, and Tesla for us. Coming up, we will focus on Inventure. After making the IPO over at the NASDAQ, the CEO of the company will come on and explain. We will be right back.
Okay, Meta. Okay, no follow through yet. Meta. 60 minutes just sitting up here at the highs.
Bringing you futures and forex, around-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms.
All right, looks like people are starting to take some profits off.
Curated education insights. Trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab. This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging. Schwab Network's 5 and numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How did this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk. No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
Knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, this one.
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
Well, it's the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Accelerate your market knowledge
And shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, full hours of trading.
I'm Tom White.
I'm Kevin Hayes. Text me on Fast Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome
Okay. 228 coming into the last hour and a half of the trading day. And, you know, a lot of these stocks are at the highs of the day, but not following through yet. Okay, the NASDAQ 100 still only about 20 stocks green, about 80 stocks red.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. The reason we decided to go public now is that we want to be able to access the amount of capital required to fund not only our current companies, but future companies, and be able to hold majority stakes.
S&P 500, 98. This is probably the worst so far of the week. 98 stocks are advancing. 402 are declining. Breadth is more bearish. So any of these stocks that are higher, if you're making profits, you probably want to take some of these profits off the table. Okay, in case we fade a little more tomorrow, back down to the 50-day in most cases. Okay, let me show you what I'm looking at. All right, so if you trade any of these 10 stocks on the New York FANG index, we're pulling back to the next level. Okay, so we have these waves down. Okay, 10 stocks. Okay, it's only 10 stocks, New York FANG index. This is the symbol, New York FANG. Okay, we got these waves down. The first wave of selling was more severe back here in July. Second wave down was less. We didn't come all the way to the 200-day. We were just below the 100-day. Bounced back, hit that upper trend line. Now it's just a doji, spinning top. So there is still a shot at breaking this downtrend. I'm planning on a test of the 50-day. Who knows if it happens tomorrow or next week, or not at all. So these are 10 stocks that most people are familiar with, I would imagine. Maybe not Snowflake and Broadcom, but certainly the rest of them. So if we continue to fade, or even if we just stay here and close in the lower half of the daily range, stochastics will get oversold. Once it gets oversold, then we have a better setup. MACD's turned over. And the same thing can be said for the Qs. The Qs are also giving us a crossover. The short-term, intermediate term, short-term, intermediate term, MACDs have rolled over. Okay, this one's about to cross. It doesn't mean it will, but it sure looks like it wants to. And we got these three waves down. The 50-day, did we test that? Or do we test the, what is the dotted line? That is the 20-day. All right, so the 20-day, let me boost that a little bit. 20-day dashed thick. Okay, there's a 20-day. All right, so do we get, we're seeing dojis here, so maybe we don't make it to the 50-day. Maybe we just doji right here.
Directly into computing power to really optimize the output of a traditional data center. So very exciting. I believe we lead the market in it. We have about one-third of the mind share globally.
Left to be seen. The Qs though, Qs. Okay, that's what I'm planning for. So all of these have rolled over, except for, well, this is kind of rolling over. So maybe we have something here if we get a bounce, but right now it just looks like a fade. All right, so no follow through yet. No follow through. Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Chinese stocks. Let's go look at those Chinese stocks. Let's see who's doing what. With an hour and less than an hour and a half to go.
Over 2 short years, we've taken it from really just concept all the way through to commercial reality. So we're literally delivering systems into the marketplace as we speak.
I see. All right. Well, in the meantime, are you currently working on new technology that you can source from other big names that we know?
We have about a dozen multinational partners that actively show us technologies. We're very fussy about what we
Okay, so Futu, Ginkgo Solar, Sohu, Yang, bearish. Yang is turned. All right, a little bounce there. I don't like the setup. Yeah, we might fade some more. A lot of people are questioning whether or not this could continue. Okay. Yang. Why isn't Tiger on here? TIGR Tiger. Okay, so Tiger, big move on Tiger today. Looks like Tiger looks like momentum players goosing this. They've been buying the lows, selling the highs. Okay, Tiger. So it dips, they rip it higher, dips, rip it higher. It's getting late in the day, so I don't know how much more energy this might have. Tiger, it might shake people out tomorrow and drop a bit. I have January calls, so I don't care. I mean, I care, but I'm not as concerned as if I had tomorrow's calls or next week. Okay, Meta. Let's see what Meta wants to do. Meta, hanging on. Meta's hanging on to the highs. Meta.
We're not in the software domain, we're really in the industrial side. But it does create a lot of other. You have more demand. Yeah. Indeed. Well, congratulations. Yeah.
Meta.
We are indeed. The closing bell today is the Inventor team, and they put a lot of sweat equity into getting here.
Yeah, Bill, we'll have our eyes on you at the closing bell. Thank you so much for being here. Come back with that announcement. We're going to be keen on that. Bill Haskell, CEO, Inventure. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Still ahead, Jeffrey Kleintop standing by. He's going to look at some of the international market trends that we should be watching, including why investors should be paying attention to the performance of the European stocks, how they performed in the third quarter, and what that could tell us. Stay with us. Bill will explain.
Meta, just moving sideways for most of the day. Little dip, a little rip, but mostly sideways. Okay, let's see. NVIDIA sideways. Nano Nuclear looking for maybe a bounce tomorrow, maybe after hours move like it's been doing lately. NVIDIA sideways. S&P sideways. Micron back down to VWAP. Tiger. All right, up FinTech is starting to move. Tiger starting to move. Tiger. Tiger's starting to move. Okay.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim,
Mm.
award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trade
If we do get a pop, I would be selling into strength. Okay, watch Tiger here. Tiger up fintech. Tiger looks like it wants to go. There it goes. There it goes. Tiger. Tigger. TIGR.
trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Fedelides, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. 90 minutes left in the trading day. Let's check it out. Look, we tried to give it a go. Markets tried to come back, but back down once again. Right now, the Dow's down about 250 points. The S&P 90. The Russell is down 0.75%, and oil is having its best week
Oil.
January. Very interesting as oil is
Oil.
running up. Week to date, you are seeing it down here for the S&P.
Do, do,
That's the big
do.
picture here. And the VIX has a snap above 20, and people are certainly noticing that. It's at 20.33. It's time to get a global market perspective and why it matters to you. Chief Global Investment Strategist at Charles Schwab. Thank you for being here.
Back up to the highs.
I think first and foremost, what are you looking at? I mean, what is your number one?
What are you looking at?
right now?
I think you'd have to say the big jump in oil prices are 5% today after President support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, and he said they're discussing that. And this is something that I've been thinking about for a while and what the implications could be. Remember, Iran's producing more than 3 million barrels per day, and so the loss of those supplies could have significant ramifications globally, even though there's probably 4.5 million barrels of excess capacity within OPEC, so it could be made up for over the longer term. But we've already got a market that was sort of extended on the short side, so we might see money managers and hedge fund managers kind of switching to go the other way. We've got, interestingly today, the traders seem to have looked to call options to do this. Big jump in $100 calls on West Texas Intermediate. Even though as I look at my screen, it's trading at $73.73. A lot of interest.
Okay, fintech. Up fintech. Tiger. Tiger.
Very interesting. I've been hearing some of that overnight.
Meta. Nvidia. Nvidia looks like it might want to do something here. Watch Nvidia. Nvidia. Watch Nvidia. Nvidia starting to come off of the moving average. See the moving average is turning up. All of them turning up with price.
Coupled with what's happening on the board. It's certainly front and center. I know JP Morgan was putting a 4.5
Okay, Bitcoin turning up a bit.
million cost per day for the courts, and how that could also be inflationary and economically,
Micron, higher low on Micron. Micron starting to turn up. Micron turning up, higher low, looking for a higher high. Micron. Bitcoin.
Ranking for twice what they were a year ago at this point. They have been coming down because manufacturing a bit soft, but now we're seeing they're up again as we head into the peak of the holiday shipping season. The strike has stranded shipping containers in U.S. ports.
So crude oil, West Texas crude is up 5% on the day. That's huge. That's a freaking huge move. WTI, I don't think they have intraday, right? No. Okay, so let's look at the daily. West Texas crude. Okay, and that's not at the high of the day right now. Wait a minute. What are they looking at here? That's futures. November futures. Okay, so that's a little different. Okay, so let's see. Brent crude. Brent crude's up. Still at the lows, but looking for these to move higher. So stocks like, let's see, Valero. Valero looks really good. Somebody mentioned Valero yesterday, I believe. Valero. Was it Jason? Who was it? Somebody mentioned Valero yesterday. That you were thinking about buying Valero. I like the idea. Maybe it was David over in Texas. Valero. Indo. Indonesian Energy. That one had a nice pop today. Indonesia Energy. Devon Energy. So Bren kind of poo-pooed this one. It's not moving as fast. Devon Energy. What did she look at? She was looking at Vistra Energy, I believe. No. Vistra. VST. Vistra Energy. Big pop on Vistra. All right, so a lot of these look good. These energy stocks look good. Anticipating more turmoil in the Middle East.
And what I think is interesting is it was a precursor to better earnings growth. This is the earnings season about to kick off in a week or so. Q3 is forecast by analysts to be the first quarter since the first quarter of 2023 that earnings growth is stronger for European companies than the U.S. companies in the S&P 500. This is just an interesting story as we're starting to see better performance by international markets, Europe in particular. Germany outperformed, France outperformed, Italy, Spain, they all outperformed the U.S. in Q3. And part of that is this revival in earnings growth. So it's not just lower valuations and higher dividend yields, it's faster earnings growth. And this morning we got the services PMIs here in the U.S. was better than expected, but it was also better than expected in Europe. And that's potentially good news for the soft landing camp and the outlook for earnings guidance from business leaders as they report those Q3 results.
I was just having a conversation with Tom White, and we were talking about
Meta. Tiger. Tiger's trying to push higher. Tiger.
Yeah, that's right. So a lot of the data that's come in a little bit better here over the last week or so relative to expectations, and the services PMI is another one of those, suggesting the economy is stronger than thought, particularly around the labor market, which services are so closely tied to. And that would suggest maybe a better jobs report on Friday.
Tiger Global. Can we break 10?
This week in Europe for Q2 for August. And it was good. I mean, it was, the unemployment rate didn't go up. So it was more solid labor market generally is what we're seeing.
Tiger.
A slower pace of easing is warranted by central banks. And the markets might be okay with that because it is, in fact, economic activity that's holding up and the reason for it.
Right. All right. Good to see you, Jeffrey Kleintop. Always great to have you on the show. Charles Schwab, thank you very much. Still ahead, we'll bring in our panel to dive deeper into the U.S. port strike. The overall
What time is it? 2:46. 2:46.
Pharma, produce. It's an important topic. Stay tuned.
APA, Apache. Yeah, that looks good.
Neil, how's my favorite client? Good question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab? Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full-service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
You gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswift, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our
team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
This election season, stay out of the muck and the mudslinging with Schwab Network's Find the Numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades.
Okay, Broadcom starting to turn up. Broadcom, let's see. Broadcom is changing direction, maybe. Broadcom. Okay, watch for Broadcom. It's got some supply in this area that it needs to deal with. It's down most of the day. What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro also at the low. Supermicro. Okay. NVIDIA trying its best. Okay. INDO, Indonesia Energy. INDO trying to break higher. Indonesia Energy. INDO. Okay, watch that one starting to move. NDO. Okay, Tiger's about to break out. Tiger's about to break out. Here we go. Tiger's about to go. Okay, Tiger looks like it wants to go. LETSGO, Tiger.
Retail director, S&P Global Rating. I really like that hiccup or calamity because we think about what happened on the West Coast. I was just talking with Jeffrey Kleinhoff with Charles Schwab, and we remember those supply chain issues, the shortages, the time that it was very difficult for folks. And then you had the glut that followed. Where do we stand now, Jonathan, in your opinion?
I'd say in the short term, I think overall we're okay. I'd say a lot of companies, this was not at all a surprise the strike was going to take place. As early as March and April, many retailers were preparing as far as rerouting shipments to the West Coast, taking in orders early, building up a bit of inventory. And we can see this in inventory data for retailers that they've been stockpiling a bit. So they've been kind of preparing for this to kind of mute some of the direct impacts here. But with that said, if this were to go on for 2-3 weeks or more, there's only so far this preparation can take them.
Understood. Dia, what do you think is the most important part of this? Because, you know, all these different industries, right? And we were talking about, I talked about retailers, produce, auto parts, pharma, everything. You know, what are we watching for? How much could this impact?
Yeah, I think Jonathan's totally right that it really is about the duration. And, you know, 1 day of delay at the port adds a week of delay into the stores. So you start backing into sort of 1 week.
Okay, there goes Broadcom popping. All right. Up FinTech, new high today. Up FinTech. Tiger going. Tiger going. Go time. There goes Tiger. Okay, Tiger. Grr. Tiger. Okay, Tiger. Buy order blocks right there. Let me just change style here. Go to order blocks. Okay. TIGR. Tiger. There it goes. There it goes. Tiger. Look at that histogram bar. Just solid buying all day. There goes Tiger. Okay, INDO, that's going. INDO. We got an hour and 7 minutes to go, and everything is lighting up now. almost everything. Okay, that's looking good. Looking good. Looking good. All right, so I'd really like to see Supermicro change direction here a little bit. I'd really like to get back in. Complete reversal of today's pop, Supermicro. Most of the semis popping. Yeah, maybe we'll get a follow through tomorrow. It's a couple of days off the 50-day. I'm looking for a follow through. Micron's still pulling back. Micron. INDO is going. INDO.
From the end of 2019, we've seen construction on factories increase 138% net of inflation. So there's a lot of strong momentum there. This is only going to help.
India.
Yeah, I mean, it did say, I saw Bank of America note with much of the same sort of topic about how people have begun shipping instead to sort of shipping their goods
India.
freight rather than waiting for these ships at the ports and such to try and stem that. But it said for every 1% of container imports that ship to air cargo, global air cargo rises by 0.9%, almost 1%. But that stock, when you look at UPS for the week, it's lower for the week. You almost think it might have reacted differently. But as you said, that would be a name you're watching. By the way, FedEx also lower. What kind of ratings may change, Thea? What would be the first changes that you would be doing, maybe even in a worst case scenario there at the global ratings?
Yeah, I think at this point,
INDO.
are fine. These are very big companies that we cover. So Walmart.
Okay, trying to get through that supply. Gets through 450. 450 supply.
But you know, it's definitely those smaller companies, the small furniture companies, apparel, toys, seasonal merchandise. That's where we're hearing there really could be some effect. Small grocers that just don't have the warehouse or distribution space to really store ahead, pack away, plan the supply chain in as sophisticated a way as the Walmarts and Kroger's. If it's a week, if it's a month, it would be such a meaningful difference. And I think that's when you start to see potential negative outcomes.
Broadcom.
Actions, but it probably would be at that sort of smaller, lower end of the spectrum. So, you know,
Okay.
the triple C types of categories, I think would probably be the place to start. So we are watching very closely, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah. There's certainly a lot of offers that were made to try to avoid
Coming into 3 o'clock, we'll shift gears and go over to CNBC again.
National Longshoremen's Association, the U.S. Maritime Alliance, still working this out. To your point.
Okay, they're not on yet. They're not on yet. Okay, go back to Schwab. Okay, Indio looks like it wants to go.
Schwab Network by the numbers coverage of the presidential cycle.
How could this election impact your financial future?
Next week is going to be a crazy political week. Election trades are fraught with risk.
No agenda, no hysteria, just good old-fashioned analysis of what policy means for your portfolio.
Stay informed. Stay ahead. Tune in to our election coverage on Schwab Network.
The market is a multi-trillion-dollar beast. Where there's profit there, you take it. That's always going through my head.
My job as a trader is to just make money. With a history and a geography degree, how did you find your way into trading?
Trading attracts a lot of the best and brightest students because it is this enormous data set. It is incredibly competitive. So if you really
Okay, Tiger looks like it wants to go. Tiger looks like it does not want to stop. Watch Tiger. TIGR. Tiger. Looking like it wants to go. It's above this consolidation right in here. Yeah, it looks good.
Context is so important. I think the best traders I've seen have insatiable intellectual curiosity. Otherwise, certain parts of your skills will become outmoded by
Volume.
When you look at your whole brain, you don't see any activation in these emotional or reward pathways as if you don't.
Okay, there goes Tiger. See the volume starts to come in. Go to the 30-minute here, 30-minute. Okay, looks good. Watch the volume.
Open the market overtime on the Schwab network.
Quality Focus has worked pretty much across all 11 sectors.
We deployed a fantastic array of new technology.
The companies that are doing well are almost too big to fail. Have you set yourself up correctly? It's controversial.
The old guard is saying,
Okay, Tiger wants to go. Tiger, go, go, go. Go, go, go.
There's nowhere else I would want my money.
No more than 5% in any one stock, no more than 20% in any one sector. Now there's a market for every single one of these people. There's a market for you.
Micron's still fading. Not done with that one yet, I guess.
Good afternoon. It is just about 3 p.m. Eastern time here at the New York Stock Exchange. This is Market on Close. I'm Diane King Hall. I'm in for Oliver Rennick. We've got an hour left in the trading game. You've seen stocks start to head further south.
Tiger, you can see the volume is low on this last couple of minutes on the left chart.
Indexes under some pressure today as investors weigh a variety of things ahead of the jobs report, including some rising tension in the Middle East. Take a look at some of the other asset classes. You're seeing the dollar hold on to a gain of about 0.3%. Gold is inching higher. It's moving on this upward trajectory for some time now.
Yeah, no follow through. Okay. That's what I thought. Micron about $1 off the high right now. Micron.
Let's kick things off with a big picture, broader market analysis with Kevin Hayes, senior equities contributor and co-host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network. All right, Kevin. So we have been bookending the day. We talked at the top of the day. Now we're talking at the tail of the session. What's your take on the action that we're seeing as we wind down today's session?
You know, with all the geopolitical risk out there right now and the headlines sifting through the market.
Okay, up down volume still 1-to-1 on the Nasdaq Composite, 1.5 on the Q on the spiders, 1-to-1 down on the Q. So there's really it's a doji day for a lot of stocks.
Slightly earlier this morning is now up $7.50 on the day. So the risk-off assets are alive.
Nvidia back to VWAP.
Diane, I think this is a market.
So I have to wait another day for a little follow through.
Add some geopolitics on top of that, and we've got a nervous market, Diane.
A nervous market. You make a good point, especially when we think about how we were setting up earlier in the session when we had that services sector data come in. You had the Nasdaq 100 was turned positive, and the S&P 500 was briefly positive. Does everything hinge now on tomorrow's payrolls report?
I think it does in the short term. Yeah, I think tomorrow will really set a tone. We've been focusing on
S&P is with 57 minutes to go. S&P very tight Bollinger Bands, S&P.
10-year yields now over 3.8%. They're creeping up back higher. That's okay for a market, but I think that the fears about a number maybe being too strong tomorrow or just geopolitical risk is starting to creep into this market as each day we see either talk or some type of escalation. And that just brings in all those risk-off factors, Diane. So, yeah, I would say the temperature level going into tomorrow morning, we're going to see some macro, and we're going to probably see some more geopolitics as well.
It does seem like the temperature has been heating up, especially, 'cause the geopolitical picture, the tensions in the Middle East have been rising, but you hadn't seen as much impact in the markets, especially when we go back to last week when you had that bazooka from China. I know that that's the term that's been utilized. Does it seem like, how does this, the way October is setting up, I know we're just in the spring, compared to kind of a traditional October?
Yeah, well, I mean, the end of September, mid-October to mid-October is a pretty volatile time of year historically. I have memories of this time of year being extremely volatile. Now, tomorrow's number could be very benign and in line and a little stronger than expected. The market could really like that. However, that doesn't rule out the geopolitical part of the conversation. So you've got worlds colliding here with geopolitics and then macroeconomics here in the United States. So I think tomorrow's just a big number with the potential for...
Okay, Tiger, no follow through. All right, got up to the highs.
...some type of outsized event or a big nothing burger, Diane. If the geopolitics were to die down and this number comes in with a relatively benign number, I think we could let some air out tomorrow for sure. Remember, the VIX is 20.5. That's not a low number. The average for the VIX, about 15.39 in its history. So we are significantly over the normal level for the VIX.
Yeah, that's right. And VIX moving higher. Yeah, Kevin Hayes, senior equity contributor and co-host of Fast Market. Kevin.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in on some stocks on the move. For that, we're joined by Jenny Horn, co-host of Next Gen, and also
Okay, Tiger pulling back. Gonna have to wait till tomorrow, most likely.
Blackwell GPU platform is insane, and where I love to describe some of these chips because I do feel like the entire hype cycle around Blackwell has truly been insane, even just to report on, frankly. But he did confirm that Blackwell's in full production and progressing as planned. He said in this interview that this is, right now a processor for generative AI.
Tiger pulling back a bit more. Profit taking. You see the dark blue bars on TTM.
The Blackwell chips. So we're still expecting a lot of the same. So that was encouraging, especially when there were fears we could see delays. And actually, these GPUs are tied to so much. It's just to me like a massive chain reaction. Your GPUs, like NVIDIA, powering say ChatGPT, for example. Like this relationship, everything is tied to each other. They're tied to the foundry business, Taiwan, and Saudi, for example. So everything needs to go accordingly. I think that's always been a bit of the risk when you have a name that's rallied as substantially as NVIDIA has. But hey, it trades at 35 times its forward earnings. It's expensive, relatively speaking, but it's actually pulled back substantially. We were looking at a forward PE of over 40 for the majority of this year. So we said this earlier today, and I've always looked at NVIDIA's pullbacks as a buying opportunity, especially when you look at this demand for their GPUs, and we have a new iteration coming out in the following year. I don't see this narrative changing or AI being able to continue to have the same success without the influence of NVIDIA. That makes sense. And it kind of puts to bed, like you said, some of those concerns that had risen about Blackwell when supply issues, and then they tried to deal with that by saying, look, the demand was so strong for Hopper. So to see that it's, quote, insane demand, you can see why the stock's on move today.
gaining some ground today. What's fueling this? AMD is a bit of a different story, obviously. Not the same outperformer that NVIDIA has been, not at all this year. It's had its fair share of growing pains, and AMD's story, I think, shows that when you're a bit late to the party, things can get more costly, and this growth and build in AI has obviously not been cheap. But hey, a bullish note today out of BofA, pretty optimistic as they actually believe that now this advancing AI event next week could be a catalyst to reignite the stock. They said that this event, of course, can be attended in person or live stream. It does start on October 10th, and they plan to showcase AMD's Instinct accelerators and their EPYC server processors, as well as provide networking and updates on their AI PC push. So earlier today, the analyst said this could be a catch-up catalyst, which this name has come off considerably from the highs, as you can see from the daily chart. But they believe that the stock could get a boost if AMD gives constant updates on its AI and server CPU products. They also did highlight the fact that we are expecting earnings to continue to progress for this company. Previously, actually, their second quarter, their CEO, Lisa Su, did say that their overall data center segment increased 115% from a year ago, driven by the steep ramp of their GPU shipments and a strong double-digit percentage increase in their EPYC CPU sales. So we need a lot of that to continue here. Street has been right now very concerned about competition when it comes to NVIDIA. It's very fitting we looked at NVIDIA because that has been, I'd say, like the shadow that AMD is yet to escape. Also, weak demand in the PC market. I mean, so many analyst notes we talk about highlight the fact that either we've bottomed in the PC market or we haven't bottomed yet. That has been impossible to predict. So I think products that can continue to see a recovery that is outside of even just their AI story is huge. But any catalyst is also welcome because we're in this earnings light period. So I'm like, October 10th, mark your calendar. We don't need earnings. We have these events to look forward to next week. It's true. It's true.
Okay. Tiger pulling back. Meta, a little profit taking. All right. So it looks like we're done for the day. Got about 50 minutes to go. 50 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday, the 3rd day of October. Profit taking, settling in the last hour of the trading day. Yeah, pretty decent day for some stocks. We're finishing off with about 20 stocks green on the NASDAQ 100, about 80 stocks red.
Over TV for now, but yes, so the last quarter was pretty exceptional for just about every asset. And if you think about what the S&P did, the S&P did really, really well, and it actually broadened out, which is really good for all the non-huge cap tech investors. So value investors did a lot better. Utility investors did a lot better. 69% of stocks in the S&P outperformed the S&P. That was pretty exceptional, and that's the highest ever. And that was a big, huge sigh of relief for most of us that invest outside of growth. So if you think about bonds, the bond market has been up about 8% over the past 5 months. That's been the biggest rally since 1995. And so we're seeing, high yield bonds, for example. Credit spreads are unusually tight, given how much volatility we're starting to see. The spreads are tight. There's way more demand for bonds on the high yield side and the leveraged loan side.
All right, so we're seeing a fade. A lot of stocks pulling back, giving up some of the gains. NVIDIA giving back some of its evening gains. Looking for a B and C pivot or a higher low. NVIDIA. Let's see what NVIDIA is looking like right here. NVIDIA. Not much to do at this time of day. Okay, still a potential higher low. I really don't think NVIDIA is going to fall out of favor because of this intraday price action. Looking for a follow-through.
What is your outlook, or what are you preparing for when it comes to volatility for this month and next month?
Great question, Diane. Yeah, where's the rubber meet the road? I just gave you a whole list of issues that are out there. The market always finds a wall where this market has been completely resilient. Although now these these are some real issues. These are some real concerns. And given the fact that the markets have run so much, I certainly think it makes sense. Our positioning going into the third quarter was pretty aggressive. We were more higher beta in our PMEFX mutual fund than we were in the past. And our fund was up 9% for the quarter, which was our best quarter ever. Since then, we've taken some off the table. We have a little bit more cash right now, a little bit more in front-end bonds, and a little bit less in stocks. Only because if there is volatility, we want to take advantage of it. And so back in August, we saw a huge spike in the VIX up to 65 without consequence yet. That is completely unusual. And so now we're at a point where we're starting to see VIX creep up to 20, and we're starting to see, again, some really serious things going on around the globe. So what I want to know is, as an investor, how is that going to impact our companies? Is that going to reduce spending somewhat? If you look at what the floods going on down south, I mean, that affected the grocer of that pretty substantially. So these are all real things, and we have to tie it back to
NVIDIA.
companies that we own at this point.
All right, not much to do. Hopefully you took some profits off into strength. Okay, INDU. The energy stocks are still catching a bid. INDU pushing a bit higher. A little liquidity grab there on the left. That wick with the rectangle around it. Indio.
Through September, we'll call it. And what's next, though, when it comes to the tech sector? What are you looking for, especially when you think about the gains that we saw throughout the year and then some broadening out since then?
It's really tough to forecast at this point, Diane, because those stocks have done tremendously well heading into the third quarter. And I still think the growth is there. The big thing my biggest takeaway, especially as more of a broad investor, more of a value investor, we're looking at this CapEx number that these companies are expected to spend, and it's about $250 billion on an annualized basis. This is a huge amount of money, and we've seen utilities already starting to benefit from it. I think we're going to see companies again that are going to support and be the components for that spending do pretty well.
Okay, Micron's still drifting a bit lower. Okay.
The near term to intermediate future. And so I think that's a big number to watch. So as long as that CapEx number is still pretty strong, that's the one I'm going to look out for over this quarter for the mega caps. And then again, see what smaller cap companies, which we love small caps, what smaller cap companies and mid cap companies may benefit from that spending.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about some of the growth that we saw that's been tempered this week for the Chinese-facing companies, after that bazooka stimulus. I know that's the term that we've been utilizing from China. You've seen some pullback. What's next for that sector, like an Alibaba, like a Temu, like a JD.com, and just the spillover to here in the U.S. markets? We saw growth last week in the markets as a result of that. Are you expecting that momentum to return?
This is a great point, because I think one of the things with China is they've completely flipped. China was exporting deflation there for a while, and if you looked at industrial metals and the declines in copper and some other really big metals, that was a benefit actually to us because inflation was pulling back. And so now China's kind of flipped here. You mentioned the stimulus bazooka. Where are we going to see that?
Yeah, I like that one, Bill. I like that.
In their stock market. The recent rally has been so outrageous in Chinese stocks. It is 2 times greater than any 2-week rally in the S&P. That's how big it was. Those stocks were down for the year before the stimulus, and now they're up 25%. They went from the worst performer in emerging markets to now the best.
Okay, I'm going to join you there, Bill.
Now, to your point, it's the most important point. How is this wealth effect going to impact their consumer base? Because their consumer base was really weak, and we did see it. Just about any company, any global company, any global consumer discretionary company that sold it into China, they were all struggling. And that China has been a big source of suffering there in their earnings. And so, Levi's, for example, just reported last night, and they still cited China, again, because this wealth effect didn't take hold yet. So I do think that is important for China. If they're able and willing to maintain.
Oh, they have very little volume.
And that
Okay, I'm going to cancel that. I'll look a little further out.
So if you think about the companies that just reported, we had FedEx report, we had Nike report, Conagra report, Humana just gave a pretty negative number, and Levi's. Autos, especially in Europe,
13.
Mercedes-Benz and like Stellantis. I think those are
Why not just buy the 13s? They're cheap.
things aren't great. So again, I think what I want to do, what we want to do as a team is really focus in on where's the CapEx growth, where's the CapEx spending, who's going to benefit from that. And I think
Okay, I just bought the 13s.
these are out there, and we have to find them. But we are not broadly exposed to a GDP type growth economy at this point, because I do think there may be some stumbles.
All right, there may be some stumbles. We'll be on the lookout for that. George Simmons, portfolio manager, Opinion Mutual Asset Management. Thank you, George.
Diane.
Coming up, you got it. We will dive into the weight loss drug trade. We've got Lee Brown from Third Bridge joining us for that. Eli Lilly trading 9% below all-time highs. The company's weight loss drugs go no longer.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it too, Brother Bill. MACD, all 3 time frames have turned. Okay. So that looks good. So I like to look at the MACD for trends of something that's going to swing for a while. This gets above this level. Look for, I don't know, maybe it gets to 15, 1450, 1425. Looks good. Looks good. INDO is going. INDO. Indo is going. New highs, Indo. Indo is going. End of day. Okay, we got 40 minutes to go. 40 minutes to go. Micron still fading. Okay. Need a bullish day tomorrow on Micron.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades in full hours of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
I'm Nicole Catalini, host of Trading 360 and the Watch List, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, where we bring you breaking news, experts, CEOs, influencers, and analysts. It's all available on Schwab Network.
All right. Micron shorts are starting to cover Micron shorts. Indonesia Energy pushing a bit higher. All right. So it's coming back a little bit, profit taking. All right. Meta. Geo. Micron. NVIDIA. Like to see NVIDIA run up. Oh, there goes Broadcom. Broadcom turning the corner now. Broadcom, I have no position now. Took profits on that one. Let's see. Tiger, NVIDIA, AMD, off a little bit. Semiconductors, off a little bit. All right, we'll look for these to follow through tomorrow. Semiconductors, pretty strong day. Did see some fades from the highs, unfortunately. So the highs did not hold after last night's comments from CEO Jensen over at NVIDIA, using the word insane to describe their order book for Blackwell chips going into the fourth quarter in production. The demand for chips is insane, is what he said. So he knows what the order book looks like. For him to say that shot NVIDIA to the moon today, and then we get a little fade, but more than likely it's going to be more than just a one-day event. And my guess is going to be more than a one-day event for NVIDIA. Okay. But that said, you see the Bollinger Bands are fairly tight. They are tightening, which is telling you price is probably going to stay in this range. Now, if the upper band starts to pull away from price and RSI rises, that'll be an indication that volatility is starting to pick up. Volume looks good. Institutions are picking up shares. What is that? About 1 billion shares traded hands in the last 10 trading days. Stochastics is starting to turn. If that turns up tomorrow and MACD can stay above its signal line, that indicates that maybe we'll have a bullish bias. For starters, we'll have a bullish bias tomorrow if NVIDIA closes right here. We're above yesterday's high. We're above Tuesday's high and above Monday's high. So this looks like a bullish bias for tomorrow. Good if you're swinging. NVIDIA, I have a swing on it. I have the 124, 130 call vertical. Okay, coming into this morning, I had the 118, 122. For November 8th, I have the November 15th, 124, 130 on the dip today, NVIDIA. So that was over here, but we did come back a little bit. So that is currently off about $10 per contract. No, I'm sorry, $5 per contract, $7.50 per contract. All right, so NVIDIA is fine. $7.50, $5. It keeps fluctuating here, $5 per contract. And yeah, $5 per contract. So if NVIDIA can muster some strength tomorrow and follow through, which I believe it will, given the bullish bias. Okay, we're closing bullish. We're above yesterday's high. That gives you a bullish bias for tomorrow. Does it guarantee that we'll follow through? That will immediately jump tomorrow or that will pull back? I don't know, but we have a bullish bias using ICT principles. Okay, ICT principles. I posted that in the trading room, by the way. Again, the video. If you want to check that out, it's just price and volume, just related to price and volume. Liquidity. Okay, Tiger did pull back a little bit, starting to bounce. Tiger. Energy stocks are populating the top 10. Energy stocks. Meta looks like it wants to keep going. Meta, I'm out of Meta. I don't have a position in Meta. Let's see. Valero, Vistra Energy, Marathon Petroleum. No, Marathon. Is it Marathon Petroleum? What is that? MPC. That's Marathon. That's the MPC. That's the refiner, right? MPC. MRO is Marathon as well. Marathon Oil. MPC is the refiner, I believe, right? Okay, you got Vistra Energy, you got CEG, that's electric energy, CEG. That's higher. This is the top 10. I'm looking at the top 10 on the S&P 500 with 32 minutes to go. 32 minutes to go. Diamondback Energy had a big move off the low, above the 50 and the 200-day moving average. Volume shows institutions have been picking up shares. Diamondback Energy probably remains strong. You can see that the RSI is rising. That's telling you the strength of this trend that just started the last couple of days is improving and persistent. Volume tells you who is buying, tells you institutions are buyers. MACD stochastics are showing you bulls are in control. So without giving you a guarantee, this has a bullish bias going into tomorrow. So looks pretty good. And then it's the top 6. All right, it's number 6 on the S&P 500. Valero is number 2 on the S&P 500. So do you think this is going to, this looks like a trend break here. Let's look at the weekly. Valero, a refiner. Okay. Valero back above the 10 EMA. You could stand to wait. You don't have to jump into this right now. You're not going to miss anything. You'll miss a couple of points, but you'll have more confirming action if we do get, in fact, get above the 200-day tomorrow on Valero Energy. Some of the other names in the group, Delek is another refiner. That's down in, I believe, Dallas. Delek Holdings, that's another refiner. Okay, MPC is the other. MPC. All of these are turning up. Looks good. You got Indonesian Energy, had a pretty strong day today. Indonesia Energy. Still the top 5, Valero, Vistra, VST, talked about that. Vistra Energy, that's gone. Diamondback, Apache being mentioned in the trading room, that's following through. This is a slow mover, so it's not like you're going to miss anything. W bottom, the fact that it made it through the middle of this W shape, you see that? If you're a new trader, you should always be looking at this pattern. It's another bottoming pattern. Okay, so you got the W shape, right? Boom, boom, boom. And then you got this move higher, okay? So the fact that it makes it through the middle of the W, that is the confirmation signal. So this pattern was, I don't know, coined by, I think it might have been, well, it was one of those traders back in the day, William O'Neill or Marty Zweig or somebody like that. But when you make it through the middle of the W, that tells you the bulls are in control. Okay, so on the move down, the initial move down in September, bears were obviously in control. Bulls take it, they can't get past the 20-day. They lose control. Bears take it again. They can't take it to a new low. Turns back up. Turns back up. Now it's moved through the middle of the W. Now you know for sure the bulls are in control. So a bullish bias for tomorrow. That would probably lead to Apache moving through the 50-day and then heading for the 200-day. That's a fairly cheap name if you want to try it. Maybe buy the, I wouldn't do it right now, but maybe buy the 25 or 20. What can you buy here? Maybe a vertical. Okay, buy a vertical. Let's see, trade. When are their earnings? When is the earnings for Apache? APA. I keep calling it Apache. They changed their name, I guess, because the woke crowd didn't like the fact that they were calling it. Oh, it is Apache. Okay, so see that? The symbol is APA, but it's still Apache, according to Earnings Whispers. APA Corporation, but okay, so all 4 metrics are green. That's a big plus. Okay. Crude oil, natural gas, liquids invests in 6 countries: U.S., Canada, Egypt, Australia, UK, North Sea, and Argentina. Apache Corp. APA Corp. Apache. Okay, that's probably going to keep going. The semiconductor is fading after the NVIDIA pop. Okay, so they're not holding their gains. Supermicro at the low of the day. Supermicro. I'm almost tempted to buy some Supermicro down here. SMCI at the low. What it does tell you, though, is that the shorts are in control of this one. Runs up, pulls back, erasing all of its gains for today. That was up big this morning. 8% off the high. 1.5%. All right. So the other thing is you don't have to jump into these like you're going to miss something. That's the other thing. Okay. So the cues are fading, right? All right. So let's take a look. Let's look at the markets before the close. Okay. We're fading. Cues are fading. Right now, I'm looking at the NASDAQ 100. There's about 15 stocks green. There's about 85 red. Most of the stocks that are green on the NASDAQ 100 are energy names. There's some security stocks, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto. There's some there's some Chinese stocks. Sorry about that. Pinduoduo is on the list. Some semiconductors, Micron. But there's a lot of energy names. So we're fading. RSI is fading. Do we bounce tomorrow? I like the fact that they had wicks on Tuesday, Wednesday candles. MACD and stochastics are recycling. So anybody's guess what tomorrow will bring. More fades, more news from NVIDIA maybe. NVIDIA. It's above the 50-day. 50-day is flattening out and starting to turn. The green line over there on the right. Okay. All right. A lot of these are showing profit taking end of day. So I wouldn't be in a hurry to put money to work at the end of the day. I'd wait for tomorrow. Maybe we get a follow through. Maybe we'll get a follow through. But you certainly don't need to jump into anything. MPC. Okay, breaking the trend, but it's a big sideways range. So it really has to prove itself by getting above 102 to break the downtrend. Okay, back above the 10 EMA, that's a start. But you can see that this has got a lot of, see the previous time it went above the 10 EMA? It went sideways, stayed above the 10 EMA, and then it took off to the upside. You didn't miss anything by waiting a couple of days. MPC, what about Valero? Valero, okay, back above the 10 EMA. Last time it dipped below the 10 EMA, moved above it, took a few weeks, and it finally started to take off. You didn't really miss anything. So this is early. Could get a big spike. I mean, could be is not really a strategy. Could, because of Middle East tensions, could get a spike. That's not a strategy, though. Watching price actions above the 10 EMA, 10 AMA. Okay. This could very well get rejected tomorrow and right back down in the pattern. So you really need to see this breaking trend on volume more than just what we're seeing today. Valero, Diamondback. Okay. Diamondback. This looks a little better because of the volume that over the last 10 trading days, only 2 were red. And this is moving higher. That looks pretty good. A little more conviction, RSI rising. But, you know, if you're going to get into it, looking for a swing, you want to see the confirmation and the follow through, you can wait. Tomorrow, if it's an up day, you got a bullish bias for tomorrow. No hurry. What's going on with the audio?
It's not just profitable. It's not just on a continuing trajectory. It's still a growth business. There's so much more to come in the NFL. People saw some of the plans that I've been fortunate to see for the next 5 to 10 years. Roger Goodell has got plans that he thinks that far in advance. When you start thinking about a sports league where so much capital wants to go into, it's the top of the heap. It is profitable. It has certainty.
Palantir had a good day today too. Palantir, nice day.
For each team in the league, and then you add to it things like the market, things like with the Dolphins. They have a variety of different businesses: the Miami Open, the Formula One race, and they execute. Michael talked about Steve Ross. They also have an extraordinary CEO named Tom Garfinkel who executes beautifully on this plan, and they keep adding assets using the NFL and the NFL facilities as the base for them. And that's what I think Aries saw here. I've spoken with some of the people involved. They saw this as more
Micron
of the
turning.
kind of asset that they look at.
Apple
not
turning
just a
into day.
sports team, but sports with
Apple.
other assets and growth associated with it.
I mean, you've been in the middle of a lot of these deals, bringing prospective investors together with sellers. So you're well versed on how all this works. Now that private equity is in the game, pun intended, do we feel like that's going to continue in and of itself to push valuations higher? How should we view that?
Really
Palantir looks good.
Scott, because one of the other deals you're about to see,
Another refiner, PSX, Phillips 66, PSX.
The Los Angeles Chargers, and that's not a private equity deal. That is
Okay, that's breaking the downtrend. Maybe that goes tomorrow.
Buying in. I think what you're going to see here is a mix. You're going to see an expansion of private equity, but you're also going to see more individuals, high net worth individuals.
They're a downstream energy company, refining and marketing, midstream and chemical businesses. Phillips 66. Doesn't look as good as Marathon or Valero. Supermicro is still pushing lower. Supermicro.
What do you make of what Mike said about, the next targets that maybe the Eagles, according to the people that he's talking to, could be very high up on that list?
We keep hearing about the Eagles. We keep hearing about the Buffalo Bills.
20 minutes to go. 20 minutes to go. All right, Apple turn in the corner. Apple. Shorts covering. Apple turning back up.
Those are the teams that we're looking at right now. The Chargers were one, but they're going to be taken off the table with the Tom Boards deal.
So when people look at what's happening here, and maybe they're referring more to other sports which have sort of ridden the coattails, if you will, of the NFL as it relates to valuations. They say, Mark, valuations don't go up forever. How do you respond to that?
Okay, MRO pulling back.
He could tell you valuations the last decade have gone.
That's just people taking profits end of the day.
Over 11% over the last 20 years. That's through pandemics. That's through recessions. That's through global financial crises. What we're finding is that sports has, there's an interest in sports that is necessary for all the new technologies that are out there, whether they be social media, whether they be streaming, whether they be linear television, of course, we do for many years, in cable. So there needs to be content. The sports is the content for the world. And we're getting into a position here that where you have globalization and digitization coming together around and into the sports world, that the real smart money is seeing is going to continue this explosion in valuations.
Well, it's proving to be one of the best returning asset classes ever, especially at the very top of the cap table, if you will, when you're talking about the NFL markets.
All right, looking for a lot of these stocks to gap up tomorrow or to follow through.
Thank you, Mark Gannis, Sports Corp. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Clifton Stevens is standing by with that. Hi, Peppa.
Hey, Scott. Warner Auto Stock is getting a jolt. The name that's up more than 50% today. Coming up next.
Auto stock. CBNA. CarMax. CarMax higher, off the low. CarMax. Let's see what that looks like. CarMax. KMX. CarMax. That didn't look that great. CVNA. Carvana. Okay, that's grinding higher. Carvana. Ford. GM. Oh, what's Rivian doing? I haven't looked at Rivian in a while. Rivian. Just grinding lower. Rivian. 50-day rolling over on Rivian. NIO. Okay. XPEV. And Tesla. What about TM? Toyota. Honda. Hyatt. All right. So coming into the close, got some short covering, but not really giving any indication what may happen next. Just look for those bullish Stocks with a bullish bias to follow through tomorrow. Okay. All right. So NVIDIA will have a bullish bias for tomorrow. The way it's closing above yesterday's high, above Tuesday's high. Okay. Halliburton. Halliburton. Okay, you're looking at Halliburton. Okay, let's take a look at Halliburton. HAL. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Nice clean trend break, it looks like. I mean, yeah, that looks pretty good. Maybe January calls. Leaps. Let's see. Halliburton. Maybe I'll take some Halliburton. Halliburton. Okay, let's see. Let's go out to January and see what. Pretty cheap. Pretty cheap. I'm going to go ahead and take some January verticals here. Thanks for the idea, Frank. Vertical. Let's see. 30, 35, 5 wide. Let's see. 30, 35. Let's see if they have any. Let's see. The 30, no, the 31. 31 has 6,000 in open interest for November. Maybe I just buy that. January. Yeah, very little open interest in there's some, but there's more open interest in November. All right, let me delete this. Let me go 30. 31 has a lot of volume. Vertical. $35. A lot of trades today on. You see that, Frank? You see the open interest and the volume at the 31 strike. 31, 30, 31, 35. All right, so that looks pretty good. See that?
For 15 from the bell. Let's get back.
Okay, I did the 31, 35. I did 31, 35.
Hitting a 2-year low after Barclays downgraded the automaker from overweight to equal weight. The firm said it was wrong-footed on the stock and too slow to acknowledge Stellantis' U.S. inventory issues, as well as its eroding market share in the U.S. and Europe. The firm added there's no real proof points for a recovery until the first half of next year. But EVgo is soaring after the EV charging company received a conditional loan from the loan program's office at the Department of Energy worth more than $1 billion. JP Morgan and TD Cowen upgrading the stock to a buy today as well, and those shares up 61%. Scott?
Okay, we're coming into the close.
Sinking on the back of a new development in the GLP-1 space. We got the details coming up on the bell.
Where 347. Where the hell did that go? Where? Oh, I didn't save it. That's why. Hello. Is there anybody in there? 54. No. Yeah, that's a good one, Frank. You see the 31? Look at the volume on the 31. 4. Yeah. I like it, especially now. Halliburton gets in the middle of everything. Halliburton, lots of there goes Apple popping. End of day. There goes Apple. Okay, so shorts will cover some of these, I imagine. What's Meta doing? Meta popping. Meta pop. Meta popping. All right. Looks good. Looking good. All right, folks. You got 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes to go. Okay, INDO, Valero. All these look good. Vistra Energy, flagging, Marathon, Palantir. Palantir breaking out. Palantir breaking out more. Palantir, big move. Palantir. Look at Palantir. Palantir is going. For those of you, I think, Jason, you bought Palantir. Okay, Palantir looking good. Look at Palantir. Wow. Pretty chart. Pretty chart on Palantir. Okay, Palantir on the move. Yeah. There goes Palantir. Apple is ripping. Apple is ripping. Some news. Apple ripping. Okay, what do I have any Apple left? I think I do. Apple kind of wrote that one off. Apple. Do I? Yes, I do. I have a credit spread and it was moving lower today. Apple. All right, so my Apple is good. I sold the 215,205. All right, okay, Apple.
Coming up next, the new survey shedding some light on what iPhone 16 upgraders actually want out of their new device. And the details might surprise you. And later, don't miss an exclusive interview with the Perplexity CEO and co-founder. It's tonight at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Market Zone's next.
Okay. All right, so we got 9 minutes to go. A lot of things reversing now. Okay, NVIDIA back above VWAP, Nano Nuclear above VWAP, but off the highs of the session. It's off about 3%. Looking for that to continue in the weeks and months ahead. Nano Nuclear. Buy the dips, sell the rips. Or just swing it. Buy some and forget about it. Let's see. Let me see where my son is. My son. Where the hell is my son? Can I help you? My kitty cat came to visit. Who the hell just came home? That was weird. Somebody came home and opened the door. Let me go check my house. Hold on. I'll be right back.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Diane King Hall. We have less than 10 minutes left in the trading day. Time now for the big picture. For that, I want to welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. We've got Nate Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Mike Townsend, Managing Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs for Charles Schwab. All right, Mike, let's start out with you. It's been a big week for major news. We've got the rising tensions in the Middle East. We've got this strike at the ports here in the U.S. We've got Hurricane Helene. How have these events impacted the landscape when it comes to the presidential race?
Yeah, Diane, great to see you. It hasn't had a big effect yet. I always talk about the October surprise, right, in the presidential elections. We've already gotten about 3, and we're 3 days into October. So, I'm going to be watching to see how these play out. I do think the strike, the dock worker strike in the East Coast, has a potential to impact things. I think we've all been talking about how, that could start to impact goods and the delivery of goods and start to back things up at the ports and, potentially affect jobs and inflation and the larger economy if it lasts for a while. If it gets resolved fairly quickly, maybe it's not much of an impact. But I'm watching that and how that may affect the race. Obviously, the situation in the Middle East could potentially affect the race and the hurricane.
Palantir still going. Palantir.
So there's a lot that the candidates are sort of juggling with that maybe they didn't expect to have to answer questions about. That said, I'm not seeing much of the
Palantir.
The race at the moment. I mean, this race.
Wow, Apple just ripping here. Apple. Good job, Apple. The Palantir. What the hell is going on with Palantir? What's the news here? Palantir will join the S&P 500 on September 23rd. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
What does this tell you about just market sentiment right now, Nate?
Resilient. Given all of those headlines that all those events that you mentioned, and yet look how we've been positive on the day and back and forth, kind of going back and forth between the unchanged line here. So
Okay.
Resilient, and I think that
Palantir.
The economic data has been largely firm, and we've got
Being added to the S&P on September 23rd.
Or he's in no rush to basically to get to his to combat inflation.
Nice job there, Angela.
50 for this year if everything comes in as expected.
Wow. Do you get the dip?
The economic data
Yeah.
in strong, I think the bulls will likely have that kind of
I know Joe T is big in it too. Joe Terranova.
Some of these issues could be potentially inflationary. Of course, we know that with the port strike. It's not just that, it ties into wages. Look at Boeing, look at the strikes at Hilton.
Okay, what time is it? 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go. Palantir. Let's see, Palantir. PLTR, PLTR.
The economy is strong. I think the bulls are okay.
40 strike.
If the Fed ends up being slower than expected because inflation's creeping back up, we could have a problem.
And then, Mike, I want to ask you about that inflation. There's, we're starting to have the inflation topic bubble back up to the surface. It is still on.
What is it? 40 strike? 40.
Across the U.S. What are you expecting to see in terms of what is the polling showing you about how people feel about inflation when it comes to the candidates?
Yeah, no question.
Palantir. What about some credit spreads too? Put credit spreads on Palantir. The 23rd it's being added. Okay. Palantir.
Tied to the current administration, and that means Vice President Harris because she is part of the current administration. So I think there's something to watch here for her and to see how the administration deals with some of these issues, particularly
35.
The strike on the dock.
Sell the 35. Buy the 30.
Inflation number has been coming down,
Credit.
and there's kind of this disconnect between voters. Voters perceive things to be worse than they are, than the data shows. And that's not uncommon. There's often a lag from the economic data for voters to sort of start to realize that things are getting better. Because because it's not like, every price on the shelf dropped all of a sudden. Right?
Wow,
What
Apple
voters are reacting
just
to.
cruising higher, eh?
There's a bit of a lag to voters understanding that something like inflation is improving. I think it's worth watching here over the final 3 or 4 weeks of this election to see whether there's any change in that sentiment.
All right, certainly something to watch over the next few weeks. Inflation at the top of mind, whether we're talking about Main Street or
Palantir.
Mike Townsend, Managing Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs here at Schwab. Nick
I sold some 3530 put credits for 85 cents, $85 per contract.
Kevin Green and Alex Coffey will be with me to break down what we can expect.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen
Okay,
their
less than a few seconds to go. Filled
with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly.
All right, that's a wrap.
Accelerate
Wow.
market knowledge and shift your
What a
perspective
move.
into full
Nice way to end the day. Okay, Nanonuclear pulled back a little bit. Tesla having a day.
fast market ready for you.
Turn back up in the day. Okay. Nvidia, end of day turning back up. So got some closing volume on Nvidia, end of day. Palantir, what a hell of a day on Palantir. Nvidia.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what was for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Junk. All right, folks, I'm out of here. Have a great evening. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at the closing bell, Thursday, the 3rd day of October. Pretty good day today with a few exceptions. Obviously, not a whole lot of stocks were advancing. We had about 20 stocks green, about 80 stocks red on the NASDAQ 100. S&P 500, we're closing with 114 stocks green on the day, 388 are red on the S&P 500. Chips did well today, did get back some of its gains. Micron turned back up. Meta is at the high of the day. AMD turned back up. SMH turned back up. So we'll see you in the morning. Tomorrow's Friday, TGIF. See you in the morning. Take care. Ciao.